It is a world of spirits and monsters where people can release their soul potential to awaken their superpowers. People in this world are strong enough to kill demons and destroy everything around them. They were called awakened heroes. The news reported that a guy driving a car killed a melon seller, after which the authorities intervened in the investigation of the case. A chess player with a high grandmaster rank named Ma challenged the undead king during a live broadcast and was defeated by the opponent in one move, but the opposite party attacked stealthily. The incident of the attack on the needle store was investigated. The perpetrator turned out to be the evil spirit Yu and was detained. This guy's name is Lin, and he woke up in a garbage dump. Most of all, he was worried about his head, but everything was fine with it, and he only ruined his hairstyle. He believed that the other victims were invincible from the very beginning, and they had no equal. Lin called himself untalented without any talent, and was an ordinary guy who was thrown into the trash heap. He was upset because he had been a handsome man most of his life, but suddenly he was transported to another dimension into the shameful image of a guy. Lin wanted to find out who killed him and punish them for such an act. He saw how some rogue was doing obscenities where it was prohibited, and the guy was surprised at how low the level of development was in this world. That stranger turned around because he smelled fresh human flesh. The guy was scared. He didn't understand what was wrong with this stranger. Rushing towards Lin, he wanted to taste his body. Having driven him to a dead end, he told the guy that he had nowhere to run, but Lin asked the stranger not to approach. Seeing his huge mouth, the guy didn't know what to do, so he called for help. But then something passed through that monster with great speed, and it began to dissolve in space. It was a pretty girl who saved Lin by throwing her sword-sharp scissors at that monster. The guy thanked the girl for saving him, and he was delighted with her strength. She asked him if he thought she was beautiful, but Lin was confused. He didn't expect that all the girls in this world were so straightforward. Although this was the first girl he had encountered in this world, the guy really liked her figure and thought she was magnificent. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was the same as that monster's. Afterwards, the girl wondered if he still thought she was beautiful. Lin was scared. He did not understand why the monster appeared in front of him again. The guy thought she was a wonderful heroine who came to help him. She was impatient with his answer. He didn't know what to answer her. He was pleased that such a beautiful monster hugged him, but he understood that there was no time to think about her. Lin knew that if he told her about her beauty, she would immediately bite his body, and if she told her about her strange appearance, she would kill him right away. He couldn't make up his mind. Since the guy didn't give an answer, she wanted to help him with it. Since the divine selection system detected that the guy was in danger, it stopped time for 5 seconds. The guy was given 3 choices. The first was to try to escape from the monster, the second was to beg for mercy, and the third was to kiss the girl. Under each choice, there was a task rewarding S-class abilities. But since he had been playing games for many years, he decided to choose the third option to get the best SSS class reward, in which a random ability dropped. Even though it was his first kiss, he still decided to give it. He was underwhelmed by his first time with the monster in the form of her. The girl immediately turned from a monster into a very sweet beauty. Lin didn't expect her to be so cute. When a female demon appeared before him, he realized that it was his responsibility to use love to convince him. As she left, the girl said that her name was Hong Ye. Hong. Ye promised the guy that she would definitely return to him. After which, a magical tornado formed around her and she disappeared. Since Lin completed the task, the system awarded him an SSS class supernatural ability, which was randomly selected. The system asked him to shout the lottery words, but Lin didn't understand how he could shout in the middle of the street so that thunder would cause darkness, because it sounded stupid. But since the guy forced himself to kiss the monster, he understood that nothing could be worse than that, and shouted this phrase, after which a spirit appeared from the darkness of the clouds, from which many lightning bolts emanated. He hit the guy with a flash of lightning, which gave him super strength. The people in the city were surprised by this phenomenon, and they thought that it was the devil descending from heaven. The girl passing by knew that someone had awakened S-class special abilities. She knew that only one person in Kanglan City had achieved such an ability rank. She couldn't imagine who it was this time, but she assumed it was a descendant of that guy. After some time, the vision in the sky disappeared. The system congratulated Lin for his SSS class superpower called Chi Yu. The carrier's strength was weak, but the ability of the SSS class Chi Yu could complement the guy's strength, and it could be gradually improved. The memories of this body said that the limit of power in that world was S-class, and since the guy awakened this power, he understood that he would become invincible. He was sure that he would become a boss if he climbed to the top of this world. Just the thought gave the guy goosebumps all over his body. The system warned him that a powerful demon was nearby, and he needed to leave the place as soon as possible. Lin understood that he was still too weak for such creatures, and he believed that escaping was also a kind of victory. After Ling Kuei fled from the demonic creature, he finally reached home. Since this was the guy's first time in such a mansion, he was a little nervous. Lin assumed that his loved ones were inside the mansion. Upon entering, he was met inside by his younger sister, who was already waiting for her brother. He remembered that he had another younger sister named Ling Xi. Ling Xi was scared that her brother was injured and wondered what happened. But the guy replied that everything was fine and that the scratches were due to the fact that he slipped in rainy weather. Ling Xi made him some ginger root tea and left it on the table. He thanked his sister for such a sweet gesture and was very glad that he had her. The girl told Lin that she was heading to bed. The guy remembered that he was a child who was adopted by the Lin family. After the death of his adoptive parents, he lived with his older sister Ling Hua and his younger sister Ling Xi. Both of his sisters were endowed with incredible intelligence and talent to make it into the world. Only he turned out to be weak, and all his life the guy received ridicule from people in his direction. 3 years ago, his sister Ling Hua, thanks to her skills, was chosen to join the Department of Superpowers. Due to her busy schedule, she was rarely at home, so he had to take care of his little sister. The guy was sorry that in the past he was completely hopeless. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone his little sister. When she told him that she was scared to be home alone, he simply went about his business. In this life, he really believed that his little sister was very good. Suddenly, his tea drinking was interrupted by a loud scream throughout the house. The guy didn't understand who dared to break in and scare him while he was drinking the broth. Entering the room, the two-room apartment said that she was not going to look for him anymore. It was Chu Junyao, which the guy knew since childhood. Lin asked her why she came. The girl was at a loss. She didn't understand how he had the audacity to come home after he confessed his love to her in front of the whole class in the morning, and she demanded an explanation. Lin did not understand how his death outside the school and Chu Junyao's declaration of love were connected. He decided to play along and said that it was all pampering and he would never fall in love with someone like her. The girl decided to take revenge for such words, but Lin was not taken aback and managed to dodge. She was mad at him for looking up her skirt when she jumped. But Lin said that he didn't mean to, and that it was her own fault for not covering up. Chu Junyao accused him of this and called him an impudent person. His younger sister got into this conversation. The girl told Chu Junyao not to raise her voice against his brother and asked her to stay away from him. She was not happy with what the child was ordering her to do. Chu Junyao reminded Ling Kuei that they had an aptitude test tomorrow, and only students with C-class abilities and above were eligible to enter Kanglin Academy. She said that she had awakened the A-class ability long ago, having secured a place in the academy in advance. Thus, having opened all the paths for herself, the girl believed that Lin would enter the worst university and would be an ordinary person. Her words hurt the guy, and he believed that with an SSS class ability, he could not be an ordinary person. The system gave the guy a choice: remain silent and receive a reward, +2 to dexterity, or apologize, admitting she was right, and receive, +10 to strength, or apologize and swear that he will awaken his abilities, receiving, +5 to strength. Although the second reward was much better, the guy chose the third option. He told her that he would not only gain the ability, but also enter Kanglin Academy. Lin was proud of himself for answering her so pathetically, and for this he received a reward for the task, +5 to strength. She did not believe his words, saying that real strength was more important than his empty promises. The guy told her that she would regret it. Ling Xi told her brother that she believed in his abilities and wished him success in his endeavors. While he was sleeping, the demoness Hong Ye flew into his room. She believed that since he stole her first kiss, he was obliged to take responsibility for it. He had to eat breakfast on the go since he was late, after which his sister wished him good luck, and the guy promised her that he would pass the aptitude test. The girl said, since he is the coolest, he cannot let her down. He raced with all his might so as not to be late for the exam. Lin dreamed that he slept with a she-devil, and the dream seemed very realistic to him. Chu Junyao was wondering where all the students were, because they were supposed to gather in one place. After all, the aptitude exam participants were asked to go to the test site where the exam would take place. Among the crowd was Lin, who was wondering where the aptitude exam was held. There were many students in the crowd, and one of them asked Lin not to touch him. He looked carefully at the guy. He thought that he was no longer alive, and this surprised him. He asked him what he forgot there. Yang Xiao also liked the Chu Junyao girl, And Lin remembered that they were rivals, and he thought that it was he who sent those guys to him. But he didn't want to leave it like that, and planned to teach him a lesson. Since the aptitude test was about to begin, the teacher said that only C-class and above students would be able to enter Kanglin Academy. Wang Xiaoming was the first to be called to the exam. The guy really didn't want to disgrace himself in front of everyone. But he made the mistake of taking an F-class frying pan and was unable to pass the exam, which disappointed him greatly. Xu Qiang was next, and he also made the mistake of taking D-grade sharp sticks. Right behind him was Hu Shuai, who failed the exam by taking toilet paper as his subject. When Yang Xiao came out, all the stands were noisy, since he was the favorite of many. The guy awakened the abilities of an A-class hellhound beast. Many were not surprised by this, after all. It was Yang Xiao himself. Chu Junyao was impressed. She didn't think that this guy would be so strong and awaken an A-class ability. Ling Qi was next. She was surprised that he came to the exam. The guy considered himself a boss and thought that he would show everyone a masterclass when he went on stage. The teenagers laughed and did not believe that the guy had any ability, and they thought that he only came to entertain them. Yang Xiao believed that in this way, Lin decided to say goodbye to the last drops of his dignity. The guy thought that this reaction from the audience was because he was cool. The teacher told Lin that his fly was undone, which he definitely did not expect. He understood that the fly was not the main thing. The main thing was his ability. Lin told everyone to lose whatever opinion they had about him. He created a cosmic sphere and held it for some time. All the teachers were shocked by this, because they did not expect this from Lin. He asked them how they rate his SSS grade. The teacher said that this was just an FFF class ability, and the application was unknown to him. The guy didn't understand how the FFF class was unknown. All the stands laughed at this ability and thought that he was joking, thus showing this level. Yang Xiao told him that he did not disappoint him by showing such an unknown level. Lin tried his best and did not think that everything would turn out like this. Hong Ye appeared behind him and said she would help him. The students from the stands noticed how the potential of Ling Kui's ability began to rise sharply. The teacher was surprised that the guy continued to grow at such a high speed. He said that this was a completely new record, an S-class ability potential. Holders of such skill with due diligence could reach A-class and higher. Yang Xiao believed that Lin was cheating and this simply could not happen. The teacher told him that although he had FFF class ability, he had S-class potential, which was 1 in a million. 10 minutes later, the students were in the waiting area for the second stage participants. Yang Xiao came to tell Ling Ke that he would not survive the second stage, and even his potential would not help him. The guy understood that he was simply jealous of him, so he decided to ask him about it directly. This infuriated Yang Xiao, and he told the guy that he would not envy someone like him and asked him to prove his strength. He was again faced with a choice: ignoring him, receiving +3 to agility, satisfying his desires and giving what he deserved, receiving +3 to strength, and hugging him, receiving a reward, +3 to intelligence. The guy chose the second and taught Yan Xiao a lesson because he could not ignore his request, for which I received a reward for completing the task, +3 to strength. Yang Xiao didn't understand how he dared to do this. Even his father didn't treat him the way he did. A girl came to them and asked them to stop all this, because the second stage was about to begin. She asked the past students to come with her to the site of the new stage. Lin noticed a chevron with the Tenshi emblem on her sleeve, which meant that she was from Kanglin Academy. On the trip, the girl introduced herself. Her name was Sutan. She was a senior student at the Kanglin Academy, and she also conducted the exam. She said that the second stage of the exam was especially important, and those who could pass it would immediately enter Kanglin Academy and become official students. Sutang noticed how Lin was looking at her figure, and she incinerated him with her gaze. The bus driver saw a flock of bats flying ahead, directly towards him. But it was already too late. Since they were too close, he was unable to control the controls. Lin didn't understand why the bus overturned. And where were there so many bats in one place? Sutan was shocked by the number of monsters she saw. The girl ordered the students to unite and finish off all the flying monsters. Lin knew that something was wrong because they couldn't just engage in battle. And Yang Xiao decided that this was the most necessary moment to take revenge on him. Yang Xiao awakened the Hellhound Beast's abilities and sent the monster straight to the guy's head. But Lin managed to send the bat back. Yang Xiao was very angry and told Lin that he would not be able to hide from him. Meanwhile, Sutan dealt with the last monster and declared their victory. But that was not all. An earthquake began under their feet, and many chains flew out from under the ground and tightly grabbed the students. Then a biker appeared and used chains to hold them in the air. He called himself a gym boss, and he appreciated the cute faces of these students. The gym boss approached the girl and apologized for all this, but her boyfriend, who wanted to save his girlfriend, did not like this. The boss told him that he would touch him instead of his girlfriend. Sutan got out of his chains and hurried to help the rest of the students. Running past Lin, the guy asked her to untie him, but she had no time for that. The girl could not resist him. He was too strong for her. Lin did not let her fall. He considered himself a hero who always appears at a critical moment. The guy had a choice: escape with Sutan, for which he would receive 2 points in dexterity, or ask to let everyone go, for which the reward is 2 points in strength, and the latter defeat him and receive a reward of 1 fragment of ability improvement. He chose the third option because he was there to defeat him. The opponent was a B-class demon. The students did not understand how he was going to defeat him, but they thought that he had revealed his potential and would succeed. This was a bad idea because as soon as he flew up in hopes of attacking him, the exact opposite happened. They were disappointed that it didn't work out for him, because he was their last hope. The demoness Hong Ye appeared behind him again. She explained to him that he needed to concentrate all his spiritual energy into his right hand and attack the monster. He was glad that she appeared, and that she told him how to use her ability. Hong Ye was too close to him. He assumed that she wanted to kiss him. But since he is a man, Lin decided to get ahead of her, taking the initiative into his own hands. She suddenly changed her appearance to a demonic one and told him to go into battle. He was scared because he didn't expect her to do this. All this time it was his vision, and all the students were screaming and trying to wake up Lin so that he could help them. He decided to take the situation more seriously, while behind him the students asked him not to pretend to be a hero and save them. The gym boss launched his chain straight at Lin. Sutan was worried about the guy and warned him of the danger, but he was not taken aback and grabbed his chain, telling the gym boss that the blow was too weak. He didn't expect this from some boy. Lin spun him around, holding onto the chain, and threw the brute. Su Tang and Yang Xiao did not understand how he became so strong, and where did he get such power from. The gym boss appreciated how skillfully the guy threw him. He decided not to play games with him and chain him up. Lin didn't expect the gym boss to drift like that. Stopping, he swung his chain again. But then Sutan intervened and crushed it with one touch. The gym boss appreciated the way she attacked from behind. He thought they stood up to him admirably. But while he was distracted by Sutan, he did not notice how Lin sat down next to him. The guy told the gym boss that he had started all this in vain. Sutan caught him and threw him off the motorcycle, which was definitely not what the gym boss expected. He ran out of energy, and instead of dealing with them, he decided to take them with him. Since he wanted to blow himself up with magical power, they began to run away. The students thought they wouldn't see them after such a powerful blast, but they noticed their shadow in the cloud of smoke. They were lucky that they managed to escape. Sutan asked Ling Ke if he would pretend to be a hero. The guy had crowds of fans. Yang Xiao envied him and did not understand where he got so much strength. Lin received a shard for the task to improve his ability, which he was happy about. While he was thinking about his future, the students noticed something in the sky. This was the announcement that the second phase had been completed. Lin didn't understand whether they really put them in such danger for the sake of some stage. From the flying sphere, they heard that this stage was aimed at practical skills, and the cameras recorded who performed well. Students who performed well officially became students of the Santhal Academy. Su Tang was angry that she was not warned. After all, she had to conduct an exam. She was told that the academy did this in order to create a realistic environment. Afterwards, it was announced that the student who scored the most points on the exam was Ling Kui. Lin pretended that everything was as it should be, after which all the girls were crazy about him. Sutan understood that the guy hid great potential within himself, and if he does, in the future he will shock the entire academy. After the exam, Lin returned back to his home. The younger sister was really looking forward to an answer about whether he passed. The guy said that he was so cool that he couldn't help but pass. He also boasted of his ability and the fact that he entered the Santal Academy. While he was having fun, she didn't understand whether her brother would leave when he studied there. Ling Si wished him a good rest and said that she would prepare dinner for him. She also asked him not to forget to share this news with his older sister. Lin thanked her for this. He called his older sister and told him that he had passed the exam successfully. She was glad to hear it, and if their father was alive, he would definitely be glad to hear it. Ling Hua hoped that he would not stop there. His older sister was so busy that he could not imagine when they would see each other. Lin didn't understand why he was feeling dizzy again. Hong Ye appeared in front of him again. Lin realized that it was because of her. He asked not to behave so provocatively. The girl said that she needed him and she could teach him to increase his strength. But in return, he had to promise her something. She wanted him to marry her. That was the condition. Hong Ye said that he must sign a spiritual contract with her, after which they will get married. But Lin replied that he couldn't just get married, and he needed time to get to know each other better. But she couldn't stand it for so long, so she took the initiative into her own hands and tied a blood contract with him. The blood was their witness, and thus they entered into marriage. Thousands of years ago, demons and gods descended into this world. They killed people, and the heroes suffered defeats, and so on for 1,000 years, until Hong Ye was reborn. Lin is very tired. The guy didn't understand why he was seeing Hong Ye's memories from the past world. His younger sister came to him and called him for breakfast. Waking up, the guy was wondering where Hong Ye had gone and what happened in her past world. He wanted to find out more about this from her, and since he was going to Kanglin Academy, he needed to say goodbye to his little sister Ling Shi. He went to the bus, and his younger sister accompanied him. The girl really didn't want her brother to leave her. He said that he was not leaving forever and would visit her during the holidays. Lin became more and more attached to this girl, but unfortunately, he could not take her with him. The guy asked her not to be upset and said that they would meet very soon. The bus driver couldn't wait long for him to talk there, so he hurried the guy to take his seats faster. Ling Si accompanied him even when he was already driving. The girl did not want to wait for him to return. She wanted to come to him herself. Lin appreciated Kanglin Academy and liked it very much. But the main thing for him was that there were many beautiful girls. Before he had time to visit the academy, the guy was discussed by girls who admired him. He understood that the beauties needed to be put off for later, and first he needed to report his arrival in the teacher's room. In the hall of students, the guys were arguing with the girl about whose outstanding first-year year would be. While they were arguing, Lin came there, in whom many were interested. The guy asked how he could help them. They knew he was the outstanding freshman of the year, and that's why they wanted to grab him. One of them asked him to recognize them as his teacher, for which they offered him a high-quality medicine. Others suggested making him popular throughout the school for this. Lin asked them to calm down and resolve this issue normally. The teacher told Van not to mention his super medicine because he couldn't even prepare a pill, let alone the medicine. They argued about who would train the guy. Lin was not surprised by this because Kanglin Academy had its own traditions. The girl turned to Ling Kei, introducing herself as Tang Ling's teacher. She suggested that he go to her, but other teachers heard this and told her not to touch their student. Tanlin asked not to listen to those uneducated teachers, to which the guy agreed with her, because he liked her. She said that she would provide him with a better hostel and a special place in the future if he accepted her as his teacher. The teachers understood that they would not be able to provide equal competition to Tang Ling, after which Lin asked to accept him as a student, which she was happy about. Kissing him on the forehead, she asked him to practice well and not let her down, adding that if he lets her down, he won't feel good. Their conversation was noticed by Yan Xiao, and he was not very happy about this turn of events. Lin liked the fact that there was a separate dormitory there. A neighbor, on the contrary, noticed Lin and wanted to get to know him. The guy asked to call him Xiang Qiang. He was also a student of Tang Lin, and according to the teacher's orders, he was the highest in rank, so he would help him with advice. Extending his hand, he asked Xiang Qiang to take care of him. The guy said that you don't have to call him that formally, but you can call him Fatty. Lin noticed that the guy was quite cheerful. The fat man asked Lin what he thought about teacher Tang Ling. The guy replied that he liked her. Fatty understood that Lin definitely agreed after seeing her beauty, and he assumed that she had promised him a special position in the future. The guy didn't understand if she was lying to him. The fat man said that he had once been fooled like that too, and as a person who had endured a lot, he wanted to warn the guy that teacher Tang Lin had fooled him. Lin didn't understand whether teacher Tang Lin was really as insidious as this fat man said she was. The fat man decided not to hide it and tell him that the nickname of the teacher Tin Lin in translation is Witch, and what she promised was a complete nightmare. And in the end, Tang Ling's special position was simply a bluff, and the hamster believed that Lin had nothing to do in this place. This scared him because he thought he was learning something new. Lin told the elder that he was fine and would look forward to the moment when teacher Tang Ling began to act. But everything was fine with the hamster, since he simply warned him about it. Yang Xiao came to complain to his grandfather about Ling Kei and said that he had become Tang Ling's student. Since he was competing with him, Yang Xiao was afraid that he would lose his authority, and so he asked his grandfather to help with this. To which he was glad to help his grandson. He said he would calm this arrogant guy down for his antics. Lin was having a good time. The guy didn't even think that the hostel had its own spa. He didn't expect to see Hong Ye there. Lin assumed that she lived inside him, which is why she appeared so suddenly. Hong Ye said that she lives in his spirit world. The girl explained that the spiritual world is a space created from the hidden energy that was inside the spirits, and Lin's spiritual world was simply huge, but the power was weak, so it could not be used to its fullest. And so she entered into a marriage contract with him, because it was beneficial for her to live in his spiritual world because of the internal energy, since her world was destroyed. But their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lin did not understand who decided to come at that very moment. The guy warned that for the fact that they distracted him from such an important matter, he could punish them. But there was no one even in the yard. It was a very strange joke from someone unknown. The guy noticed that someone was hiding in the bushes. He dodged something that flew into the house at breakneck speed. It was the yellow ferret who believed that Lin was not entirely weak since he managed to dodge his attack. And he wondered if the guy thought he looked human. Lin knew about the legend when a talking yellow ferret came to people at midnight and asked them questions. What the person would answer was that he would turn into it. The guy didn't understand why he needed it, because he took on the form. The ferret saw that the guy was confused and decided to attack him. But he immediately received scissors from Hong Yi. The girl did not understand how the rat dared to attack his husband. The guy considered this a very vile act on the part of the ferret. The girl decided to get rid of this pest, but Lin asked his love not to do this. Hong Ye was very pleased that he called her his beloved. Since the ferret came to them on its own, Lin wanted to turn it into something edible, like food. The ferret was sad. He did not consider himself appetizing. But the guy believed that not every day there is an opportunity to try something like this. He was outraged, because he considered himself quite cute, and did not want to be eaten by two demons. The guy told him that if he didn't want to become food, he had to tell who sent him. But he wasn't going to talk because ferrets don't give up. After Lin told his beloved that they would have a delicious dinner on the coals, the yellow ferret admitted that Yang Guan had sent him. Lin knew that this was Yang Xiao's grandfather, and he was a high-ranking person in Kanglin Academy. Since they had decided to get rid of him, he knew he had to be careful. He had three options: release the ferret and get an S-rank talent pill, kill it, and get 6 ability enhancement shards, or become a chef and get a supreme steel frying pan. He understood that the first option had a very good reward, because getting a pill that improves physical abilities is cool. But letting go of the ferret could lead to difficulties. Lin told the ferret that he was letting him go because he felt sorry for living creatures. The ferret couldn't believe it, but the guy added that he really didn't intend to eat it. The ferret was very grateful to him for this. Since the task was completed, the system awarded him a pill and added it to his inventory. Lin didn't expect the task to count, so he decided to stop pretending to be a good guy. The ferret tried to escape from this den of demons as quickly as possible. Lin asked this cutie where was he going. The ferret was confused because the man let him go. Lin replied that he changed his mind because he was hungry. After the ferret heard the word frying pan, he fainted. Hong Ye wondered if he would eat it, but the guy had a much better idea than just a treat. The next day, the ferret was in the role of a watchdog, which he was surprised about. He was sad to realize this, because he had lived more than half his life, and did not understand how some guy managed to tame him as a dog. The next morning, Lin woke up in the same bed with Hong Yi. After he took the pill he received as a reward, he had a headache and a fever. But Hong Ye took care of him and protected him all night. He realized that having a wife was not as bad as he thought. Waking up, the girl noticed that Lin had become much stronger and more beautiful. Approaching the mirror, the guy examined his body, and most likely it was the effect of the pill. He felt that his body was filled with strength. Although Hong Ye didn't know where he got the pill from, she warned him not to be so happy. She said that the pill he took could greatly increase his strength, but with his current body, he would not be able to fully absorb such power. At night, Hong Ye helped him so that he would not feel bad. But if Lin fully wanted to accept the power of the pill, then he needed to strengthen his body to S rank. Then he could constantly refine his muscles. Hearing this, he caught fire and offered to develop together using this method. But Hong Ye did not want to use pills to increase her strength. Lin hugged his wife and said a lot of pleasant endearments to her. But so that he would not overdo it, she decided to talk about one way to quickly restore muscles. It was to constantly receive physical pain. In simple terms, he needed to spar daily to keep his muscles challenged. At Kanglin Academy, a ceremony was held to honor the freshmen, and all students were asked to come onto the field. Lin doubted the method that Hong Ye advised him. There he met the hamster, who noticed that the guy was in a bad mood, and he told him that he had a ceremony soon. To which Lin replied that his mood was due to a lot of attention. The female students looked at Lin as he passed by and commented on his beauty. In their opinion, he was the cutest freshman. He was offered all sorts of juices, and the guy was pleased to be the center of attention. But he decided to remain cold to everyone. Lin found his teacher among the crowd. She never thought he would come. She introduced him to his senior ranks, a girl named Murong Qingyue and a guy named Ho Teng, and also Su Tan. She was also in his group. He could see the girl earlier. She was conducting an exam for beginners. Su Tan complained about him, saying that the guy was late on the first day. In response, Lin complimented her on her appearance, telling the girl that she had become prettier in a couple of days. Su Tang did not approve of his compliment and wanted to teach him a lesson, but Lin dodged her blow and began to mock. Murong Qingyue approached Su Tang and began to calm the girl down, saying that Lin was his own enemy and there was no need to be so angry. He was fooling around, running away from the girl, and she could not catch up with him. Afterwards, he did not notice how he bumped into his teacher. Tang Ling told the guy that he didn't move well. Tang Ling found little information about him. She did not think that he was Ling Yuan's son. The hamster was surprised by this because the guy was the son of his idol. The other students were also surprised by this because Lin Yuan was the strongest person in Canlin City in the past. Lin himself had vague memories of his adoptive father, and he didn't think that so many people knew him. Chu Junyao noticed that the guy looked much stronger than before. She didn't understand what methods the 7th group witch Tang Ling used to improve him. Yang Xiao did not understand why the yellow ferret sent by his grandfather did not return, and the Ling also looked normal, which indicated that the mission was a failure. All the freshmen lined up on the field for the ceremony. They were greeted by the deputy director of the academy, Kanglin Xuanyang. He was glad to see them. Since they all came with the hope of becoming the strongest, Xuanyang said that he would look forward to good results from them. He called the outstanding freshmen onto the stage to praise them and to present them with their personal Tsanal emblems. Lin wondered what these emblems were. Komyak told him that this award is given by the academy only to outstanding first-year students and serves as a student card for all events held at the academy. At the same time, it is spatial storage, which was very convenient. Lin was surprised that there were such things. The hamster showed off his emblem, to which Lin replied that it was unexpected that he was entrusted with such a thing to someone like him. The hamster did not like the way Lin spoke about him, and the guy asked for forgiveness and said that it was just his opinion. The first to receive the emblem was the outstanding first-year student of the first group, Chu Junyao, for which the girl gave a grateful speech for this and said that she would not let them down. The second was the outstanding freshman of the second group, Yang Xiao. The guy said that he would fight for the title of the strongest in Kanglin Academy. Lin believed that Yang Xiao's performance did not deserve this emblem, and he was given it because of his connections, and at that moment it was his turn to receive the award. The system again gave him a choice. Give a speech to exalt himself and receive a reward, +5 to dexterity. Give a daring speech and receive, +5 to strength. Or give a positive speech and receive, +5 to charm. Since charm glasses appeared this time, the guy realized that he could attract more attention to himself, so he wanted to become the most charming. The guy chose the third and gave a speech saying that he was unusually glad to accept the title of outstanding freshman, but he believed that he was not worthy of it. Chu Junyao didn't understand why Lin talked about himself like that. The guy said that he was just a worthless weakling with no strength, and he could not feel the greatness of the academy. He thanked everyone for their kind attitude towards him and said that he would try hard to become a pillar of the academy in the future. Chu Junyao did not think that he was so handsome, and because of his modesty, the girl thought that she had fallen in love with him. Yang Xiao was angry because Lin had stolen all his respect. Lin received a reward for making such a speech, and all of the above was a lie. After which the guy said a bad word about everyone. They were not happy with such statements from Lin, after which the guy told those whom he had offended to come out and start sparring with him. Lin did this in order to quickly learn the method of muscle recovery. As the welcoming ceremony was coming to an end, Xuanyang asked all the students to leave the field. Lin allowed them to attack him altogether. Senior Hamster asked all the students to do him a favor this time and omit Ling Kuei, which of course the guy didn't expect. Since this arrangement of events did not suit Lin, he said things about Hamster and Huten, saying that they should have returned to the village and herded the animals. The senior ranks did not like this very much, and they canceled the request they asked for, after which the offenders dealt with him. and Chu Junyao was not surprised by his behavior. Murong Qingyue told Su Tang that she was not mistaken about Lin being his own enemy, and suggested they go see that spectacle. Teacher Tang Lin understood that since he did not oppose them, it meant that he needed it. But no one even wanted to approach him for sparring. Lin said that he was a super cool master who had no equal. The guy had been standing there since the morning and didn't understand. Did no one really want to fight him? Hong Ye came to him and asked them to come another day, but Lin couldn't just give it all up. He wanted to obtain all the power of the pill and obtain an S-rank body. He didn't want to give up and wanted to achieve this by any means necessary. The students were very infuriated by this, and they wanted to spar with him. Lin didn't understand why it was so difficult to find someone to fight with. A guy approached him and said that if he wanted it so badly, then there was an option to confess his love to Mo Qingcheng, who was one of the 4 beauties of the academy. Lin understood that since she was one of the 4 beauties, she had many admirers, and by declaring his love for her, he would definitely be chased by those who liked her. He wrote to the academy's public page that Mo Qingcheng was his girlfriend, and anyone who didn't like it could talk to him about it. Not even a minute had passed before a whole crowd of dissatisfied students ran towards him, which he was glad about. They told him not to even dream about their goddess. And since they had put up with his antics for too long, the students decided to deal with him. Lin realized that by writing to the public he made a big mistake, because there were too many of them. Hong Ye told her lover that she would return to the spiritual world and wished him to train hard. Mo Qingcheng looked at his publication and was pleasantly surprised, because he was the first who dared to so boldly confess his love to her. Lin didn't understand what feeling washed over him. At the same time he liked it, and at the same time not very much. The students called him very persistent and said that they would teach him a good lesson for such antics. His teacher Tan Lin stood up for the guy. She was wondering if they were going too far in bullying her student. The students were scared because Tang Lin warned them that they had 3 seconds to leave. She understood that this was some kind of training method, but the guy denied it and told her that she was beautiful. Tang Ling was surprised by his statements in her direction and said that a spiritual source would soon open. Lin wondered, was this something left over from the spirit master? She revealed that it was a hot spring with spiritual power that could help him become stronger. And all he had to do was concentrate on his strength, because there would be other participants fighting for him. Tanlin said that the time had come for her to fulfill her promise to his special position, which the guy was happy about. Lin didn't understand why Hamster was intimidating him, saying about this special situation that it didn't mean anything good, but he didn't want to back down. At noon, they came to the mountain, which was located behind the academy. There, Lin trained his abilities while running away from a huge boulder, and did not understand whether this was his special position. Tang Ling told him to speed up, otherwise he might die. A special situation was called Devilish Trials. She told him to do push-ups as she sat on his back. Lin didn't understand whether this was happiness or misfortune. It was funny for the elders to watch this, because they warned him about it. Afterwards, he needs to overcome his fear of heights and jump on the trampoline. Lin found it very difficult to go through this special situation and wanted to leave. But he understood that real men cannot give up and say, I can't. Lin didn't eat or sleep all day. He thought she was a devil who came up with her crazy training sessions. But the guy was glad that he had the opportunity to rest. She was curious to know what he knew about his father Lin Yuan's past. Lin said that when his father was alive, he did not talk much about his past, and he learned about many things related to him from third parties. She said that his father was a great man. 10 years ago, an army of demons invaded the city of Chenglin. They killed countless citizens and humanity found itself in unprecedented danger. His father, Lin Yuan, fearlessly fought against them and defended the city with his Basilard unit. She was also in that detachment, and she was lucky to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. They protected people by killing demons and fought for the future of humanity. Unfortunately, there were too many demons, and there were S-class demons. After the battles, their squad, Basilard, finally repelled the attack of the demons. But his father and other team members died at the altar of victory. The guy did not know that his father gave his life defending humanity, and he was pleased to be the son of such a great hero. He said that after arriving in this world, he quickly had to forget about a comfortable life. Because people did not live in peacetime, they only lived in a peaceful place. The price for a short time of peace and tranquility was the blood and lives of his father and other members of his team. After Lin's father died, his older sister joined the superpower department and continued to fight demons to protect the city. And since Lin came to this world, he understood that his goal was to protect all of humanity. And the guy wanted to become stronger before his time of peace expired in order to do good. He told the teacher that he wanted to continue this difficult training. Lin did several thousand push-ups in order to achieve the result. The academy discussed the issue of expelling Ling Ke, since this was what Yang Xiao's grandfather wanted. This is Mu He. He was an outstanding student of the second group. Yang Guang gave him 1,000 spiritual stones so that Mu He would deal with Lin, and more than one mistake could not be made. He asked the old man not to worry, since he was an A-rank student with the right to participate in the fight for the spiritual source, so his strength surpassed Lin's. Mu He said that he would return for his reward as soon as he dealt with Lin. In the morning, Lin told Hongyi that he was going to a spiritual source while the boy had breakfast on the way. With the help of his wife and teacher Tang Lin's demonic training and pill, Lin would soon be able to create an S-rank body. Lin noticed how the yellow ferret seemed somehow depressed. He came up to ask what happened, but the ferret was only unhappy. The guy decided to appease him with a chicken leg, but in response he only snorted. Without thinking twice, he decided to take a bite and asked not to tell anyone about it. While leaving, Lin heard from the yellow ferret that these days you need to be more careful. He said since he had not returned, his boss would not wait long and would send someone else to get him. Lin appreciated the kindness of this yellow one, but the ferret did not like being called that. The students were shown the location of their spiritual source, where they would improve their abilities. Lin was impressed that there was such a natural place near the city. Tang Ling said that each disciple had 500 spiritual stones stored in the Kanglin emblem. This was a gift to them from the academy, and these stones will be useful to them for a spiritual source, but they must be used wisely. Lin wondered what kind of stones these were. Hamster said that this is a type of natural stone that contains energy, and it can be used to restore spiritual strength and also as currency. As soon as the source was discovered, the students had to take their place as quickly as possible. Sutan hurried everyone and asked them to take their seats. Lin's teacher told him that she would be waiting for him near the entrance to the spring. He asked her not to worry and said that he would definitely return. The students assumed that each spiritual source was located in a separate cave room, and they thought that it would be nice if Kanglin Academy had a similar place. Hamster decided to leave Lin, saying that he would first help the girls find a place. The guy was not happy that he would have to look for the source alone. He noticed that Yang Xiao was also there, so he needed to be careful there. He didn't have the slightest idea where he needed to go. He found a large gate and assumed that something interesting was hidden there. Having knocked down the doors, he was scared because he did not expect to see two girls bathing there. One of the girls was the one Lin had confessed to in the academy community. He had a choice: look at them and get +5 to agility, jump to them and throw an aqua disco and get +6 fragments, ask them for forgiveness and get +5 to strength. Since everything turned out this way, he understood that his apologies would not be needed there, and he decided to swim with them. Lin chose the aqua disco option and plopped down next to them. They kicked him away, but the task succeeded, and Lin received 6 shards of the ability. Mu He, seeing that Lin was in Mo Qingcheng's room, was not happy with this. Although it was unpleasant to fly out of the room and he only found a small source, he was glad that he saw Mu He and received a reward from the system. Lin decided to bathe in this spring. He really liked its dense spiritual power. Hong Ye appeared in front of him and she was wondering why he was having fun with other girls. She was angry with him and decided to take revenge for this. Lin didn't think his wife was so jealous. Then someone broke into the walls of the cave room. It was Mu He, and he was wondering why he dared to break into his Qingcheng's room. Lin recognized him. He was in the cave and communicated with Yang Xiao. Mu He was very angry with him and he attacked the guy using his claws, but Lin managed to dodge, after which he struck a strong blow with his paw at the source. They fell under the source. Lin didn't expect that there was something else underneath him. He managed to cling to the edge of the cliff, but Mu He managed to grab his leg. Since Lin couldn't hold on for long, the two of them were in free fall into the unknown. Flying into the abyss, mockingly, Mu He considered his mission accomplished. Hong Ye reappeared and wanted to help Lin, but the guy saw that there was water at the bottom of the abyss. Both of them and Mu He dived into unknown depths. Lin saw that there was land under the water, which he definitely did not expect. Hong Ye managed to catch Lin, which made the guy incredibly happy. Before the fall, Mu He asked not to boast about his wife Ling Ke. Looking at him from above, he realized that he was very lucky to have such a wife. He couldn't imagine that there could be space underneath the spiritual source. Lin assumed that there was something hidden there and asked Hong Ye if they should have gone there. She was all for it. She was pleased that he was interested in her opinion. Having descended to the bottom, they realized that Mu He had crashed. She asked Lin what he felt, But the guy didn't feel anything because it was his own fault that he attacked him. And the only thing he could do was take everything he had with him so that Mu-hee could safely leave the world. Hong Ye approved of this action. Lin found spirit stones in his possession that he would no longer need. The girl noticed that the dark energy in the vicinity was very strong. She assumed that a large number of demons had accumulated nearby. Lin thought that other demons were just as beautiful, but Hong Ye did not appreciate this joke and said that this area was dangerous and the most terrible demons lived in it. He wondered why the area was so bright. She said that the demonic area was the sinister territory of demons, and it was especially dangerous for people. Lin realized that they had invaded directly into the home of these creatures. In the distance, they heard someone laughing, which alerted them, and someone threw a small ball at their feet. Taking it in his hands, he became interested in who it could belong to. Two demonic creatures appeared in front of him, who asked him to play football with them, and if he refused, they said that they would kill him. He had a choice: return the ball and spend time with them, for which he will receive a reward, +3 to strength; refuse and piss them off, for which he will receive +5 to strength; or kill one and become the enemy of all demons with reward of +8 to strength. Looking at these two cute little devils, he wanted to play football with them. They were very happy that Lin agreed to spend time with them. He fired the ball so hard that it began to glow with a bright flame, and he hit one of the demons straight, after which he fell after such a strong serve. The imp saw that it killed the second one. He did not expect that football could turn out like this for them. He began to cry bitter tears, blaming the man for this, and saying that he had invaded their territory, for which Lin received 8 strength points for completing the task. Hong, you warned the guy that the imp was calling others and he had to leave, but Lin didn't want to. Since he had almost completely mastered the pill, the guy considered this an excellent opportunity to finish it off. Many evil goblins came to the imp, and they were wondering who dared to offend their brother. He began to mock them and really wanted them to take revenge on him. They didn't understand why he was behaving so strangely, but one thing they knew for sure was that they would have delicious kebab. Lin's plan worked successfully. They surrounded him and avenged their brother. The goblins did not understand what the demoness was doing there, but since she did nothing and just watched, they decided not to touch her. Lin was very resistant to this and asked them to continue. They understood that it was not that he was crazy, but that he had superpowers. And when they realized this, they were even more happy about it, because these always tasted better. But the guy understood that this was not part of his plan. Hong Ye couldn't look at it. She understood that if this continued, they would eat him. The girl was already going to help, when suddenly she noticed a light breaking through the smoke. The line lit up with a bright light, and all the demonic creatures were thrown away from it. The guy found the S-rank body he had wanted for so long. He told Hong Ye that they needed to team up to defeat all the remaining goblins. Ahead, they had to fight with a considerable number of demonic creatures. After Lin found the body he wanted, he began to fight much more confidently. Hong Ye congratulated him on his new S-rank body. The guy was incredibly glad that all his torment led to such a result. The body had a special sensitivity, and when Lin used the power, he could feel the heat flowing throughout his body. And like a phoenix, he was reborn from the ashes. The guy felt a strange feeling that scared him. Hong Ye said that it was the aura of a demon higher than B class. Perhaps it was the Demon King himself. First, she needed to get Lin out of there, and then return to the spirit world. They successfully escaped from the demonic abyss. There his elders were waiting for him along with teacher Tanlin. They said that he was very lucky to get out of that world. The aura of the strongest demon burst out from the demonic abyss. Teacher Tanglin told them to get out of there and that she could handle the demonic creature. Lin didn't understand what kind of demon it was that even Teacher Tang had become so serious. The teachers still had to calm the demonic creatures, directing all their forces at them. After returning home, Lin watched the academy news, and there was nothing about Mu-hee's body, which was in the demonic realm. Lin assumed that he had been eaten by demons. Lin received a message from Hamster, which said that due to the temporary closure of the spiritual source, the academy had decided to compensate the students for this loss, and everyone would be given spiritual jasper. Since the guy didn't know what it was, Hong Ye said that it was the energy core of demons, in which their spiritual power accumulates. After the death of a demon, spiritual jasper can fall out. Its quality depends on the power level of the demon itself. Having received it, you can process the power accumulated in it, and there is a chance to gain a superpower. Watching their conversations, the yellow ferret was infuriated that they did not allow him to rest properly. The guy warned Hong Ye that he needed to go. Before leaving, He decided to feed the yellow one some chicken soup. The ferret didn't really believe that Lin Kei's conscience had awakened, and he decided to feed him. Lin was thus grateful to the yellow one, because if he had not warned him about Yang Xiao, he most likely would not have returned. Ferret asked if he realized he was good, but Lin ignored him, telling Hongyi that he had a back pain, and she replied that she would give him a massage in the evening. The ferret understood that Ling Kui was not like everyone else, since Yang Guang did not value him and forced him to help him. But although the guy was shameless towards him, he still considered him good. Yang Xiao did not understand why Lin was still alive, and time after time the guy got away with it. He asked his grandfather to send someone else, since he did not like Lin. Yang Guang told him that he was too young and he could not act rashly in this matter, adding that they would have such an opportunity in the future, they just had to wait. At noon, Lin and Hamster came to the treasury to obtain spiritual jasper. The hamster said that the sleeping grandfather was the guardian of the treasury, and everyone called him Old Man. Lin joked, saying that it would be better to call him Master Old Man. But Hamster asked him to be more serious. Waking up, the old man saw that two young guys had come to him. Lin didn't understand how it was. The old man just looked at him, and a trembling ran through his body. The old man told the students to follow him. He led them inside the treasury. Lin did not understand what kind of cubes were located there. Hamster said that these were repositories of spiritual jasper. They were unusually strong and sealed with a spell, and it was very difficult to open them. They are used to test strength, and in the past Hamster even managed to open one cube. The old man allowed them to begin, saying that the way to open the box depended only on them. Lin asked Hamster, as the one who managed to open this box, what was the easiest way to open it? To which she replied that the easiest way is to use brute force. The elders used all methods to open this box. While others were racking their brains and not understanding how to open it, Hamster used the brute force of magic, and he did it. He was able to open the box, which surprised Lin. After all, the guy didn't expect that he was so strong. The hamster was not happy with the jasper since it was very ordinary. Lin was thinking about which box to choose. It was a familiar feeling. It reminded him of a lottery from a past life. The system gave him a task. Open the box in the usual way and get +5 to strength. Break the box hard and get +8 to strength. Or pretend to be a beginner and get +4 to strength. Lin chose to break the box hard, for which he received 8 points in strength. The elders were shocked by what they saw. The hamster told the guy to change his name to Lin Crusher. The old man asked the guy to tell him how he broke the box so easily. Lin replied that he himself told them to open it, but did not say exactly how. So he broke it with his bare hands. The guy broke one box after another because he wanted to find rare jasper, but the old man asked not to break everything. The students understood that they needed to take advantage of the opportunity and take jasper from the boxes that Lin broke. The elders also decided not to miss this opportunity. Sutan didn't think this was a good idea and called the two useless. The old man asked the guy to calm down and said that he had something to show him. Lin wondered why the old man brought him there. He told the guy that he had brought him so that he could choose a worthy spiritual jasper for himself and leave those boxes to other students. There was his collection of rare spiritual jaspers, and since Lin is very strong, the old man believed that such talent should be well rewarded. As an incentive, he allowed him to choose one of his choice. He didn't know which one to choose because they were all beautiful, and then he heard Hong Ye's voice. The girl told him that red spiritual jasper was quite good. It belonged to a flaming demon, although it was F rank and had little spiritual energy, but it could allow the owner to master the power of fire. Although his body had reached S rank, his ability had not fully manifested itself, and this jasper was perfect for him. The old man understood that the guy had chosen one of the best jaspers. He was not surprised that his choice fell on her. After all, he was the son of Lin Yuan himself, who also had a good feeling. The system discovered spiritual jasper and suggested that the guy absorb spiritual energy. Lin didn't think the system was capable of this, but he agreed. He absorbed the energy of jasper, and his Qi-Yu ability developed in the fiery direction. The guy had access to a new skill, Fiery Fist. He was glad that his wife recommended this jasper to him. The old man was shocked to see that Lin was able to absorb spiritual energy directly into himself. Because of his existing ability, the fire element had awakened, and he urgently needed to unlock the skill on his left hand. The old man could not understand where the guy got such an ability. The system congratulated him on acquiring the new ability, Qi Yu, on his left hand. He thought he was cool, because now the guy had abilities on both hands. Although Lin was happy about this, he understood that the full form of Chi Yu's power was not complete, and he needed to try harder. The old man understood that with such abilities of this guy, the academy had a great future. The hamster came running with bad news. He told Ling Ke that it was necessary to urgently look for an emergency exit, since Mo Qingcheng's fans were coming for him. Lin knew this was a great opportunity to test his new ability, but the hamster warned him that this time the main bully Breeze was there, and he was very strong. But even such news could not stop him, because the desire to test a new ability was much higher than this. At the entrance there was a crowd of Mo Qingcheng fans waiting for Lin. The guy told his brother Feng that if they didn't wait for Lin, it meant he was chickening out. After not waiting long, the guy left the treasury. Lin asked them who was in charge among them and controlled all the youngsters. They did not understand why Lin allowed himself so much, and asked why he confessed his love to their goddess Mo Qingcheng. But he did not want to talk to them for a long time, and told them to attack. Feng was angered by this and used his Gigantopithecus ability. This happened so quickly that the hamster could hardly see his trace. He understood that Lin was finished, but the guy easily parried his blow. Since he didn't hit it, Lin started teasing him. Feng was angry, and to double his chances of winning, he began to call his brother for help. His brother had the ability to summon a cannon. They were shocked when they saw such an ability. Lin guessed that it was an Italian cannon. He decided not to hesitate and attack them first, showing off his new ability. But while the guy activated his fiery fist, they combined their powers to accurately hit the target. Hamster was surprised when he saw Lin's new spiritual Jasper ability. The students heard a strong explosion and did not understand what had happened. They came to the place where it happened, and there they saw the crater formed after the explosion. Feng thought that the guy had the most ordinary ability. He did not understand when everything had changed so much. He wondered how Lin managed to shift the direction of the attack, and why he decided to spare them. The guy warned Feng not to get in his way again, otherwise he wouldn't be so merciful to them. Hamster was happy for him, and he wondered if the spiritual Jasper he chose was of high level. But Lin replied that it was an ordinary F-rank Jasper, and he needed to train his abilities. Watching what was happening, the old man realized that teacher Tang Ling had found herself a good student, and the fact that this young man will be very useful in the future. The younger sister really missed her brother, and she came to see him. She asked her elder sister to ask the academy for Lin's address and was glad to finally meet him. But since her brother was not at home, she decided to wait for him inside. Seeing that someone unknown had sneaked into their territory, the yellow ferret took off his bandages and told the girl to get out of there. Yellow was confused. He didn't understand why he started defending the territory of the house. Ling Shi really liked this cute dog and wanted to pet it. Yellow didn't like that she called him a dog, and he told her that he wouldn't look at her age and might bite her. A huge bear appeared behind the girl, protecting her, and he asked the yellow one how he dared to snap back. Realizing that the girl could be at the level of the Demon King, he allowed himself to be called a dog. When the girl stroked him, he pretended to like it. Lin returned home late in the evening. After a hard day, the guy felt very tired. When Lin returned home, he saw that the door was open, and he assumed that there were thieves there. Hong Ye warned him that she sensed a strong energy. Ling Si decided to surprise her brother with her appearance. The yellow ferret was very worried that Lin would not be able to cope with the strong demon queen. Lin didn't find anyone and didn't understand why the front door was open. He thought he just forgot to close the door. But then Ling Shi suddenly came out and hugged her brother. Lin was pleasantly surprised. He was wondering how she got to him. And Hong Ye didn't understand what kind of girl she was. Ling Shi said, since he forgot about her, she decided to come herself. Lin said that he trained a lot to protect her. Hong Ye realizing that it was his younger sister who was calm. The yellow ferret was shocked that this demon queen was his little sister. Ling Shi, realizing that her brother was really busy, decided to forgive him. Lin was grateful for the understanding and told her that he wanted to join the superpower flight to fight evil with his older sister. Ling Si wanted to share the good news with her brother. She told him that she had asked her sister to help her apply for homeschooling, and now the girl could live with him and be homeschooled. He was very happy about this, but did not understand how he and his wife would now spend time together. Yellow was not happy that this demoness would live with them, because this would end his happy days. He decided to leave home, but with his anger he attracted the girl's attention. The girl took him in her arms, and she was glad that Tench got a small dog. Looking at this, Lin found it funny that it would not be easy for the yellow one. She noticed that his house was very clean, and she became suspicious because it didn't look like her brother. She attacked him. accusing him of bringing all sorts of girls into the house. Lin said that he really trained a lot, and he didn't have time for such things. Ling Si was glad to hear this because she believed that all the girls except her were treacherous. Yellow believed that you should stay away from her because she is the most insidious. The only thing that came to Lin's mind was to secretly meet with Hong Ye. Hong Ye thought that Ling Shi was quite an interesting girl. In the morning, for breakfast, the girl prepared something for him to eat. Looking at what Ling Si had prepared, he thought that she had decided to take revenge on him in this way. The girl was wondering why Lin didn't eat anything. The guy told her that he didn't know if it was edible. As an example, she pointed to a small dog that had eaten and was sleeping. He had to eat it so as not to offend little Ling Si. To his surprise, it was indeed delicious, which he did not expect. He described it as if he was surrounded by mermaids underwater. Looking at the way the guy praised her food, the yellow ferret knew that only a demon king could eat the demon queen's cooking. Since Lin felt full, he decided to look for a part-time job. At first, he needed to support his wife and dog, but since Ling Si appeared, his wallet was empty. He was ashamed that he didn't have money and didn't want to resort to having to ask his little sister for it. On the street, he met Hamster, and he asked him where he was going with an axe behind his back. But it turned out that he was going to work part-time. Since the guy needed money, he began to beg the hamster to take him with him. He understood that Lin would not get rid of him so easily, so he agreed. They came to the mercenary hall. Lin was surprised because the hamster did not tell him that he worked in such a place. Although he was aware of the existence of this place, he had never been interested in it, and he was surprised that there were many people there. In every city there were unions of mercenaries. They were also called houses of earnings. Every day, tasks from the superpowers department were posted on the notice board in the central hall. Although the rewards were different, they were still worthy of attention. Komyak said that since they had a lot of free time, the academy was not against their joining the mercenary squads. Sometimes the academy itself acted in providing students with jobs to earn money. The hamster noticed that Lin was not listening to him at all because Lin found an advertisement with a reward of 50 million spirit stones. The guy was glad that he found such an offer, because by completing it, he could forget about financial problems for several months. The workers were angry that Lin was making too much noise. The hamster hurried the guy, as it was time to start completing the tasks. And he warned Lin that he could only recommend him, but whether he would join the ranks of the mercenaries or not would depend solely on him. He revealed that they even had their own team called Hubby. They had to fight their way through this entire team to get to the main office. They went to the boss, where the hamster recommended Lin as the outstanding student of the year. He was greeted by the head of the Chun-Li squad. Muzhin belonged to him. The guy said that he had heard a lot about his squad, so he decided to try his luck. Chun-Li shook his hand firmly. He told the guy that he was always glad to see the outstanding students of Kanglin Academy. The hamster said that Lin Kuei belonged to the attack class, and that a few days ago the guy received a fire-type ability, so the hamster believed that Lin was ideal for their squad. Chun-Li wanted Lin to take the ability rank test. The guy thought this device was quite similar to the one he used at school. Putting his hand on the rank measuring device, he wondered how far he had moved. The device showed a C+ rank. The hamster praised him, reminding him that when he entered he had an FFF rank and was moving well. Chun-Li considered this a good indicator and understood that something could come of the guy. He told Lin that he was accepting him into the Muzhin squad. The guy didn't think that the introduction would be so simple. He thanked Chun-Li and said that with him the squad would only reach unprecedented heights. The guy told him that he was exalting himself too loudly with his words. After these words, his fans were delighted, adding that young people were often unrestrained in words, but in fact many had enough experience, and that not everyone could become a mercenary. This guy seemed quite familiar to Lin, but he didn't remember where he had seen him. Chun-Li asked all the squad members to introduce themselves, since the guy was in their squad. The girl introduced herself as Keika Hiller, and she was glad to meet you. And the guy's name was Yu Zhou, and he said that he had long-range attacks. Lin was pleased to meet everyone, but since the blue-haired guy did not introduce himself, he greeted him first, but he did not answer him, and the guy did not understand why he was ignored. To smooth out the awkward moment, Chun-Li introduced him in person. This was Zamo Shu. He was Mo Qingcheng's older brother. Lin did not expect such a meeting. He was sure that Mo Shu knew exactly about that situation at the academy. He was not happy to meet the one who broke into his sister while she was swimming in the spiritual spring. Lin, calling him brother-in-law, asked not to be angry and said that he would be fully responsible for what he had done. Mo Shu was angry that Lin called him that and said that only he was worthy of being in one spiritual source. He told Lin that if he wanted to join their squad, he had to defeat him. Hamster warned Lin, saying that although Mo Shu was a V rank, he should not underestimate his abilities. Lin Yim had a choice: ask him for forgiveness and receive +5 to agility, teach him a lesson and receive +5 to strength, or convince everyone that he was right by loudly announcing his refusal and receive +5 to soul. Lin assessed his abilities and understood that he did not need glasses for his soul yet, so he chose agility. Mo Shu didn't understand why Lin didn't attack him. He thought that the guy was chickening out. But Lin chose the first option because he needed agility points. His body succumbed to the system of completing the task and began to flutter like a butterfly through the air. Bowing before Mo Shu, he asked for forgiveness and said that from now on, he would not dare to approach his sister Mo Qingcheng, and only he was worthy of his sister. Mo Shu was glad to hear these apologies, and the guy understood that Lin was dumbfounded from fear of him. Lin wondered if Mo Shu would forgive him. Mo Shu thought he was too pathetic, but still he showed mercy to Lin and forgave him. After which the guy completed the task and received +5 to agility. After which he hit him with such speed that Mo Shu did not have time to react. His detachment leaders were very surprised by this. Lin was glad that his agility had greatly increased due to the system's reward. Mo Shu was angry at Lin for that vile blow, and he understood that the guy was on a completely different level than the C rank. Lin announced his victory and told Mo Shu that they had an agreement, that if he won, he would get on the team. He said he wasn't done yet, but the head of Chun-Li told him to stop making noise. Mo Shu did not understand why the head left this matter unfinished. Chun-Li told him that they had more important matters to deal with, and they could resolve personal grievances a little later. Pointing to Lin, he asked the head if he was sure that he had made the right decision by letting him into the squad. The guy had already managed to come up and boast to the team that he was the one who defeated their deputy, but they did not appreciate it. Mo Shu blamed himself for being too relaxed and causing him to miss the blow. Keiki Hiller said that Lin Kuei is quite cute. The hamster said that although the guy is not perfect, he can get used to it. The head of Chun-Li announced to everyone that the support was moving forward on a mission. Lin stopped taking Mo Shu seriously and joked about him, which he did not like. But Mo Shu appreciated his fearlessness and understood that Lin was stronger than C rank, and it was in vain that he underestimated him from the very beginning. Not long ago, a group of 7 people were exploring an abandoned estate in the western suburbs. It would seem that this is a dark and frightening place, but who would have thought that they had to stay there forever? The head of Chun-Li said that this is what was written in the task of searching for the missing. Lin did not appreciate this story made up from the internet. Chun-Li said that, according to the Department of Superpowers, 2 ghosts of an E-rank cannibal lived in this estate. Their task was to expel them and rescue the missing. Chun-Li asked Mo Shu to give everyone a communication device. Receiving the communication device, Lin did not understand why the task was so easy, because he believed that he could defeat these ghosts with one blow. Mo Shu told the guy that he hoped he would survive. From that moment on, Lin realized that he was vindictive. Before entering the estate, the head asked everyone to stay in touch. He assigned duties to everyone, telling Ling Shui to go into the corridor and Xiang Qian to inspect the basement. He and KK had the dining room, and Mo Shu could make his choice. Lin didn't understand why it was so cold in the corridor, because it was hot outside. He felt a spiritual pressure as strong as that in the demonic realm. The only difference was the temperature, or rather the cold in the corridor. He was sure that there were many ghosts there. Hong Ye praised him, saying that his senses did not fail him, and the information from the head was not correct that there were weak E-rank spirits there. There were strong and powerful A, D, and C-rank spirits there. He was wondering why the information was wrong. She said that the local ghosts were good at camouflage, and that's why the mistake happened. Lin didn't understand where the rain could have come from in the corridor. But looking at the ceiling, he saw ghosts dripping with saliva. They blocked all his escape routes, but Lin did not mind. Hong Ye said that she would help him deal with the ghosts. But Lin asked not to rush, as he wanted to enjoy this pleasant torture. The spirits were curious which of them Lin liked best. He had a choice. Choose the left one and get +5 to charm, choose the right one and get +5 to strength, or choose both at once and get +10 to dexterity. Since he liked the reward the most in the third option, he chose it. Hong Ye did not like this, and she said that she would give him a home for this. But since the task was completed, he asked the ghostly girls for forgiveness and said that he had changed his mind. He said that his heart could belong to only one girl and began to run away from them. Lin apologized to Hong Ye and said that he only loved her. She didn't understand him more and more. The ghostly girls caught up with Lin and accused him of deceiving them that he did not have a girlfriend. They said that he would pay for what he had done and called his suitors. Hong Ye said that he needed to leave from there to his comrades since she could not help him due to the fact that she could be noticed. He listened to his wife and they began to run away from them. Hong Ye said that these were the same missing men who fell for the charm of these ghosts. Lin said that there were many more missing people than what was stated in the mission. The head asked Mo Shu if he had found anything. The guy replied that he did not find any ghosts in the building. Yu Zhu noticed that the temperature in the building's rooms was much lower than it should be. He was sure that someone was there. And Chun Li agreed with this, and he asked where Ling Kuei was. Shang Qian thought that the guy had returned a long time ago and was with them. Cake Hiller heard some kind of incomprehensible scream, and she did not understand where it came from. Lin ran into their dining room shouting that they needed to run. Chun Li was shocked, because he did not understand what kind of ghosts they were. All these ghostly creatures came to their dining room. Seeing the army of demons, Xiang Qian yelled at Lin for bringing them to them. The guy asked for forgiveness for this and said that he did not know that there would be so many of them. The ghost girl was offended by him and said that his friends would not help him. She attacked them with green slime, which gave off an unpleasant odor. The slime began to eat away at their clothes. Lin was not happy about this sight when he looked at the hamster. The head of Chun Li said that there was no time for embarrassment, and he needed to meet the enemy face to face. They fought bravely with their ghostly suitors. Chun Li directed his phoenix at one of the ghostly sisters. Her ghostly sister was worried about her, but she also had problems in the form of Xiang Qian. Cake Hiller wanted to help her team, but since her clothes were half eaten away by ghostly slime, the girl could not fight the ghosts. Hong Ye told Lin to throw something on her, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. She brought him to his senses using a magical immobilization spell. Hong Ye, controlling his body, helped the girl cover herself, for which Cake Hiller thanked the guy for his care. She never thought that Ling Kuei was such a gentleman. The girl did not understand why her heart began to beat so fast. After some time, they defeated 2 demonesses. Xiang Qian understood that although they were not of high rank, they could summon and control minions. The head said that he would report everything to the superpowers department. Xiang Qiao decided to leave his number to the demonic sisters, but they did not appreciate this gesture. Lin didn't understand whether Hong Ye could really control him with her body so easily, and he wanted to do something about it. Kike approached him and said that she would return his clothes after she washed them. As a thank you, the girl kissed him on the cheek. Xiang Qiang didn't understand why Lin didn't give him the clothes, but the guy said next time. He wondered why the hamster didn't use his powers. Shang Qiao told him that he was a breaker, and such places were not suitable for his superpowers. Mo Shu didn't like the fact that Lin was on their team and considered himself the coolest. Lin was disappointed that Hong Ye forced him to give away the clothes, and things didn't go according to her plan, which made her feel offended. And he understood that he would have to ask for forgiveness. The head of Chun Li said that due to an error in the information, the difficulty of the task was increased. So in addition to the main reward, everyone would be paid compensation in the amount of 30,000. Sanqiang didn't understand why Lin was so happy about these pennies. But the guy considered himself rich and said that he would have meat for dinner. The head told them that they would be able to leave the place as soon as the superpowers department gathered information and took these 2 demonesses. Afterwards, the Night Watch came to them to pick up the demonic creatures. They told them that their strength was at D rank level, and their strength was close to the initial stage of C rank. They thanked them for their squad coping with such difficulty. Lin didn't think that the demonic creatures were of such low levels. He remembered the low-ranking biker in the entrance exam. It was difficult for him to imagine how strong a real B-tier demon was. Lin heard the name of his older sister spoken by one of the workers on the Night Watch. As he approached the car, he saw his older sister Ling Hua. She asked him what he was doing there. The head of Chun Li did not understand why San Chiang did not tell him that sister Ling Kuei was from the Night Watch. But San Chiang replied that he himself was not aware. Lin told his sister that he joined the mercenaries for Lin Shi's sake in order to earn more money. Since she had learned little about Lina and had little time, she had to go. But Lin stopped her and said that he had recently learned about his father's military merits and that he wanted to follow in his footsteps. He asked to tell him how to join the Night Watch. Ling Hua told him that he did not have enough ability and to return to Kanglin Academy and study hard. Since the Night Watch is not a place where people are recruited only because of desires, Lin knew that he had a long way to go to reach the level of his sister. She said that he would have a chance, since the Night Watch would soon conduct the autumn test together with Kanglin. And if he takes a good place there, it will undoubtedly bring him a good investment in the future. And someday, she will tell him about her father. Finally, Ling Hua gave him a gift, which he was happy about, and said that he would do everything possible to become like her. She was pleasantly surprised at how her brother had changed. Since the Night Watch had taken 2 demonesses, they could go home. Shang Qiang praised him for being from a family of heroes, but Lin asked not to attribute the merits of his family to him, since he believed that he was still far from reaching their level. Since Mo Shu learned that Ling Ke was Miss Hua's younger brother from the Night Watch, he wanted to warn his sister not to be fooled by his family's status. As soon as Lin returned home, the younger sister showed how she had dressed up Xiao Huang. Lin boasted that he met his elder sister, who gave him a gift. Ling Si thought it was unfair that the gift was only for him. He asked her not to be upset and said that next time he would bring her a gift. Opening it, he saw Spirit Jasper. Lin couldn't believe that his sister gave such an expensive gift. Ling Si asked him to absorb her power as soon as possible. The system, having discovered spiritual Jasper, clarified whether he wanted to absorb its power, to which the guy gave permission. He concentrated on taking away all the power of this item. Ling Si was surprised that Lin was able to directly absorb energy, because only great masters could do this. The ferret wondered who his sister was, since she was capable of such gifts. The girl was happy for her brother that he was changing so quickly for the better. This time, Lin's absorption took much longer than usual. The guy strengthened his Qi Yu ability and unlocked the additional skill, Absolute Defense. He could cover his body with energy and turn it into a protective layer. With an S-rank body and a new ability, he could single-handedly take on a warrior above the C rank. Lin was crazy about the gift. The younger sister congratulated him on his new acquisition. But Lin said that this was all thanks to the help of Lin Hua. He promised to make every effort not to let her down. In addition to this, he needed to take care of Ling Si and prevent anything from happening to her. Hong Ye, seeing how rapidly her husband was developing, she decided to forgive him this time. Since classes were over, Tang Lin dismissed all the students. Lin told the teacher that he wanted to take part in the fall test. Tang Lin didn't think he knew about it. She told him that she would have added him to the list of participants even if he didn't want to. Since he had a special situation, she suggested making emergency preparations. He agreed to give him training. The elders approached him, and since Lin also knew about the autumn test, they suggested that they give their best together. 2 girls came into the classroom and were not happy with Lin, and they asked him to leave. The guy understood that this was the same Mo Qingcheng with the girl with whom she was at the source. He assumed that they had come to take revenge on him. She was indeed very beautiful. He was not surprised that Mo Shu was so protective of her. Her friends screamed his name loudly. He told them that they were mistaken and called himself San Qian. Pointing to the hamster, the guy said that he was Lin Ke. But the girl said that she remembered his face, after which a magic whip flew at Lin. Since he had a new absolute defense skill, he didn't even feel the blow. The girl was surprised because she put in 90% of her strength, but there was not a scratch on Ling Kie. Lin joked about this and told her to continue massaging him because he did not feel her attacks at all. Sutan decided to protect Lin and told Tian Yu that she had crossed the boundaries of what was permitted. Although Lin Kuei deserved it, he was still part of their group, and she didn't want anyone to dare to touch him just like that. Tian Yu said that a little thing like her wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Mo Qingcheng considered her friend very unrestrained because they came there for Lin Ke, and she did not understand why she began to quarrel with Su Tang. Xiang Xiao told Lin that the girls had been fighting since first grade and they couldn't stand each other, and Su Tang didn't like it when someone barged into her class and caused problems. Lin was on Su Tang's side and supported the girl in every possible way, coming up with all sorts of jokes in the background. A wanderer in a robe got into their fight and asked to join them, which the girls did not expect. Lin didn't know this person either. Hong Ye warned him that this wanderer had a demonic aura. He told them that he was a ghost in the darkness. All he knew was to bring misfortune. Mo Qingcheng assumed that he was from the afterlife. Xiang Xiang knew that this was the strongest demonic force. He wanted to find Tang Lin as soon as possible to tell her about the danger. Approaching the girl, the ghost of darkness told her that she was right. He wasn't surprised that she knew this since she was from the Mo family. After which he grabbed her, saying that she was his target, since the power of their family's blood was very attractive. Tian Yu saved her friend Mo Qingcheng by knocking down his magic with her whip. She took her side and said that he could only take her if he won the duel. The Phantom of Darkness was surprised that the girl managed to offend him. He invited her to follow him, saying that she would be his maid. Lin interrupted their conversation because he had a question. He was wondering what the afterlife abyss was, and whether it was edible. The Phantom of Darkness did not like that he was interrupted, and he could not understand how someone could not know about this. Su Tang told him that the afterlife was a powerful demonic organization, and some of its members were human beings, and most of them were people who sold their souls, who helped demons in order to gain power. After which Lin made a strange joke about the Ghost of Darkness. The Phantom of Darkness did not appreciate such humor, and he congratulated Lin for managing to piss him off, and so he said that he would not let him go. The entire sky above their heads was covered with a purple dome, in which the Ghost of Darkness imprisoned them. Then he unleashed a magical snake lair on all of them. Lin did not understand why the Ghost of Darkness did this to him. Sutan told him that it was all theirs because of his strange jokes. The Ghost of Darkness warned them that they would be imprisoned with the snakes until they fell from powerlessness. Lin called the Superpowers Department and reported that they had some crazy person talking to the snakes, but he realized that there was no connection. The Phantom of Darkness said that in his formation they were locked away from the entire outside world. Lin began filming this, talking about what was happening and making fun of the Ghost of Darkness. These jokes really pissed him off. The girls didn't like Lin K's behavior. They didn't understand why the guy did this. He was faced with a choice: leave everyone and escape alone for a reward of +5 to agility, betray the academy and go over to the Ghost of Darkness and get a life pill, or fight him and get +8 fragments of the ability. Lin didn't understand why there was only one choice available. After all, he could complete several at once, but only one reward was given. He believed that the best option would be to give Kanglin Academy and join the forces of the afterlife to obtain the life pill. The Ghost of Darkness again grabbed Mo Qingcheng, saying that she would be his. But Sutan saved the girl by knocking down his snake fight. She told the Ghost of Darkness that she would not allow anyone to be taken away from the students of Kanglin Academy. But the Ghost of Darkness did not understand how the girl could stop him. Approaching him, Lin called him his master and praised him for the work he had done. The girls were outraged by this turn of events, and they did not understand whose side he was on. Lin asked his master for forgiveness for making fun of him. He said that he liked the afterlife much more than Kanglin Academy, and he wanted to serve him by putting all his strength into the well-being of his organization. The Phantom of Darkness liked this and accepted him into his demonic organization. Since Lin served him, the Ghost of Darkness ordered the guy to bring Mo Qingcheng to him. He agreed to this, after which the task was completed and he received one life pill. But before bringing Mo Qingcheng to him, he had one requirement. Lin wanted to prevent the Ghost of Darkness from interfering with them, and used a flaming fist. The girls were surprised by this. They realized that he was doing this only to strike a surprise blow. Lin said that he would never deal with villains, and that he would only join the Night Watch. But while he was making this speech, the Ghost of Darkness attacked him from behind. Hong Ye couldn't bear to watch this, so she saved him. Lin understood that only thanks to her, he remained safe and sound. The Phantom of Darkness said that if he could dodge his blow, he could consider himself a worthy opponent, after which he released a dark serpent of absorption from his hand at him. Lin used his new absolute defense skill and was completely safe. He defeated the magical boa constrictor, dividing it into parts. The Phantom of Darkness was impressed by this, and released the boa constrictor with a killing move. At this moment, Teacher Tan Lin came to their aid. The students were happy about this, and they realized that Xiang Qiang had not run away at all, but had gone to bring help. Tang Ling waited impatiently for his killing move. The Phantom of Darkness did not understand how they managed to enter his formation, because it was simply impossible. She discounted his formation by saying that it was child's play. It didn't matter to him how they got there, because he had a secret move, a deadly move that no one could resist. Then he ordered the snake to attack them with oblivion. The students understood that something needed to be done about this situation. The Phantom of Darkness found it funny that they were worried like that. He told them to submit to the afterlife because he was sure that the world would belong entirely to them. There was a huge explosion and his huge demonic snake was shattered into pieces. Lin was surprised because this was the first time he had seen what his teacher Tang Lin was capable of. She asked forgiveness from the demonic Ghost of Darkness for accidentally killing his snake. He was angry with her and accused her of cheating because she didn't have a single scratch on her from his killing blow. Because he blamed her, Tang Lin showed him her Zhu Yan summoning technique. Her cub attacked the Ghost of Darkness with its flames of the underworld. Tang Ling didn't understand why he gave up so quickly. After all, he shouted that he was invincible with his crushing blows. Lin liked her summoned animal and said it looked like a monkey. But the monkey didn't like the fact that he approached her. Lin understood that this was a very angry female. Xiang Qiang said that he was very lucky that Zhu Yan did not fry him. After all, it was a summoned mythical ancient beast that used flames and expanded Tan Ling's capabilities by granting her fiery abilities. The Phantom of Darkness told them not to do anything. He would not tell them anything. But Lin and teacher Tang Lin did not think so. They hyped him up until he revealed all the information. The Phantom of Darkness said that he would confess everything. And as soon as he began to talk, a she-devil appeared above him and did not allow him to do this. Lin didn't understand who it was, but he felt a very strong demonic aura. Tang Ling was already ready to fight this devil. But she didn't understand why Onitsi, who was number 1 in the afterlife, came to them. The devil Oniji asked them not to strain themselves so much, after which she suddenly appeared behind Lin Kei and said that she had come for him. The girls were shocked by the speed of the devil because she literally teleported behind the guy's back. Lin didn't want to be kidnapped. He asked to take Mo Qing Cheng instead. It happened so quickly that teacher Tang Lin was unable to help him. The guy didn't understand why he was the only one in all the extremes. Teacher Tang Ling ordered everyone to follow the she-devil Oniji. The she-devil Onitsi dragged the guy to the very top of the mountain. Lin tried to call someone for help, but Onitsi said that absolutely no one would hear him at such a height. Flame Fist superpower against her, but nothing happened, and he did not understand where his strength was. She-devil Oniji said that he would not be able to resist since she had sealed his soul and his spiritual world. He was wondering what she was going to do with him, because initially the goal of the afterlife was Mo Qing Cheng. Oniji admitted that initially everything was exactly like that, but she secretly watched everything that was happening, and he, with his Qi Yu ability, turned out to be more valuable than that girl. Since the demoness sealed the spirit world, Hong Ye could not help Lin. Lin could not understand how the demoness could find out about his potential, because to everyone he was an ordinary guy and his Qi Yu SSS rank ability was not yet fully revealed. She said that if he was an obedient boy and accepted demonic blood, then she would not touch him, and would even reward him for it. He had a choice: refuse and get plus 15 points to strength, listen to everything she says and get plus 5 fragments of the ability, or stall for time and run away, getting plus 10 points of agility for it. He liked the first option with 15 power points. Lin told her no matter what she did to him, he would never accept demon blood, for which he received 15 power points for completing the task. Oniji said that one way or another she would still find a way to force him to drink it, so he would still have to accept the demon blood. He understood that there was nothing to do and would have to listen to her. The she-devil said that she would reward him with an additional reward for his obedience. Oniji transferred the demonic blood to him through a kiss. Lin didn't know what the demon blood was and didn't feel any changes. Teacher Tang Lin found the guy at the top of the mountain. She-devil Oniji was impressed by how quickly she was identified. After saying goodbye to Ling Kui, she slipped away into the portal. Shang Qiang was concerned about Lin's condition, and he began to check to see if he was okay. But Lin told him not to give up. The assistants asked teacher Tang if they should have continued the chase. Tang Lin replied that this was unnecessary, since she did not know what that she-devil could be capable of. Tang Ling praised Ling Kei for performing well and told him to have a good rest when they returned. The guy told them that it was not difficult for someone as tough as him to stand up to such a petty demoness. Upon returning home, as promised, he bought his younger sister Ling Shi something tasty. She was very happy that her brother bought her so many goodies. The girl offered to share candy with her brother, but he said that he was very tired and did not like sweets. When he took the demon blood, he didn't feel anything, but at home he had a sharp pain all over his body. Lin now realized that Oniji had bad intentions, and suddenly the guy remembered that he had a life pill that could remove any negative effect. Hong Ye saw that Lin was not feeling well and she was worried about it. Lin told her that he needed to take the medicine, but he felt that his spirit was weakened and he did not have the strength to get the item out of the system. She said that the demoness gave him a catalyst that reduced his physical strength, and she did this in order to cultivate demonic strength in him. But he was weak and could not overcome her. She understood that there was only one thing left, and after that she opened her shoulder. Lin didn't understand what Hong Ye was going to do. She said that to help him with this, they needed to merge their yin and yang to distribute the entire load between them. They then merged their spiritual energy into one. Lin woke up in the morning feeling much better. He felt only a spiritual experience with Hong Ye, and understood that the living and the dead have different ways for this. In the future, Lin wanted to find a way to restore her material body. Going down to the first floor, he was met there by his younger sister, who said that she had prepared a delicious breakfast of rice porridge and meat for him. He praised Ling Si, saying that each time she cooked better and better. The girl was wondering what kind of strange sounds were coming from his room at night, as if he was fighting with someone. He said that it was her imagination and that it probably wasn't him. She suspected something and grabbed his hand to interrogate him about it. But to avoid conversation, Lin said that he urgently had to go to class. Ling Shi didn't understand what it was. And the yellow ferret wondered how long Lin Kuei could hide his demonic wife. Lin understood that he was finished, and if this continued, his sister would sooner or later find out about it. At the academy, he met elders who were looking for him. Shang Qiao noticed that demonic energy was seething outside his house in the evening, and in the window of Lin's room he saw the silhouette of a girl, and he was curious if he had met the demoness. But the guy pretended that he didn't understand what he was telling him. Xiang Qing said that these are not just unfounded rumors. In the academy community, there was a person who walked past his house at night and filmed strange sounds on his phone. Lin was angry with them and asked them not to spread false information. Looking at this, Sutan believed that men were nothing but problems. During the lesson, Tanlin said that there was only half a month left before the autumn test. She gave them forms and said that she had signed the 5 of them into one team, and since there was little time left, they needed to train harder. In the forms, they could familiarize themselves with what would take place during the training. She asked everyone to gather on the mountain so as not to waste a minute. When they looked at the tasks that Tang Lin had come up with, they were shocked. Teacher Tang Ling took teaching students very seriously. Lin told them that compared to the last training session, this one was still an easy task. While dragging a hefty boulder, the girls did not understand why they needed such hard work, because only the boys needed it. They spent hours training according to Tang Lin methods. When the students decided to rest for a while, the teacher urged them to continue until the sun went down. Half a month later, the autumn test began. When they came to the test, they were very tired because they had been studying with teacher Tanglin for days. Looking at their appearance, other students believed that they were the walking dead. These half a month passed like half a year for them. They trained day and night, spending time on the mountain. Looking at their sad faces, Tanglin told them to brace themselves as it was the first day of the autumn festival, and she didn't want to see them like this. They did not like the name of their squad, Basilard, which Tang Ling gave them, and also the fact that the commander of their squad was Lin Kei. She told them that it was too late to regret the name since they were registered under it. And about the fact that Lin Kei was the commander, she thought that although he was not serious, he could take control of the situation at a critical moment and was able to lead the team to victory. The event was just beginning, and Deputy Director Xuan Yang was beginning to announce the teams and their commanders. The Berserker squad was announced and their commander was Qin Feng, who said that they always come first. Next was the Flywheel detachment, in which Yang Xiao was the commander. Afterwards, the Qingqing detachment was announced, in which there were only girls, and the commander was Mo Qingqing. Then the squad Muzhen, and their commander, the head of Chun Li. Then the Divine Kui squad and their commander Lu Feng. He said that he would follow in the footsteps of his brother Lin Kuei and lead his guys to victory. And finally, the Basilard detachment, whose commander is Lin Kuei. The guy said that with him the squad would show incredible results and take first place. Hearing this, the students did not understand how they dared to take the name of the strongest squad in history. They believed that their unit did not deserve such a name. Chu Junyao didn't think that Lin would become a commander. She didn't recognize the guy she knew before. Yang Xiao did not understand for what kind of merits Lin Kei was made commander. He wanted to deal with it himself, since his grandfather did not want to help. Yang Xiao spoke out against him, saying that he was unworthy of such a team name. The students supported Yang Xiao's protest and began to rebel against this name. The guy was glad that so many people supported him, and he wanted Lin Kei to leave the test. Since Yan Xiao repeatedly put a spoke in his wheels and spoke out about the Basilard detachment, Lin believed that he had crossed all boundaries of what was permitted, and he was faced with a choice: to object and prove his determination, receiving +5 to strength, to ignore and change the subject, receiving +5 to dexterity, or admit he was right and receive +5 to soul. Even without the system, he would have chosen the former because his father, Lin Yuan, was the commander of this unit, and he fought against the demons for a peaceful sky, and therefore Lin wanted them to remember his father's merits. He didn't want to boast about it, but said that it was only thanks to people like his father that they could be there and enjoy it. Therefore, he wanted to continue the work of the Basilard detachment and go to the end for himself and his loved ones, so that the world would know that he was not one of those who basks in the rays of other people's glory. Lin himself did not think that his speech would be so inspiring. Lu Feng held Lin Kuei along with his entire team, saying that the guy said everything correctly. Lin thought that their support was only because of some self-interest. But Lu Feng continued to defend him, talking about his achievements and how if anyone was worthy of such a team name, it was him. Lin was surprised that he was protected by the main fan club of rich guys. Tian Yu understood that although Lin Kuei constantly behaved strangely, he was at least open, honest, and noble. Qing Cheng also believed that classmate Lin was a good person. After Lin's speech and a lot of support from others, the students stopped protesting and had a good opinion of him. Yang Xiao was perplexed that so many people supported the guy. Many girls shouted that they loved Ling Kie. Chu Junyao realized that she was very mistaken about him, since at that time he was completely clumsy. But now she was ready to fall through the ground for him. He was extremely pleased because he had never received so much support, and he was grateful to everyone for it. The guy from the Berserker team, Qin Feng, considered Lin Kuei to be a good person, and if the opportunity presented itself in the future, he would definitely like to fight him. Observing all this, teacher Tang Ling almost regretted that she had transferred the Basilar detachment to the management of Lin Kuei. Looking up into the sky, she told the commander that his son had become an outstanding man, and suggested that watching him from heaven made him proud. Yang Xiao was angry with him and wanted to take revenge on him. A large number of students approached him and wanted to get his autograph. The elders did not understand why everyone praised him so much because nothing unusual had happened. Everyone was welcomed into the Red Demon Theory battle arena, and the students were asked to prepare for the opening. They were amazed at how lively it was there. Lin said that from such serious organizations of the Night Watch and from the Kanglin Academy, nothing less was expected, and everything was at the highest level. Lin wondered what it was. Shang Qiang said that many students were allowed to earn money before the test began, and if they were lucky, they could find a map of the demonic territory there. Some even sold photos of beauties, Kanglin Academy. It was unclear to Lin who would even buy such a thing. But for now, Xiang turned away and went up to the seller to buy photos. Lin said that in order to save the reputation of his classmates, he had to buy all the photos. Xiang asked to share one collection in a friendly manner. But Lin wanted to resell it and earn even more. Lin saw Chun Li, who was selling a limited edition photograph of Mo Xiu and Mu Jin. They came closer to greet the former head of the Mu Jin team. Lin asked Chun Li what he was doing at his age in the student squad. Chun Li told him that although he looked much older than his age, he was a student at Kanglin Academy. Lin wondered what Chun Li was selling, other than exclusive photos. He told the guy that in his hands was a map of the Red Demon's territory. It was not so easy to obtain such a detailed map, on which all the dangerous places and warnings were marked. And since Lin was a former member of the Muzin squad, Chun Li offered him a 10% discount. Shang Qiang began to whisper something in Lin's ear, saying that he had a good idea. While running away from Chun Li, Lin said that he would return her as soon as he studied her. Chun Li was outraged. He did not understand how someone could be so shameless. KK tried to reassure the head, saying that he had known the guy for several days, and that he would definitely return the card to him. The head was not upset because the guy only stole the wrong copy, but he had the original. Lin was glad that he could run fast and said that it was a joint robbery. They were greeted by the chief examiner of the autumn tests, and he informed them that the rules of the competition would soon be announced. He told the students that their entire testing process would be recorded by cameras, and points will be awarded for spirit hunting, teamwork, emergency response, and other criteria. Lin understood that this was almost the same as when he entered the academy. Since the Red Demon Theory would soon be revealed, they were asked to enter the portals with their squads. Lin assumed that all the portals led to different places, but Sutan asked him to quickly make a choice. Since they did not want to wait long, the guy chose a portal for them. They had hit the very spot of the Red Demon Theory. The girls were surprised that the stolen card was really useful to them. Looking at the map, Lin said that they were finished as they were near the most dangerous area of the Red Demon's territory. They were disappointed and blamed it on Lin Kuei because his luck had turned against him and he had led them into a dangerous place. But Lin asked them not to worry, as he had a plan. The Detachment Monitoring Commission evaluated one detachment and considered that they did a good job actively exploring the territory. Tang Ling even said that they exceeded her expectations. A man from the Night Watch organization burst into their room with the bad news that a student and his squad had stolen an SUV with cameras. The old man assumed that these were fans of her younger brother, who could imitate Ling Kuei, because everyone at the academy considered him the Demon King. Teacher Tang Ling noticed that it was Ling Kei. Lin said that they were going on a tour of demon territory, But Su Tang was not entirely happy with what he did, since he could ruin his reputation. Ling Hua was ashamed of her younger brother in front of everyone. But on the contrary, they were interested in watching the events of Lin Ke. They lost their route. Lin told them that according to the map, they should have already reached the center of the demon's territory. But they didn't understand why he was so sure of this. They came to a dead end, some village that was not marked on the map. Hong Ye warned him that in demonic regions, evil spirits lived in such dwellings. Xiang Qiang and his group discovered something in this village, and they called Lin to take a look at it. When he approached, he saw people there kidnapped by demons. Lin asked to untie them, and he went to inspect the surroundings. Su Tang was surprised because she noticed that Lin Ke began to lead the seed like a real squad leader. Lin walked around the demon village trying to attract their attention in order to catch them. Hong Ye really wanted Lin to win the autumn trial and become king. The guy noticed a supermarket called the Red Demon. He didn't think they could have stores, and he assumed they stole it from the people. Hong Ye asked him not to make noise, so as not to run into a strong enemy. Since Hong Ye was with him, he asked her to envelop him in her aura in order to pretend to be a demon and join their lair. Changing his image to a demonic one, he went into the supermarket and said that this was a robbery. Inside was a Cyclops who felt a strong demonic force and did not understand why the Demon King came to them. Lin hinted that he did not have money but he wanted to take something. The cycle allowed His Majesty to take whatever he wanted. The guy was glad that his wife was a demon, and that at any moment he could pretend to be a demon. While the boy was filling the bag full, the Cyclops complained about him to his boss. Seeing this giant, Lin was worried that he could be at the peak of the C rank, because a strong aura was emanating from him. The boss of this supermarket was wondering why the guy came to rob him. At this moment, Lin knew that the best thing to do would be to smooth out the situation and determine the strength of the enemy in order to launch a surprise strike at the right moment. He told them that he came in peace and needed to borrow something. He had a choice: return everything stolen and ask for forgiveness, receiving +8 to dexterity, attack them and receive +8 to strength, or tactfully retreat, receiving +4 to dexterity. Lin understood that it was too dangerous to get involved in a fight or flee. Therefore, he chose the first option by returning the goods and apologized. They were surprised that it was so easy, and the guy returned the goods. And Lin received a +8 to agility for completing the task. And then he grabbed the bag and began to run away from the Cyclopes. They immediately rushed after him. The Cyclopes were angry at him for fooling them. Hao Teng and Qiang also did not waste time, and they collected many interesting items from the demons. But then they see Lin Kuei running, and they began to blame him for always being nothing but trouble. But Lin noticed that they were also not empty-handed, and he asked why they left the detachment and ransacked the demons. But while they were chatting, a whole crowd of angry Cyclops came running towards them. They had to escape from there as quickly as possible. Murong and Su Tang freed all the people who were kidnapped by the demons, and they did not understand why the rest of the squad members were gone for so long. And then Su Tan saw that they were running away from someone. Lin shouted at her that there was no time for explanations and that she should quickly start the engine. The old man watched all this and remembered that before demons robbed people, but now it's the other way around. Tangling appreciated how Ling Ke rallied his entire squad around him. And older sister Linya really hoped that her brother would not do anything like that again. Teacher Tanglin said that although he is shameless, the most interesting is yet to come. Ling Hua could not believe that this demon was her younger brother. In the Qingcheng detachment, the girls were robbed by demons and took away everything they had. Tian Yu compared them to Lin Shui, because he is as shameless as those demonic creatures. Qingcheng did not understand why Tian Yu had such a negative attitude towards Lin Ke. Tian Yu was surprised that she was protecting him and suspected that she had fallen in love with the guy. Qingcheng replied that this was not so, and at that moment the Basilard squad appeared behind her. Lin spoke into the bullhorn that their trading store on wheels had everything you could want. Since Yang Xiao considered Ling Ke to be arrogant, he looked for someone who would help him deal with him. He talked with one of the people of the Berserker squad, and that guy told him that their commander Qin Feng did not like Ling Ke. Realizing this, Yang Xiao offered him an E-rank spiritual jasper for his help, and said that he wanted to discuss all the details about Ling Ke with his commander. The guy refused, saying that it was too valuable, he could not accept it, but he asked her to just put it in his pocket. Yan Xiao was infuriated by the fact that there was no need to say anything. He even pointed out to put everything in his pocket. He asked him not to be so polite and told him to take Jasper. The guy told Yang Xiao that the Jasper was too small, and it was too small a price to pay to help the Berserkers. Yang Xiao was infuriated by such rudeness, but the only thing that stopped him was the fact that this guy was a member of the Berserker squad. But he still paid him an extra 1,000 spiritual stones for his help. The guy was happy about this and said that he agreed to help them. He showed in which direction his detachment was located. Yang Xiao and his squad were scared because the guy was leading them into dangerous lands. But since Qin Feng was the commander of the Berserkers, he understood that he could easily set up camp in such a place. Lin understood that they would not be able to deal with him with the wrong hands. He was glad that his disguise plan worked perfectly and that he received a reward for it for nothing. But the only thing he didn't want was to meet the real members of the Berserker squad. Lin tried to lead them to hell, but what he didn't want happened, and they met Qin Feng's real squad. Yang Xiao was glad to meet Qin Feng, but Qin Feng did not understand who he was. Yang Xiao said that his grandfather Yang Guang was an elder of the academy and asked to introduce himself to one of the members of his squad. But the guy who helped them disappeared somewhere. Lin understood that there was no point in pretending to be another person for a long time, and revealed to them his real appearance. Yang Xiao did not understand how he dared to deceive him, and ordered him to quickly return the spiritual stones and jasper. But Lin didn't understand why he would return something if he himself gave it to him. Yang Xiao didn't like this and ordered his squad to teach him a lesson. Lin was almost scared and was confident that he could easily cope with 5 weaklings. But Qin Feng prevented them from doing this, blocking their path using his superpower. He told them that they had no honor, and it was not fair for a group to attack one. Lin was faced with a choice. Together with Qin Feng, confront Yang Xiao and receive +6 to strength, apologize to Yang Xiao and receive +2 fragments of the ability, or escape after receiving +8 to agility. Qin Fei was ready to defend him because he considered the guy to be quite fair, but Yang Xiao thought the opposite. Since the system told him to run away, Lin decided not to argue with it and stick to the rules. He told Commander Qin Feng that he was leaving Yang Xiao entirely to him. Qin Feng did not think that Ling Ke trusted him so much and was glad about it. He told him not to worry about him and that he could handle it himself. Having escaped, Lin received a reward, +8 to agility. He was interested in how the hamster and the others were trading in the car. Returning back, Hong Ye warned him that there was a strong demon nearby. Then he saw a bunch of people running from the other side, shouting that there was a whole army of them there. Lin stopped one guy to ask what happened. The guy told him that someone had discovered a cave with demons and brought them all there. He understood that he urgently needed to find the hamster and the others. After finding them, he wondered what happened to the car. They told him the car had broken down and the only option was to walk. Lin understood that they did not have time and the demons were already too close. They met the Qingcheng detachment there, and the girls invited them to fight together, to which they agreed. Xiangqiang reminded everyone that points were given for demons. Seeing that even Mo Qingchen was fighting demons, Lin Kuo's team wanted to try not to appear worse in comparison. They used their abilities against demons. Lin asked the hamster why he had not used anything yet. Xiangqiang showed him his pig dragon ability. The guy went straight astride his dragon. He told his dragon that for his help he would reward him with a chicken later. Seeing how well he handled the dragon, Lin was impressed that Xiangqiang was a dragon tamer and that his ability was truly terrifying. But while he was admiring Sanqian's ability, there was danger behind him in the form of demonic creatures. Qin Feng appeared behind him and covered him at the right moment. Lin wondered why he was helping him. Qin Feng said that he heard that the demons were attacking, so he came to help. Yang Xiao also had to come there just to earn ranking points. Activating his ability, he overtook Lin Kuei and hit him. He apologized to him for accidentally hurting him and asked if he blamed him for it. Lin also thanked him in his own way as a thank you. Yang Xiao wanted to attack him after being so grateful, but he couldn't see anything and couldn't hit him. Lit responded by giving him change for his behavior. Since Lin had managed to stock up on useful things in the storage room, he decided to use one of them, giving him a bright fireworks display. The squad was frightened by this loud sound coming from the fireworks. Sutan scolded him for misusing them again. A very large evil demon came to them, which, as food, ate those demons who could not cope with the detachment of the Kanglin Academy. Lin was shocked to see this B-rank demon because he had never seen such powerful creatures before. Under the pressure of the demon, the students could not move. The pressure of the demon Yaksha automatically activated Lin's Qi Yu ability, and the guy could move freely. But he was faced with a question. Leave his comrades or still fight the demon? The party told Lin Ke that while he could move freely, he needed to escape and not act like a hero by rescuing them as usual. But Lin told them that he never considered himself a hero. and that he always does what he wants. At the moment, he wanted to protect all people from danger. Demon Yakshi noticed that the guy was the only one who could move under his pressure, and he told him that he would eat him first. Lin had to make a choice: run away from him, having received plus 20 points to strength, beg for mercy, having received for this plus 15 to agility, or together with his comrades defeat him, having received plus 20 fragments of the ability. Lin chose the third option and told Yaksha that he was his opponent. His sister was unhappy that such a strong demon was roaming around there. She didn't understand how this could happen, since she ordered all B-rank demons to be dealt with before the test. Her security guard said he would send help to the students, but she asked him to just send someone there to keep an eye on them, but not help them unless it was necessary, because she wanted to see what they could do. Teacher Tang Ling noticed that Ling Hua believed in the strength of her younger brother. Ling Hua said that she only wanted to give him a chance to prove himself, and she hoped that he would not let her down. Lin Kuei was unsuccessful in fighting such a powerful demon. Yaksha did not understand how this little ant could tell him that he was his opponent. The demon asked him not to resist and just surrender to him. Hong Ye was worried about Lin, but he told her that everything was fine, and he had the strength to fight. She said that she would take on a fighting form to defeat the demon, but Lin asked not to do this, since they were being watched by the Night Watch, and if she was discovered, they could immediately kill her. He told her that he would win Yakshi, and after that he tried his luck again by attacking the demon. In the depths of the dungeon in the territory of the Red Demon, two guys were guarding a huge door that was locked under a strong spell. One of them was wondering what was happening above, since the whole earth was shaking. But his partner didn't care about the autumn test and asked him to focus on the task. His partner didn't understand. Why should they be afraid of that bloody demon? But the guy replied that it was always worth being on the alert. There was a noise behind them, as if someone had entered them through a portal. It was the demoness Oniji. She was immediately smitten by these two and didn't understand why the academy had placed such weak security at such a serious facility. And while Yaksha was raging on the surface, all the attention of the academy was on him, and she took advantage of this opportunity. Since there was not much time, Oniji wanted to break the unbreakable seal with the demonic stone. As soon as the door was opened, she felt a very powerful aura. There was a strong demon chained there with many chains, whom she came to free. It was a bloody demon, one of the 8 great rulers. He was angry at the people who kept him there for a long time. He was so strong that even Onitsi felt her breath taken away from his power. The blood demon smelled the fresh blood of those 2 guards, and Onitsi said that they were V rank and that he could replenish his energy with them. Although she and he were the same type of demon, their methods of replenishing energy through people were completely different. Since the bloody demon finished with dessert, he wanted to take revenge on those who locked him in that place. Yaksha was very strong for Ling Kuei, and the guy understood that he had practically no strength left. Qin Feng was disappointed that he could not do anything to help Ling Kuei, because the pressure of Yaksha did not allow them to move. Seeing that Lin was completely exhausted, Hong Ye was very worried about him. But Lin didn't want to give up on this, and said that until he found a way to get her physical body back, he wouldn't give up so easily. He had the life pill he had received earlier, and he knew that it would be perfect at the moment. He took the pill, and the system reported that successful recovery was underway. Yaksha told them that she would eat them, one by one. He liked Qing Cheng most of all, and he wanted to start with her. But Lin managed to protect her, using his ability against the demon by making a hole in him. Yaksha was surprised that such an ant like Ling Kuei was still able to fight. Thanks to the life pill, he was able to fully restore his strength and remove all negative effects. Hong Ye was glad that Lin was not only able to regain his strength, but was also capable of defeating such a powerful demon single-handedly. After Lin's attack, the effect of Yaksha's pressure disappeared, and all students were able to move again. Hong Ye helped him with his ability so that he could fully cope with the demon. Yang Xiao's squad also decided to help them deal with this giant. But Yang Xiao did not like that his squad was helping Lin. Together the troops defeated the strong demon Yaksha. In the observation room, the commission watched as Lin Kuei saved his friends and successfully defeated the demon. And teacher Tang Lin was glad that she was not mistaken in choosing him. Ling Hua noticed how her brother had grown a lot and achieved great success. She thought that in the future he might become like his father, an S-rank warrior. At that moment, a guard entered the observation room and informed them that communication with the dungeon guards had been lost, and the indestructible seal had broken. The old man and teacher Tang Lin were surprised that someone had released the strongest demon. Lin Hua told them to notify all participants in the autumn test that they needed to leave the demon territories. For completing the task, Lin received a random skill book, plus 20 points to strength, as well as 10 ability fragments. Having opened a book with a random skill, he received a new ability, Peerless Egg, which could transform his spiritual energy into a nutritious egg. Lin was shocked that his ability was to create countless eggs. He decided to play around with this ability and asked San Qian to open his mouth. He said it was so delicious it was as if the egg angels themselves were feeding him. Ho Teng said that he also wanted to taste these chicken eggs. Lin was upset by such a strange ability but still fed him too. It was so delicious that Xiang Qiang asked for more. Qing Cheng was curious what they ate that they praised it so much. After that, he decided to feed everyone at once and let them try his ability. They said that after these chicken eggs, their bodies were filled with energy. At this moment, Lin realized that this ability was not so bad, as he would not have problems with nutritious foods in the future. Shang Qiang asked what they would do with the body of the demon Yaksha. Lin said that they would disassemble it into its components, and that he only needed his spiritual jasper. The girls did not object to this, since it was fair, because Lin Kuei himself dealt with the demon. They shared the horns of a demonic creature among themselves. Lin was surprised that the jasper was so huge. Qin Feng said that it was quite useful and advised him to use it wisely. But then they were notified that an emergency had arisen, and they needed to leave the test site as soon as possible through the illuminated portals. Lin assumed that a demon stronger than Yaksha had appeared, but since he did not want to find out, he told everyone that they needed to leave there. Xiang Qiang was worried about Yang Xiao, who was not with them, and he thought that he could put a spoke in their wheels. Tian Yu said that this coward was the first to escape. Coming to the surface from the dungeons, the bloody demon could not find more than one person to replenish his energy. Not far from him was a squad of girls who were discussing how their squad was the worst since their commander had escaped. And they understood that they would be at the very bottom of the rankings. The bloody demon smelled their scent and came to them. The girls felt a very strong demonic aura from him and were scared by it. But when they turned to face him, the bloody demon lost his appetite. Most of all, he loved to feed on the blood of human women, and Onitsi felt that they could not escape him. He told these girls that he could make them beautiful. Although they were scared, they still strived to become one of the most beautiful girls in the academy. The bloody demon made beauties out of all the girls, which they were very surprised by. Thus, the bloody demon, changing the appearance of the girls, gained complete control over their hearts, leading them into his trap. The girls agreed to thank him for this and asked what he wanted for it. He replied that he wanted their blood, and then replenished his strength. After the bloody demon profited from them, he realized that this was too little for him and wanted more. Oniji felt that somewhere nearby was the same guy to whom she transferred the demonic blood. Hearing that the guy was the owner of a demonic deity, the blood demon was glad that he could feast on him. Oniji warned him that the guy should not be touched. After all, he experienced demonic blood on himself, and if he eats it, she will not be able to explain it to the head. But he said that, no matter what, he would eat it. And at that moment, teacher Tang Ling and Ling Hua appeared in front of them. They came to stop and imprison him back. He wondered if the leaders of the Night Watch and the Academy really thought they could defeat him. But they didn't want to talk to the bloody demon, so they attacked him. Onitsi decided to sneak up behind Ling Hua, but the girl noticed her and attacked the demoness first. Oniji underestimated the girl's strength and understood that she was stronger than she seemed. The bloody demon told them that he liked cats, but he did not like female monkeys and tigresses, having introduced their animal abilities. He told the demoness Onitsi that they needed to leave urgently, and that he needed the portals that she knew how to use. Since he didn't have time to play with them, he told them that he needed to meet the bearer of Qi Yu. They were delighted that the blood demon had the ability of flight. Ling Hua told Tang Ling that she needed to catch up with them and prevent an attack on the students. Tang Ling understood that there would inevitably be a massacre in the Red Demon's territory, and she was worried that this would not affect Lin Kei. Lin was upset when he saw how many people were there and knew that it would take a long time. Xiang Qiang told him that because the academy had little time to prepare more portals and nothing could be done about it. Yang Xiao noticed Lin Kei in the crowd, and he wanted to prevent him from leaving the territories of the demonic lands. But Lin also saw him and told the people that this was the same young Yang Xiao whom they loved so much, but he was a coward because he did not help them cope with the demon. Yang Xiao was very angry about this. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a portal appeared in the sky from which demons emerged. Lin recognized the demoness who shared her blood with him, but he knew nothing about her friend and could only assume that he was from the afterlife. The demon used his blood pressure against all of them. His pressure was so strong that even Lin fell in front of him. The guy understood that in front of him was one of the 8 strongest demon rulers of Shuiye. He was shocked that such a strong demon king would come to them. Lin understood that he was at least A rank. The demon king told the students that they would all become his food. Hearing this, Qin Feng was scared, because he still wanted to become a great warrior. The demon king found Lin Kuei by smell and grabbed him. He knew that it was this guy who possessed the power of Qi Yu. He was surprised that an ordinary guy had such power. Onitsi asked Zhui Ye not to touch him, because if he takes away his Qi Yu power, the head will not forgive him for this. Lin asked why the head of the afterlife abyss might need him. But the demon king said that the food did not need to know this information, after which they went with him to another dimension of the black hole. His squad did not understand what to do because they did not know flight techniques. Meanwhile, teacher Tang Ling and Ling Hua arrived to them, and they were wondering if everything was okay with them. But among all the students, they could not find only Lin Kei. Ling Hua could feel her little brother's aura emanating from the blood sphere. She understood that this was a personal space created by a demon, and if someone from the outside entered it, it would immediately collapse. And she said that they could only wait for them to take them by surprise. Inside the blood sphere, Lin fell from a height, and if not for his S-rank body, he would have crashed. The Demon King welcomed him to his dimension. Oniji did not understand Sui Ye because he did all this in front of so many people. While the Demon King was telling Ling Kuei that he was his food, the guy threw eggs at him. Lin told him that what he dislikes the most is narcissistic villains like him. In the entire 1,000-year history, no one had ever thrown eggs at the demonic king, and he did not want to tolerate such an attitude towards himself. He was very angry with the guy and sent a blood seal spell at him. Lin was exhausted, and even his absolute defense was useless, as were his spiritual powers. The Demon King asked him not to try to use his powers and told him to give up and accept his death. But he was stopped by a huge sword of scissors. Hong Ye appeared, who did not understand how he dared to take Lin Kei from her without her permission. Oniji didn't understand why the A-rank Demon Queen was helping Ling Kuei. But the Demon King already knew her, and he asked if they had met before. Hong Ye said that 1,000 years ago, when she was a princess of the empire, he killed her and her people. And now she did not want to allow him to harm the people dear to her again. Lin was surprised that Hong Ye was a princess during her lifetime who died defending her people. After all, she had never told him about herself before. The Demon King wanted to end this story of 1,000 years and said that he would defeat her and then her beloved, after which they fought against each other. Oniji was surprised because it was her first time seeing A-rank demons fight. And since she was a B-rank demon, she decided not to interfere in their duel. The Demon King wondered how long the Demon Queen could resist against him. He injured Hong Ye by scratching her body with his sharp claws. But since there was poison on Shui Ye's claws, the Demon Queen's inner spiritual power gradually dissipated. Lin was upset that, being a man, he could not do anything because his abilities were suppressed by the Demon King. He couldn't believe that he would have to watch how they fought for him. He didn't understand what kind of man he was if he couldn't even protect Hong Ye. Oniji saw that Lin Qi suddenly began to exhibit an incredible amount of demonic power, and she did not understand how this could be. Because of his Qi Yu ability, his blood and soul gave him power. This ability made him much stronger. The Demon King, holding Hong Ye, said that 1,000 years ago he defeated her, and after 1,000 years he will do it again. Lin couldn't bear to watch this, so he protected her from the Demon King. He carried her in his arms to a safer place. Hong Ye noticed that although Lin had become much stronger, he had lost his mind and was angrier than usual. While fighting Lin Kuei, the Demon King understood that his Qi Yu power gave him such power. Missing Shui Ye's blows, the guy wanted victory more and more. Hong Ye saw that he had completely lost touch with reality. She understood that if this continued, Lin could quickly die from lack of spiritual strength. The Demon King wondered how long Lin Kuei would last. They fought against each other with dignity. The Demon King praised the guy for being able to make him fight at full strength. Although Lin Kuei had awakened the ability, he was still no higher than B rank, and Oniji knew that there was no warrior there who could defeat Shui Ye. Lin still could not hold out decently for a long time against such a strong opponent. Hong Ye, seeing that Lin had fallen to the ground, ran up to him and asked him to come to his senses. But he was still fixated on the same thing, saying that he had to protect her. The Demon King discounted his powers and said that he would replenish his energy through him. Hong Ye told Lin that he had helped her a lot, and the days they spent together were the best. And after these words, Lin managed to return to his previous appearance, and he was very sad. And since he still had a lot to do, Hong Ye said that he shouldn't have died there because she lost too many people close to her 1,000 years ago, and she didn't want to repeat that again. And so this time she asked him to let her fight for him. And since his attacks had sufficiently weakened the demonic king, it would be easier for her to deal with him. Shook. Ye mocked Lin for hiding behind her skirt, and he said that he would defeat the two of them. She gave all her strength for one crushing blow. Oniji was surprised that such a demon queen would make such sacrifices for a human. The demon king wanted to stop her, but it was beyond his power. All her strength was concentrated in one powerful blow. The demonic king had nowhere to run, and she defeated him. Approaching Lin Kuei, she told him that she really didn't want to part with him, but there was no other way. The last thing she asked him was for him to take care of himself. Afterwards, Hong Ye disappeared and the wind scattered the golden petals to the very top, and the core containing her soul fell from them. He said that he would try to find a way to revive her. Seeing that the demon king was in serious condition, Onitsi said that she would take him with her to the afterlife, and there he would be helped. Su Ye said that she would not have time to do this, and asked her to become his food so that he could restore his strength. He was glad that he had it, otherwise he would not have been able to recover. Although he managed to escape from the situation, his wounds were too serious, and he had no strength left to fight. Lin decided to finish the job he started and kill the Demon King, but he managed to fly away from the guy, saying that sooner or later they would meet again. Since the Demon King pushed away from the sphere to increase its speed, from such a strong push it began to crack. Teacher Tangling saw that the sphere of space was collapsing, and told Lin Hua to save Lin Kuei, and she would go after the Demon King. Lin Hua moved forward to help her younger brother. Lin saw that the space had been breached from the inside and understood that he needed to get out as quickly as possible. Looking at the demoness Oniji, he saw that she had taken the form of a young girl after Shui. Ye took away her powers. Lin knew that she must know where the Demon King was going and how to get his wife back. Therefore, he decided to save Oniji by transporting her to his spiritual dimension. Since standing under the spatial sphere was dangerous, Xiang Qiang asked everyone to leave this place. Lin Kui managed to get out, but because he was too weak, he could not do anything and was in free fall. But his sister was just in time, and she saved him. Ling Hua was worried about him and did not understand what was wrong with him. But Lin said he was just tired. 3 days later, Lin continued to train hard again. Ling Si noticed that after the autumn test, her brother became like a different person. As soon as his wounds healed, he spent time every day in training. Since the yellow ferret had not seen his demonic wife for a long time, he suspected that something had happened to her. Ling Si's attention fell on the glass, which fell and broke. It was little Oniji who asked forgiveness for her clumsiness. Ling Si was unhappy that Oniji ruined the breakfast she was preparing for her brother. She didn't understand why her brother brought this girl here. And the yellow ferret was glad, because compared to him, the girl was not even close to him. Because when he was a servant, he did not make such mistakes. Ling Shi said that since she lived with them, she must do the job well. Little Oniji said that she would improve and prepare breakfast for Mr. Ling Kuei. Ling Si reminded her not to forget about them. This infuriated Oniji because she agreed to serve only Lin Kuei as a token of gratitude for saving her, but not to these two. The yellow ferret really liked the new servant, and he had not felt so good for a long time. While training, Lin thought of only one thing: how to get his wife back. His studies were interrupted by his younger sister, who brought him breakfast. Lin thought that perhaps the demoness knew how to restore Hong Ye's soul. After having breakfast with everyone at the same table, he called Onitsi to follow him. When she entered his room, she wondered why Lin Kuei called her. He said since she was a member of the afterlife, she should have known a way to restore the soul and how to return the body to his wife. Oniji was very grateful that he left her. But there was one but. Lin didn't understand what she was talking about. He thought that Oniji was still faithful to the afterlife, but she was simply not entirely sure of the reliability of the information. The girl said that Zhue Ye absorbed most of her power, and therefore most of her memories were lost. And the only thing she remembered was that the soul of the Demon King was unusually strong, and if you get his spiritual jasper, then there is a chance to return his wife. Lin said that he would believe her this time, but warned that if she deceived him, it would be the last time. And that no matter the circumstances, he wanted to fight the Demon King. Oniji was surprised that he really loved Hong Ye so much, because she did not know the feelings of a demon with a person. Arriving at the academy, he met with San Qian, who noticed that something was wrong with him. He told him that when Yang Xiao learned that the Basilard squad had taken first place, he was very surprised. But Lin did not appreciate this story, and Xiang Qiang did not understand what was wrong with him. There was a good reward for first place, and he said that teacher Tang Lin asked him to tell him that he needed to come to her. And since she gave Lin a day off, San Qian was wondering what he would do. All Lin wanted was to find one demon and deal with it. The demonic king returned to the castle of the afterlife. He told his master that he had sent his subordinates in the form of people to deal with the traitor Onitsi, and at the same time to catch the younger sister Lin Kuei. The chief praised him, but said that his target was not the guy with demon blood, but the entire Kanglin city. The demon king was surprised that his master was preparing an invasion. The head said that due to the fact that the academy's forces were growing greatly, they were a threat not only to all demons, but also to the afterlife and the plans of their state. Therefore, the battle is inevitable. 10 years ago, only because of Lin Yuan's perseverance, the city of Konglin managed to avoid destruction. And since he was no longer alive, the city could not resist them. The Demon King, having learned about his plan, wanted to lead the troops. The head did not understand how someone who was almost killed by an ordinary person could become the leader of the army. The Demon King said that he had regained all his strength and was at the peak of his power. He announced that he would lead an army into battle and capture Kanglin, making it a new demonic territory. He reminded the head of his ability, which allowed him to control people, and if he leads the troops behind him, then without much effort they will be able to capture the city. Kui with the power of Qi Yu as a reward. Since the portal to Kanglin would soon open and the squad would begin to attack, he told him not to waste time and take everyone else under his command. The Demon King was glad that he was entrusted with such a serious task. He couldn't wait to meet Ling Kuei again and enjoy his Qi Yu power. Teacher Tang said that they took first place in the autumn test, but it didn't mean anything because the afterlife won't wait, so they need to concentrate on training, and that they would spend the next few weeks doing advanced demonic training. They were shocked that she would chase them again. Murong couldn't continue like this anymore because she was the team's medic, and the girl didn't understand why she needed to do this too. Xiangtiang was surprised that Lin Kuei was still meditating, but teacher Tang asked not to disturb him because he had been training a lot lately to become stronger. Xiangqiang, seeing a powerful aura around him, assumed that Lin would soon reach new heights. Lin's spiritual powers have increased enough and will soon reach B rank. When last time he took on the guise of a demon, he achieved the same power in one moment, and this time the power will truly be his. The system found that the guy had 10 fragments of unused fragments from completing the task of defeating the demon Yaksha, and offered to combine them. Lin was happy with this news and decided to use them. He told himself that no matter who he was, he would be the best at whatever he did. His powers merged with the Qi Yu ability, and the system congratulated him on his new B rank. His group was surprised by such a powerful blow. Teacher Tang said that his aura was that of a B rank warrior, and he managed to do it. A system panel with all his abilities and data appeared before his eyes, and he did not understand why there was a question mark on the item near his soul. He thought it was because he was from another world. The system gave him a reward for achieving a new rank, and she congratulated him on receiving the new S-rank combat weapon, Kenrin Demonic Sword. Xiangqiang was surprised that he had additionally awakened the ability of a martial weapon. The group and teacher Tang congratulated him on this, but Lin said he had a lot more training to do. They believed that with such talent he would be able to achieve S rank. Teacher Tang noticed a portal in the sky through which enemies were making their way towards them. They did not understand what was happening because there were also hundreds of portals above the city. She was surprised that the afterlife decided to strike so early and ordered everyone to get ready. Demonic creatures roamed throughout all areas of Kanglin City. People panicked, but the city police warned that the Night Watch warriors would soon arrive. Teacher Tang Lin asked all the students to work in groups on all the monsters. This time, Lin wanted to pay the afterlife for everything she had done. 2 demonic portals appeared right in front of Lin. 2 B-rank commanders, Jin Lei and Yin Zhen, came out from there. Lin noticed that their demonic power was at the middle stage, and he knew that he needed to be careful. Jin Lei told him that last time his father fell in the war for Kanglin, and in this one, it will be him. Lin said that they thought too much of themselves, and that their demonic aura was funny. He wanted them to pay him for his father and for Hong Ye. The 4 great generals of the afterlife laughed because the boss ordered them to bring some girl, because they considered this task easy. But they understood that since the head said it, they had to do it. They needed to take away Lin Kuei's younger sister and take revenge on Onitsi for betrayal. According to the information they have, the generals found Ling Kei's house. While Ling Shi and the yellow ferret were resting, Oniji was tidying up the house. Ling Shi was eating the cake that her older sister sent to Lin, But since he was in no mood or appetite, she decided to help him with it. Yellow decided to use the services of a servant and asked to give him a massage. Oniji said she would do it, but she was not very happy that the dog had Lin Kuei's protection. When she gave him a massage, he still didn't like something and was indignant. But since his screams disturbed Ling Shi, the girl asked him to shut up. Four demonic generals burst into their house and asked which one was Ling Shi. The girl didn't understand what they forgot at their house. Onitsi immediately realized that these were demonic creatures from the afterlife. One of them did not understand where Ling Kei got the dog from, but the ferret didn't like it and said that he was the great yellow saint, after which they showed their true selves and showed themselves. The first thing the demonic generals wanted to do was teach Anji a lesson, but the other general said that first we need to take this stupid little girl. Ling Si didn't like the way he called her, and her eyes glowed red. Oniji was scared and didn't understand where her demonic aura came from. Ling Si told them that since they had already come, there was no need to leave. The demonic creatures understood that something was wrong, and the girl was not as simple as she seemed. She united her bear cub and the black whirlwind and ordered him to deal with the demons. The bear swallowed up 3 demonic generals at once. Oniji couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible from Lin Kei's younger sister. The last demonic creature understood that while there was a chance, it had to run. But he was stopped by a yellow ferret who wanted to test his new transformation ability. The girls were surprised that Yellow could take on human forms. The great ferret saint took on a humanoid form. The commanders of the afterlife abyss repelled the attacks of Lin Kei. Lin had a choice: personally defeat these two and get plus 20 points to strength, kill them together with his comrades and get plus 12 to agility. The guy chose the first option. He was then attacked by Yinzhen, but he was able to repel her attack. Seeing that his partner could not cope on her own, Jinlei decided to help her. But Lin used his absolute defense skill to block his blow. Jinlei was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. The girl attacked him again and this time managed to wound Lin Kei. Lin didn't want to play with Yinzhen for a long time, so he threw her away. After the last training sessions on his S-rank body, the usual wounds healed right before his eyes. Yinzhen did not understand where the new generation had such speed of recovery. Jinlei thought he could attack the guy from behind, but Lin noticed this and dodged. Since he left them no choice, they used a joint ability technique. The demons cloned their bodies many times over and surrounded him on all sides. Jinlei told him that he was going to make a thunder strike, after which he would definitely not survive. Lin understood that in this way they decided to drive him into an air trap, but he only had one plan in the form of dynamite from the spatial storage. Lin managed to escape the blast wave by escaping through the air. Their demonic bodies were resistant to this, so they escaped with minor abrasions, but the generals were angry with Lin Kuei. Lin understood that he should not underestimate his enemies, and he decided to deal with them in one blow. He scattered them to smithereens and received 20 power points for completing the task. Meanwhile, Ling Shi dealt with the demon invasion and told the Yellow One and the servants that they must cover their tracks before her brother returned. Yellow thought that, having become a man, he would be able to get out of the position of a servant, but he was very mistaken. Portals appeared above them, from which evil creatures emerged. But little Ling Shi calmly continued to eat the ice cream, and told the Yellow One and Onaji that they would have to dig a hole deeper. They were angry at these demonic creatures because they gave them jobs. In the sky above Kanglin Academy was the guardian of Kanglao Academy and the deputy director of Xuanyan. Xuanyan defended the academy's airspace by using his blade against the demons, and Kanglao used his dragon ability against them. They exchanged warm words with each other about their skills, just like in the good old days when there was a similar demon attack, after which they continued to fight with demonic creatures. Meanwhile, Teacher Tang and her students also cleaned the academy grounds. Seeing that Xuanyin and Kanglao had crawled out, she understood that a war had begun between humans and demons. They could not find Lin Kuei and thought that he had fallen behind the group. Lin appeared and said that he fought 2 strong demon commanders alone. They were glad that he was okay. Teacher Tang noticed 2 V-rank spiritual jaspers in his hands, and she understood that he had dealt with serious beings, so she praised him for the work he had done. Lin was pleased to be praised, and since there were no more demons in the area, Tang Lin allowed everyone to return home. Returning home, the guy noticed something in his yard. There, his younger sister commanded that they do their work quickly. Seeing her brother, Ling Si immediately ran to talk about how she was terrified by the visiting demons. She asked him not to worry and said that she and the bear had sorted them out. He was surprised that his little sister was capable of such a thing, and he knew that she would no longer need his protection. Yellow told him not to stand but to help them clean up. He didn't understand why she was in charge and who she was. She was angry that he did not recognize her, and she taught him a lesson for this. And then she said that she was great, yellow, and holy. Lin did not believe that it was yellow because he thought it was a dog. But because he was so strong, Lin assumed that he was still a guy. Oniji wondered, once Lin Kuei recognizes her, will she be able to join everyone? And the girl really hoped that he would be able to defeat the demonic king and return his Hongyi. Shoot! Ye ordered the demonic creatures to turn the city into his servants. Bats, under the influence of the demonic king, flew around the city in search of victims. They attacked the girl and bit her on the neck, after which she developed fangs and her eyes turned red. Qiang came to Lin, who urgently needed to tell him something important. Lin wondered why he was making so much noise since the morning. Qiang said that an opportunity to make good money had arisen, since another attack by demons had occurred, and the Night Watch had deployed the forces of the academy with a good reward for their help. Looking through the academy's posts, Lin understood that the afterlife was serious about getting their city. Qiao told him to hurry because Teacher Tang had an important task for them. Although the yellow one took on a human form, he still had his old habits. Ling Xi didn't think that her brother would leave so quickly, and she wondered when he would return. Lin asked her not to worry and said that he would just walk around the city and come back. The younger sister asked him to be careful and said that she would not leave the house anywhere. They saw off Lin Kei and wished him good luck. He was glad that his sister had become more mature and wiser. Right after Lin left, Lin Shi told Yellow to get ready because they were going into town. The girls' plans were to walk around the city and destroy the demons. Yellow was glad of this, because he had not gone out for a long time. In the city, Lin's squad met the former commander of the Muzhen squad, Chun Li. The commander did not expect them to be on the same team again. Also with him were KK and Mo Shu, who was not happy to see Lin Kei. KK couldn't understand why every time Lin spoke to her, she began to worry. Chun Li reminded Lin that last time they took his card, but the money was never returned. Lin said that at the moment, their goal was to exterminate all the demons, and the rest could wait. Shankyo noticed that there was a strong demonic aura nearby. They saw many zombified girls who were their target. Chun-Li said that the zombies were not demons. They are simply people who have fallen under a demonic curse. Therefore, they could not be killed, but had to be handed over to the Night Watch. Mo Shu asked everyone to be careful not to get bitten, otherwise they will become the same. Xiangqiang didn't understand why all the zombified girls were attracted to him. Since they could not be injured, Chun-Li tried in every possible way to catch them. He decided to attract them in the same way as Xiangqiang, but all of them were attracted only to Qiang, and it infuriated him that not a single girl ran after him. The only ones whose attention he attracted were the zombified men. It was difficult for the squad to deal with them, because the main task was not to harm them. These zombies did not approach Lin, and he assumed that it was because he had the demonic aura of Hong Yi. Xiangqiang was in danger and called for help, as he was attacked by one of them. Lin saved him and told everyone that they should try to snatch the demonic fangs from them. When they tried it on that girl, she came back to herself, and Lin said that this was their weak point. Mo Shu said that only this time he would do as he said. The Demon King watched as his ability made puppets out of them all. He quickly wanted to see Lin Kuei and fight him in order to drink his energy. But then he saw something he did not expect. Lin Kuei again ruined his plans. The Demon King was angry with him and already wanted to deal with him. But they stopped him and said that he should not have left his current place. It was Ming Yan, a B-rank deputy. He told Zhui Ye that since he led all the demon troops, he simply could not leave them. Meng Yan volunteered to help him and said that he could easily cope with such an ant as Lin Kei. The Demon King warned him that if he failed, he would be punished. Having set off, Meng Yan told his master not to worry and to wait for him with good news. When the squad had dealt with all the infected, an employee of the Night Watch arrived and said that for their help they would receive a reward for the task in their accounts. They were glad that they would be paid well for their hard work. Lin assumed that there were also demonic creatures in the rest of the city, so he wanted to get rid of them. And since all this was not without reason, Lin suspected that the Demon King was also in the city, and he wanted to destroy him, no matter what the cost. Screams were heard on a nearby street. Someone called for help. The squad immediately rushed to the rescue. They assumed that the demons had attacked the lovely ladies. When they came running, they saw girls asking for help. The detachment was told that they would save them and remove them from there. The girls were glad that they came to their aid. Lin noticed a demonic aura about them and told the squad not to help them. There was a magical trap under their feet, and they understood that they urgently needed to get out of there. But it was already too late, and their souls were captured. The girls they saw were just scarecrows disguised with magic. It was Meng Yan's trap that activated the dream world. When entering his dream world, a person entered into a deep sleep, first losing his spiritual powers and then his consciousness. Sanchen dreamed that he was surrounded by beautiful girls who looked after him, served him a lot of food, and waited for his instructions. He was surprised that his dragon came out of the spirit world to eat, since this usually did not happen. Everything was so good that the guy thought he was in heaven. He was fed and watered from all sides and he was very happy about it. He told the girls that he couldn't eat as much anymore. The girls did not understand how he could say such terrible words, so they brought more and more. Chun-Li dreamed that he became the ruler of the mercenary world. There he was in great demand and needed. People constantly turned to him for help in accepting their assignments. KK and Yu Zhou asked the ruler if they should take this task. Chun-Li told them to tell them that he didn't take jobs with a reward lower than 5 million because he wanted people to understand that without money, they wouldn't be able to hire the #1 mercenary leader in the world. Mo Shu dreamed that she and Mo Qingcheng had a happy wedding. The seniors dreamed that they were having a good time together on a roller coaster. Meng Yan was glad that they were all stuck in deep sleep. Only Lin Ke remained, and he wanted to pick out his biggest wound. Lin woke up in his bed at home and was surprised that it was over so quickly. Hong Ye was with him, who did not understand why he woke up so early. He couldn't believe his eyes that he was lying with Hong Ye again. Lin hugged her and told her how much he missed her. She didn't understand why he was so upset and missed her so much. Hong Ye said that she needed to get up and go have breakfast. But he couldn't let her go, and he wondered if he couldn't hold her. She did not understand why such questions were asked, and said that they could spend an eternity like this. Although he knew that it was a dream, he was incredibly happy about it. She said that she was lonely and asked him if he could stay with her. He had a choice: spend the rest of his life with her, receiving plus 200 years of dream life, and dispel the illusion and receive plus 3 fragments of the ability, or destroy the dream world and save his friends, receiving plus strength. Realizing that this was just a dream, he chose the third option and wanted to quickly deal with Shui Yi for this. Meng Yan was horrified that Lin Kuei had managed to destroy his dream world. Since Lin managed to destroy his trap, Meng Yan received serious injuries from this. His team managed to wake up, and they were upset and wanted to go back to sleep because everything they wanted was there. Lin told everyone that they needed to quickly escape through the crack that had formed in the dream world. After getting out of the trap, Lin saw Meng Yan, and he felt his strong aura, which was no lower than B rank. He understood that he should be careful with this demon. Meng Yan told the guy that since he didn't mean it in a good way, he would do it in a bad way. The demon attacked Lin Ke, but turned out to be much weaker than him. Because he was injured, he had no strength left to fight. To hide, Meng Yan used magic weapons. Poisonous smoke scattered from it throughout the area, making it difficult to breathe. But Lin dispelled it with his Qi Yu ability. While he was saving his friends, the demon Meng Yan managed to escape, and Lin understood that it was too late to catch up with him, especially since his main enemy was the Demon King. Meng Yan wanted to quickly report the situation to his master Shui Ye so that he could send reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ling Shi, Yellow, and Oniji were driving around the city in a car. Oniji was afraid to travel with them, and she didn't think that among them, only the ferret knew how to drive a car. Meng Yan was calmly returning to his master when suddenly he saw a flying car. Since he had little strength, he was unable to escape. Onitsi was wondering what they had moved, but the ferret didn't know because he was concentrating on how to stop. Demons often went out into the human world and stole things from them. They were glad to have gained so much this time. But since they were in the path of the Yellow Saint, they did not have time to escape. Lin told the party that in addition to the Nightmare Demon, they also had to deal with other creatures. Chun-Li was glad that everyone was motivated to kill demonic creatures, because they received many rewards for doing so. They wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder and destroy all enemies. Half a day had passed since Meng Yan left, and the Demon King believed that he should have completed his task. He was going to look at his winner, but his spiritual sphere of life was broken, and he could not see what had happened to him. The Demon King was angry that he lost to this guy again. He understood that he needed to take control of the situation and went in search of Ling Kuei. Yellow lost control and they flew into the wall. Oniji managed to grab both of them and jump out of the car. She told the yellow one that next time he would not come near the steering wheel again. Lin wondered how they came to the city. Ling Shi hugged her brother and said that she wanted to stay at home, but the yellow one forced her to go with her, and also that she was driving the car. Yellow didn't understand, because Ling Shi herself told her to go faster. Ling Shi didn't like the fact that she passed her, and she taught Yellow a lesson. Xiang Qiang did not know earlier that Lin Ke had not only a younger sister, but also a demonic girl. Lin knew that these two would create chaos in the city, and he sympathized with the demons. Chun-Li informed everyone that he had received an emergency notification that Shui Ye had launched a full-scale offensive, and his army of demonic creatures had occupied the city center. The demonic king ordered his army to level the entire city in its path. Teacher Tang and Ling Hua, as soon as they found Shui Ye, immediately came to take him back into custody. The demon king said that he was thirsty and would quench it with their blood. They told Shui Ye that he would not be able to escape from them this time. The demon king awakened his blood dragon. Teacher Tang Ling told her monkey Ju Yan to transform. They fought bravely against this fire-breathing red creature, using all their abilities and skill. The demon king understood that they were at the mid-rank stage, and he told them that they would not be able to defeat him. He used his weapons technique well against them. Tang Ling attacked him from behind using the flame fist technique. But the demon king was too powerful, he immediately blocked her sneak attack. They understood that in order to defeat Shui Ye, they could not give him a second of respite, and they attacked him from all sides, not allowing him to recover. Santian wondered where Chun-Li's grandfather and his boys were. Lin said that they had a few tasks left, so they had to leave. And he was also wondering if he was sure that the children would stay in the city. Lin said, since there were demonic creatures everywhere, it was safer for them all to be together, and asked not to underestimate their abilities, since they could be stronger than him. On their way, there were demons who blocked their path. Lin told everyone to prepare for battle, as there could be even more of them ahead. Ling Si told her brother that she was very scared. Yellow and Onaji didn't understand why she was acting this way, and said that she had fought them fearlessly before. But Ling Si didn't like this, and she asked them to shut up. Since his sister was afraid, Lin asked the squad to take care of her while he dealt with the demons. But Ling Si told his team that she did not need their protection, and then she activated her bear and black vortex abilities. The squad understood that if the younger sister Lin Kuei was fighting, then they could not stand aside, and they also needed to go into battle. Yellow couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to help them fight the demons too. Oniji couldn't stand by while everyone around her saved the city, so she joined the yellow one. There were more and more demonic creatures. The system discovered 2 unused B-rank spiritual jaspers that could grant abilities, and she asked if Lin would like to use them. Lin wanted this, so he absorbed Jinlei's spiritual jasper and gained the Thunder Strike skill, after which he could release lightning. He then absorbed the Yinzhen spiritual jasper and gained an air-type skill called Windwalker, which increased his speed and agility. Lin was glad that he received 2 abilities of different nature at the same time. The girls, seeing that Lin Ke alone dealt with all the demons, understood that he definitely had enough strength to be their commander. In front of them, the entire street was blocked by an entire army of demonic creatures. Lin felt a very powerful aura from them, but he understood that if he could not defeat this small group of weak demons, then there was no question of defeating the Demon King. His squad said that they urgently needed to retreat, as there were too many of them. Little Ling Si was worried about him and also asked him to retreat. He had a choice: bide his time until help arrived and get +10 to strength, run with his comrades and get +10 to agility, or defeat the army of demons and get several rewards. Lin knew that escaping from the battlefield would only make their situation worse. Due to such retreats, these creatures were taking over cities, and so he chose the option of fighting to the end. He wanted to cut through all this darkness and destroy them with lightning. Lin attacked them using his new Thunder Strike ability, frying the entire army of monsters. And since he destroyed all the monsters, he wanted to kill one of the strongest demon kings. The blood dragon used the strongest attack of its poisonous breath. Zhu Yan cut this fiery blow in half. Tang Ling realized that while the demon king was distracted, this was a good chance to strike him. This knocked Wu Ye out of the air, but the blood dragon saved him from falling. Ling Hua attacked him with her Thunder Tiger power. A strong electric shock ran through the Demon King's entire body. This was the most powerful blow that Ling Hua had ever made. She had no doubt that after this the bloody night ghost would die. The Demon King was angry, and he didn't understand. How dare she hurt him? To restore his strength, Shui Ye fused the blood dragon into his essence and transformed his body. And he turned into a huge demonic giant. It was the first time Tang Ling and Ling Hua had seen such a strong aura. The Demon King told them that he always has a backup plan. He didn't understand how 2 low-level beasts dared to attack him. Since he became much stronger, it became much more difficult for them to fight him. Lin Kui came to their aid, which surprised them. And with him are his partners and little Ling Shi. Ling Hua was delighted that her little sister was not afraid of anything, Murong helped heal the pleasures of teachers Tang and Ling Hui. Lin told the Demon King that he was his opponent. He was surprised that Lin Kuei had become much stronger than before. Lin had a choice: escape with the team and get +10 to strength, defeat Sui, Yi, and avenge Hong Yi, get improved performance, or find another way out of victory and get +10 to agility. He chose the latter and reincarnated into a demonic form. His team and Master Tang were surprised that he had such an ability. The Demon King told Lin Kuei that she would not give him a single chance to win. Lin used a powerful Fire Fist attack. They all united against the Demon King and attacked him from all sides. The Demon King found it difficult to fight all of them at the same time, and they were almost able to knock him down. Little Ling Xi and Anaji also helped Lin Kuei win. Shu Ye sacrificed his blood to open the prison and immobilize everyone. This was also a problem for Lin, because he could not move. The circle caused by 2/3 of his blood was truly powerful. He said he would eat them all. Lin managed to get up and told the team that they could rely on brute force to break his pressure. The Demon King didn't understand how Lin Kuei could move. He thought that the power of Qi Yu had broken out of the circle. Lin told the Demon King that he would not give up and would finish what he started. Su Ye spent too much of his strength, and it was difficult for him to withstand such force of thunder and lightning. Lin was very angry and sought justice for his family and friends, as well as for the return of Hong Yi. He dealt the last powerful blow, and for completing the task, Lin received +20 strength points, +20 agility points, and +15 ability fragments. And he received the jade soul of the ghost of the Bloody Knight, and he understood that he could save his Hong Yi. His sisters were proud of him. They were glad to have such a brother. Since he became much stronger, the team told him that he was worthy to be called their captain. They were glad that there was not a single demonic creature in the sky above their city. Exactly 10 years ago, Lin Yuan saved Kanglin. Tang Lin was proud that the guy inherited the fame of the Basilard team and once again saved the city. 2 days after the purification, the power of the Bloody Knight Soul Jade was finally transferred to Hong Ye. He succeeded, and he was glad that he felt the breath of life in her. She appeared before him, exactly the same way she left with the wind of leaves. Hong Ye was incredibly happy to see him. She said she didn't think she would see him again. He told her how much he missed her and how bad it felt to be alone. Hong Ye was also very bored. Although she was in the spiritual world, she felt all its pain and anxiety. She believed that it was easier for him to refuse than to return her at such a price. Lin said that he was ready to do anything for her, and after that, they kissed. At the Min Yuan headquarters, the subordinates told the head that the Battle of Kanglin was a failure, and the Demon King gave his life in it. They wondered if he wanted to increase the demonic troops and continue attacking the city. He told them that although the operation had failed, battles in other cities had been won, allowing the territory to expand. Kanglin was just a small piece of land. The servants considered their king wise and had no doubt that he would rule Daxia. Ling Xi did not understand why her brother ignored them for 2 days and did not go downstairs. Oniji said she would bring him breakfast upstairs, but Ling Xi didn't like it, and she said that she would take it herself. When he entered his room, she was surprised. Lin didn't expect his little sister to come into his room and see Hong Ye. When she saw a girl in his room, the yellow one said that Lin Kuei's ghostly wife had woken up. Ling Xi didn't understand why those two didn't tell her earlier. She wanted Lin to tell her who this ghostly girl was and why she was in his room. Lin understood that he could not hide it forever, and he would have to tell everything. He said that Hong Ye was very dear to him, and that it was his choice. Whether she was a person or a ghost, he would always love her. Hong Ye was very pleased that Lin finally introduced her to his sister. Ling Xi considered Hong Yi a very beautiful girl, but she was a stranger to her. Lin Xi wanted only her and her elder sister to be able to support and love Lin. He understood this and said that she was unlike anyone else and was unique to him. Ling Xi didn't understand what the difference was because women are all the same. And Hong Ye was touched by the fact that this little girl was jealous. Hong Ye leaned down to pet her and said that he was not going to steal her brother. She understood that the young lady was worried about Lin Kuei, but she hoped that Lin Xi would trust her and her brother's choice. Ling Xi understood that it was just a spirit, and there was no real touch from her. Nevertheless, she was very pleased and felt something tender. Running to her room, she said that it was only because of her brother that she would accept her, but she wanted Hong Ye to understand that he would only remain her brother, not her. Lin didn't understand what it was, but the yellow one learned that the Demon Queen also had weaknesses. Lin told Hong Ye that in the future they would all become one family. She was very pleased to hear this. Then, Hong Ye suddenly became ill. and he was very worried about her. But Hongye said that she was just tired. Oniji said that her soul was severely damaged, and even if she recovered, she would still be weak, and she urgently needed to be returned to the spirit world. Lin told Hongye to have a good rest there and that he would think of something to make her feel better. He asked Oniji if there was any way to restore her soul to a normal state or change her body. She said that the previous battle had taken too much power from her, and even if the jade was consumed, it would barely help her. Lin remembered that Hongye once told him that her spiritual world was destroyed, and she could not accumulate too much energy, relying solely on her soul. Oniji said, since Hongye did not have a physical body, even 10 bloody night jades could not revive her soul, but it was possible to change her body shape, which would solve the problem. No matter the cost, Lin was willing to do anything to help her. Oniji said that there was only one thing in the world that could change the shape of the body, and that was the Sage Stone. It was an ancient treasure that was capable of imbuing its owner with divine power. The stone, during the battle between ghosts and monsters, was broken into 9 pieces and scattered throughout the world, the owners of which were powerful ghosts. And picking up the pieces is not so easy. Lin was ready to go through fire and water until Hongye restored his body. In the Kanglin classroom, Teacher Tang was telling the students that although they had defeated the demons, most of the other regions had been overrun by ghostly creatures. And due to the presence of monsters, there are few people left there, but their city will help save people there and fight ghosts. The Academy and the Night Patrol will generously reward those students who cooperate with them. The deputy director said that in the recent battle, the Basilard team, led by Lin Kei, showed themselves worthy, and the young captain had courage and bravery, and such he was worthy of praise, and for this he receives a reward of 3 million in cash. And he hoped other students would follow his example. Lin and his team were very pleased to hear this. The guy could not even dream of such a reward for saving the city. Many girls at the academy loved him and considered him their idol. Their team was presented with ribbons of honor for their achievements. Qingqin, watching Lin Kuei, considered him very handsome, and her friend thought he was funny in this ribbon. Qinfeng was happy for him and wanted to follow his path to become just as strong and respected. Yang Xiao was unhappy with his success and still wanted to find a way to take revenge on him. Teacher Tang wondered if Lin Kuei would participate in this mission. Lin responded that since Yuan was an enemy of their city and the entire people of Daxia, he wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Tang Ling said that he was undoubtedly worthy of being the star of Kanglin, and that every day he became better and better. Lin understood that by going to this battle, he could try to find the Sage's Stone. When he came home, Lingxi showed him the letter and said that she had passed the primary school entrance exam. Lin was glad that she would study there so she could go to school in the future. Elementary class was an educational class for minors. He considered her very talented and understood that she would be popular in the class. Oniji and the yellow one also wanted to be like her and go to school. The yellow one thought that it was not fair because she was a ferret and could not go to school. Seeing Lin leaving, Lingxi wanted to go with him. Lin said that she should study, and he hoped that when he returned, she would please him with her results in her studies. They saw him off, and Lingxi promised to please him with her academic success. The city of Heimu was taken over by a void ghost that had control over the inhabitants there. Lin and his team came there to protect the city from this ghost. They came to the local residents and asked to tell them about the whole situation. He told them that the people in the city had told him that the void ghost from Ming Yuan was a subordinate of the Red Sword, one of the 8 ghost kings. Lin hoped to meet and capture this ghost in order to find out from him about the Sage Stone. The grandfather said that the ghosts were fierce. They often came in search of girls and children. And a few days ago, they took his granddaughter and said that they would raise her as a wife, and she was only 8 years old. Lin was angry at these ghosts, and he wanted to quickly deal with these offenders. Xiang. Qiang asked his grandfather not to worry and promised to help and save everyone. Grandfather saw someone coming. He said that these were lackeys, ghosts of the void, and asked them to hide as soon as possible so that they would not get hurt. Lackeys were strange guys who worked for ghosts. Lin did not understand how a person could serve a ghost for his gain. The lackeys saw very beautiful girls who they liked. The footman told his comrades to deal with the guys and take away the women, who would then be delivered to the ghost of the void. Su Tang and Murong did not like this attitude towards themselves. Lin bombarded them with his invincible chicken eggs. He wanted to strike a real blow and defeat the criminals, but the girls overtook him. They taught the offenders a lesson, and were glad that they would not harm anyone again. The grandfather understood that they had special abilities, but he warned them that the ghost was not an ordinary one, so they needed to be careful. Lin said that they would save all people and defeat the void ghost. Lin had a choice. attack the Void Ghost headquarters and get +10 to strength, dress up as a woman and sneak in unnoticed and get several rewards, or lead the residents out of the city and get +8 to agility. He didn't understand where he could get women's clothes, and was surprised that they even gave charm points for it. Chen with him, so that the three of them could be in female form. He told the girls to defend the city while they retreated. The three of them disguised themselves as women in order to get into the headquarters and surprise the ghost. Shang-Chiang was not very happy with this idea. He said that if it didn't work, he would kill Lin for it. But Lin didn't understand, even though it was his idea. But where did they get the costumes? Since they were already approaching the headquarters, Lin asked them not to make any noise. The demonic creatures really liked these girls. They told them that they had come to the king of the void ghosts. They happily let these lovely ladies pass. Lin knew that these ghosts had very strange taste. They told the ghost of the void that they had heard about his attractiveness, and that is why they came to him. He was glad that there were 3 more such beauties in the city, and invited them to his room. As soon as they entered his room, they took off their disguise and showed this ghost their true colors. But the ghost quickly disappeared, as he had teleportation skills. He appeared behind them and said that what he hated most was when men deceived him, and demanded that they apologize. He attacked Lin K with his crushing fist, but Lin dodged. Lin said that it was not for nothing that he was called the Void Ghost, as he deserved this title. Lin used his ability and attacked the ghost with invincible chicken eggs. But since he teleported, some of the eggs fell into Houten. Houten didn't like this and used his 18 palms technique on the ghost. The ghost admitted that he was wrong and asked to let him go. Lin had a choice: release the ghost and receive +7 to strength, rid people of evil and deal with it, receiving +10 fragments of the ability, or use it for his own purposes, receiving +8 to dexterity. Lin told the Void Ghost that if he knew anything about the Sage Stone, he would have mercy on him. The ghost said that his boss has a red sword that contains a fragment of this stone. Since he treasured it, he attached it to his weapon. Lin thanked him for sharing such valuable information and said that he would think about how to make his life easier. The ghost didn't quite understand what he meant. Lin defeated the Void Ghost with his sword and received 10 ability fragments for completing the task. He believed that it was unfair to treat women this way and do this to the people of the city, and he had no intention of showing mercy to this demon. They saved all the inhabitants of the city and ended this battle. They said goodbye to their grandfather and fulfilled their promise by clearing the city of ghosts. He stopped them and said that he did not know how to thank them. But Lin said that they had come to them on a mission, and if he really wanted to be grateful, he could convey thanks to Daxia. Afterwards, they finally said goodbye to the residents of the city. They found the shortest route to Lifing and walked there through the dark forest. Santian wondered why Lin Kuei was collecting information about the Sage Stone. Lin understood that Hong Ye's case should not be solved, so he made up a story that he had heard that by collecting the shards of the Sage's Stone, one could summon a dragon to make a wish. But Xiang Qiang did not believe this story. Some strange sounds were coming from the forest, and they could not understand what it was. Then they saw a frightened animal running from someone. Local masked natives tried to catch up with him. Lin was faced with a choice: save the life of the fox cub and receive fragments of strength, stand and not move, receiving +6 to strength, or think about the ghosts and let them catch the fox, receiving +6 to agility. Murong felt sorry for the little fox. She didn't understand what was happening. Hong Ye told Lin that this animal had a strange aura and was unusual. She asked to save him. The little fox was very scared and did not understand why these ghosts wanted to eat him. Turning back, the little fox saw that he had been helped with this problem. Lin received +8 fragments of power for this help. They discussed what they would do with him, but Lin said that the best option would be to take him on the team, suggesting that he could be their God-sent mascot. Since it was late, they decided to wait out the night in the forest, setting up camp near the fire. They fed their team mascot, and Lin said that he would sleep with Aunt Murong. But the little fox chose him. Murong was upset, because she thought that they had become friends. Shang Qiang suggested that the little fox was female, and maybe he would turn into a woman and thank him. Shang Qiu noticed that the ghosts that were chasing the little fox were somehow strange, and it seemed to him that in appearance they looked like hunters. Su Tan said that ghost hunters are cannibals who live in groups in the wild, and they are good because they are silent, and they should have been more careful while in their territory. Lin suggested that they take night duty and change every 2 hours. While everyone was sleeping, the first 2 hours of night duty went to San Tian, but his duty consisted more of sleep. And while he was sleeping, the enemy was hiding in the bushes. Hearing a rustling in the bushes, Xiangqiang sounded the alarm that they were being attacked by ghost hunters. Seeing that there were many of them, Lin asked them to prepare for battle. The ghost hunters had a B-rank commander who was very hungry. They did not expect such a meeting with the ghost warlord. Lin told the team that he would deal with the commander, and the rest of the ghost hunters would be on them. Xiangqiang eagerly wanted to defeat them in order to become stronger from absorbing souls. The phantom commander attacked Lin, but he was able to resist the brute. The commander noticed that the guy was very brave, so he used his main trick. Lin was surprised that this ghost had the power of killing spirit transformation. The system suggested that he learn the abilities of the ghostly jade called spiritual compulsion. These skills will transfer into the physical aura. Since he agreed, the study was completed successfully and he used the spiritual compulsion skill. The Phantom Commander was shocked that this man was able to compensate for the skills he didn't have. The monster realized that he could not avoid this collision, so he attacked with a triple blow from the spears. But Lin was maneuverable and was able to dodge his attack. Approaching the ghostly commander, he delivered the desired blow, defeating him outright. After much training, he found it much easier to fight B-tier enemies, but he knew that each ghost had different abilities and he should be more careful next time. His team was glad that he was able to defeat such a ghost. Lin was pleased to hear compliments in his direction, and he said that it seemed difficult, but in fact, defeating a mid-level ghost was easy. They told him that they had defeated all the ghosts and received a lot of soul jades, with the help of which they could gradually become stronger and reach heights. Xiangqiang was worried that ghost hunters might be nearby, and he wanted to deal with all their tribes. But Lin didn't understand how they could find them in the night forest. The little fox, hearing their conversation, tried to tell them where the ghostly hunters lived. Since he knew the route, they decided to follow him. The little fox turned out to be right, and by morning they dealt with all the ghostly hunters in this forest. They freed all the people who were in the custody of these ghosts. People told them that recently in their city of Lifing, there was an invasion of the ghosts of the Red Sword, which captured their homes. And those who failed to escape began to serve the king. Therefore, they had to leave the city to save themselves. But they could not expect to meet the ghostly hunters. Lin told them that there was a city called Kanglin nearby that was safe, and he offered to take them there. Lin saw how dangerous the Red Sword ghost was to the people, and he personally wanted to go to Lifing to see what was wrong with it. Hong Ye warned him that he was one of the great ghost kings, and his power was comparable to that of Bloody Knight, and therefore he should be careful with him. Lin told her that he had the shards of the Sage Stone, and for her sake he would get them. His team did not understand what Lin Ke was doing with the air. They assumed that it was self-deception. Of Lifing, where they were heading, was already visible from behind the hills. Xiangqiang was tired of following the navigator, and he could not find a shorter route. Lin sensed that there was a spiritual aura nearby, and he asked his team to be careful. The girl assumed that this was another group of minions and ordered her squad to arrest them. Lin didn't like the fact that they called them ghost minions and told his team that they were dealing with robbers. And so he told his team that they must catch the thieves first, and he used the windshoe attack. But since the girl was not simple and had abilities, she paused it. Lin appreciated her ability and realized that she could stop time, which was a very rare phenomenon of such power. The girl felt his very high mental strength, and she understood that she could not keep him in one place for long. Lin came out of her time dilation and snuck up behind her, which she definitely didn't expect from him. One of her comrades approached Kanya and asked what she was doing, but she asked him to leave, saying that she herself wanted to fight him one-on-one. Qin Feng recognized Lin and asked if he was also planning to go to Lifing. Lin wondered where Qin Feng was from there, and if he knew that girl who was slowing down time. Qin Feng revealed that she was a student at Lifing Academy, and he met her by chance during a battle with ghosts. Lin thought this situation was a very funny misunderstanding. They stopped for the night outside Lifing at Lintu's camp. Kanya told them about the whole situation that was happening in the city. Lin realized that although the Red Sword Ghost ruled the city, it did not destroy the city completely. But he did not understand why the demon allowed the ghost to subjugate people. Kanya said that the Red Sword Ghost did this on purpose. Thus, he became stronger by absorbing negative human energy. Lin realized that dealing with this ghost would be much more difficult than dealing with the Bloody Knight. He wondered if humanity wasn't trying to deal with this. She told him that it would be difficult to do this, even if people knew that the Red Sword was powered by energy. Only by crushing the ghost could the problem be solved. The Red Sword lives on a ghost ship that was above the city. He usually released negative energy through dark towers, and recently, the ghost had absorbed too much energy and was temporarily about to retreat. Kanya believed that this was the best chance to attack. Lin understood that in this case it was necessary to destroy the Dark Towers, and then they would not be able to feed on energy. He told them that they were similar and that they wanted to defeat ghosts and save innocent people. Kanya was glad that together with them, their entire team would increase their strength. On the second day, they went to the northern region of Lifinga. They were secretive because they needed to remain unnoticed. Kanya told Lin Kuei that they needed to destroy the enemy towers as soon as possible. But he didn't like the fact that she was pronouncing his name incorrectly, and he asked her not to do that again. From around the corner, they saw children studying in the middle of the street. The children were commanded by a sign that told them that study was their only way out in life. The children said that their favorite activity was studying, and they believed that this should be done every day. They asked the teacher to give him more homework because they loved to study, and they said that studying made them happy, and they loved it. Lin couldn't believe that the children were only obsessed with studying because he saw how miserable they were. He wondered why they were not affected by the negative energy of the Dark Tower. Kanya revealed that this was due to their high level of mental strength. Lin suggested going straight to the control room. Xiangqiang and Hoteng fell into the northern region of Lifing. The people there were unhappy, and negative emotions emanated from them. He was sad because he had fallen in love with the same girl many times, but she still didn't want to date him. This girl believed that if she did not marry a rich man with a beautiful appearance and a wonderful character, then her soul would be broken. Looking at them, Sanqian and Hoteng felt sorry for them. The rest of the team went to the southern Lifing district. They didn't understand if they had come there because they saw an office in the open air in front of them, where the boss walked over the employees and promised to increase their salaries next month. The employees believed that they could earn a lot by working for the boss. Looking at this, they were glad that they were not office workers. The demon did not understand how a man dared to invade his dark tower. He told Lin Kuei that the Red Sword Ghost would deal with him for this. But Lin said not to be afraid of him and then killed the last ghost in this tower. Kanya was shocked when she saw how much power he had. Lin was faced with a choice: destroy the Dark Tower and get Earth Energy, refuse capture and get Sweet Honey, or control the Dark Tower and get Water of Life. Kanya offered Lin Kuei her help in managing the Dark Tower. The girl was well-versed in technology, and she wanted to change the frequency of negative energy so that ghosts could feel what they do to people. The creatures came to inform the Red Sword that 3 Dark Towers had been captured. The sword reported that his ghost was practicing alone, and it was impossible to allow people to disconnect him from the energy source. The Red Sword called the Dragon and Phoenix and ordered them to catch the intruders. They jumped off the ghost ship and were ready to demonstrate their abilities to people. Kanye tuned the negative energy to the frequency of the ghosts, and she said the same method was used to remotely control other Dark Towers. Lin did not expect that she was capable of this, and thanks to her, he completed the task and received the Water of Life. The towers radiated their energy at full power in all directions. The children began to realize that they were being taught by a ghost, and that they were doing their homework around the clock. Their ghostly teacher began to go crazy from the waves that emanated from the towers. Xiangqiang and Hoteng saw that all the people had returned to normal life, and they realized that Lin Kuei had found a way out of the situation. And the people who worked in the open office were angry with their ghost boss. All the ghosts who did evil tried to escape from the people. Observing the entire situation from a bird's eye view, the Dragon and Phoenix were surprised that their ghosts were so weak without the influence of the Dark Towers. Lin and Kanye noticed that the Red Sword had sent more experienced ghosts to them, and they could no longer wait to gain experience from them. Lin tried to knock them down with the force of a fiery fist, but he failed. Landing on the ground, the ghosts said that they were finished. Kanye and Lin couldn't contain their laughter. They could not even imagine how these two midges could harm them. The ghosts did not like these taunts and began to take the form of a merger. The ghosts merged into one large creature and told the people that they were mocking in vain. Lin appreciated their skill. It reminded him of the ghost of the Bloody Night, which also increased in size. Hong Ye warned him that their strength after the merger reached level B and asked him to be careful. The system saw that he was in danger and invited him to use the Water of Life to cope with the enemy. After taking this, his body will become stronger and his chi energy will increase. Since the system reminded him of living water, he thought it was a great idea. To increase the chances of winning, he also gave this drink to Kanya. Lin was glad that his blood and spiritual power in his body were strengthened. But for Kanya, it was unexpected that after ordinary water, she was filled with strength and felt a surge of energy throughout her body. The ghost was angry that they ignored him and drank drinks instead of fighting. Lin met the ghost face to face and parried its powerful blow. The ghost flew several meters away. He didn't expect the guy to be at B level. Lin used his ability to summon magic and wanted to finally finish with this ghost. But the ghost had the speed of a phoenix, and he was so fast that he managed to run around the guy and appear behind him. But since Kanye had a special ability, she helped Lin Kuei and paused the ghost. Lin knew that facing him, he would not be able to use the sword technique, so he attacked him from behind. The ghosts were in shock. They did not understand why they could not dodge this attack. Kanya regretted that she could not fully help Lin Kuei, since the ghost was stronger than her. She could only hold him for half a second. Lin attacked the ghost, but could not break through his defense because he had dragon defense. Lin stated that he would destroy the ghost's armor, but the ghost claimed that he had no chance to resist him, after which he launched a strong predatory blow. It was not easy for Lin to deal with him, and he knew that he needed to come up with something else. Hong Ye told him that normal attacks were useless, and she decided to help him and share her ghostly aura in hopes that she could break through the ghost's defenses. Unexpectedly, the fox came to Lin's defense and used his charm ability. The ghost's body stopped obeying him, and he did not understand what was happening. Since the little fox had done his job perfectly, Lin could continue calmly, and he was able to break through the dragon's defense with Hong Ye's ghostly aura. And Kanya accelerated time and used the ability of destruction. And the ghost's injury suddenly became much more serious. Thus, she attacked his wound and, using the acceleration force, aggravated his wound. Lin took this moment to strike the ghost with a lightning strike, and he received 2 pieces of jade soul from the ghost. He gave 1 jasper to Kanya and said that their victory was only thanks to her abilities. Kanya said that he was the main character of the story, and she only helped a little. Hong Ye didn't like her reaction and became a little jealous. The little fox also wanted to receive a reward, and Lin thanked him with a drink of living water. Meanwhile, his team returned and said that they had destroyed the remaining ghosts of the city, and it was time to attack the main headquarters of the Red Sword. Lin rewarded them for their excellent work with a live drink. They were glad that their strength was increasing and increasing, as if they were receiving energy from a strong source. The ghost informed the Red Sword that all the ghosts in the city had fallen at the hands of the people, who then celebrated their victory by drinking drinks. The Red Sword told the ghost to send an additional group and bring these people to him, but they informed him that there was no point as the people were heading straight towards them, and this pleased the Red Sword because they were heading towards his trap. Lin's team traveled together to the top of the ship on San Qian's dragon. The ghosts did not expect to see intruders on their ship, and they intended to kill them. Xiang Qiang asked his dragon to activate the bomb mode and roll across the deck of the ship, knocking down all the ghosts in its path. Qin Feng helped them and fought bravely against the ghostly creatures using his 1,000 troops attack. His team was also excellent and did their job well. They dealt with all the creatures and there were no more ghostly creatures left on this ship that could fight. But a red sword appeared in front of them, eager to take revenge on them for causing a pogrom on his ship. Lin felt a strong breath from the wisdom stone that awakened the consciousness of life. And Hong Ye told him that the sword had vitality and could give strength to everything that exists. So she asked him to be more careful. Lin asked her not to worry and said that he would get her a sage stone fragment. The red sword summoned ghosts to deal with them. Kanya said that the ghosts were people who were consumed by negative energy, and since this was not a problem for them, they wanted to eliminate all the ghosts immediately. But as soon as Lin began to confront the ghosts, a red sword appeared behind him, which told him that he was his opponent. He had to leave the ghosts to his team and fight with the red sword. Since his opponent was strong, he knew he needed to keep a close eye on him. Kanya told Lin Kuei that if he breaks the wisdom stone, the red sword will break into pieces. Red sword used a shadow combo, cloning himself many times, but Lin was fast and agile, allowing him to dodge the attack. Sneaking up to him, Lin broke the steel of his sword with his strong blow. But this did not stop the sword, since it had the ability to recover, and it could only be won by breaking the stone. Lin used the absolute defense skill. He understood that he could not wait another second, because if an additional batch of ghosts appeared, the situation would become much more complicated. The system discovered the ghostly jade of the Void Hunter and invited him to absorb it, which was very helpful, and he was glad about it. He successfully absorbed the hunter's ghost jade and acquired the skill of hunter's intuition. Additionally, he absorbed the ghostly void jade and acquired the teleportation skill, which consumed too much spiritual power but was very useful. Now with each new attack from the red sword, Lin used his teleportation skill to dodge all of its attacks. Sneaking up to him, he delivered the final killing blow to the red sword and broke it in half. And he finally took the sage stone fragment, which he immediately wanted to give to Hong Yi. Since the sword that summoned the ghost was destroyed, the ghost began to die along with it. Lin asked Hong Ye to absorb the shard's power, which she was grateful for. She told him that her soul had finally returned to its previous state. Lin was happy about this and said that as long as they collected the remaining shards of the Sage Stone, she could regain her human form. Sankan became alarmed because he noticed that the ghost had returned. It was the ghost of the Red Sword who returned to take revenge on them. He was angry at them for attacking his base. In an attempt to summon his Red Sword, he failed. When the Ghost King saw that the sword was broken, he was furious. They agreed to fight against him side by side. Lin thought that without the sword, the ghost's strength should be much lower, and its abilities were somewhat similar to those of the Bloody Knight. The Ghost King opened the entrance to his kingdom of 10,000 swords. He dragged them into his world without even touching them, using only the power of magic. Lin didn't understand why these portals were always located in the sky, but he was glad that his body was S-level. Otherwise, he would have crashed long ago. Sankan really liked Kanya and wanted to help her get up. But the girl was independent, so she refused. High-level ghosts had other worlds, and Su Tang assumed that this ghost's ability was spiritual power suppression. It was a world created from negative energy, a place where pain and anger were concentrated. The Phantom King created a new weapon into which he placed thousands of grievances of fallen souls. Lin had a choice. Surrender to the Red Sword Ghost after receiving 1 skill, kill the ghost after receiving, summoning ghosts to help in battle, or flee his kingdom after receiving weapons. Lin did not want to retreat, and so he chose the second option, to arm himself to the end. His team wanted to help him, and they tried with all their might to defeat the Ghost King. Kanya used a temporary pause, but the Ghost King was too powerful for such childish tricks, and he blocked her pause with his charm. In his world, he was so strong that they could not get close to him, because he blocked all their blows. Lin understood that they needed to look for another way that would help them weaken the suppression of spiritual power in his world, as a result of which it would be easier for them to defeat the King of Ghosts. He remembered that San Qian's dragon could absorb anything. Therefore, he told him to let his dragon absorb all the negative energy of this world. It worked, and the suppression was lifted. Now they could use their spiritual power as before. Since they became stronger, the Ghost King used his sword key, which could create indestructible armor around him. The system discovered Soul Jade and invited Lin to absorb his dragon power. He was glad that the system's proposals always came up on time. Lin successfully absorbed the Dragon Jade and gained the skill of Dragon Strength, which could ignore the enemy's attack by 15%. The Ghost King knew that this could destroy both him and his sword. They did not give a second of rest for the Ghostly King to recover. Lin understood that since the ghost was weakened, it was time to strike a crushing blow, and Hong Ye volunteered to help him with her demonic power. This surprised the Demon King because he understood that the power of this attack was at A level, just like his. In addition, Lin used a powerful lightning strike. The Phantom King tried to resist his strong attack, and when he saw a spiritual body next to the guy, he realized that his chances of winning had become much less. The Phantom King was unable to resist for long as his attack was absorbed by the killing blow. Lin received a Jade Soul, and for completing the task he received a Technique for Summoning Ghosts, as well as plus 20 fragments of abilities. They were happy with this victory. Lin thanked Hong Ye for such help. His team thought he did a great job, but Lin told them it was a team effort. Looking into the sky, they noticed strange cracks that were forming at breakneck speed, and they understood that they needed to escape from this world. They successfully escaped from the ghostly world on San Qian's dragon. Peace reigned in Lifeng. People began to gradually restore their homes and improve the city. Since the mission was over, Lin told Kanya that they needed to return back to the city to report the results of the battle. But Kanya didn't want him to leave. Kanya was grateful to him for saving her city, and she considered him a hero. She thanked him for everything and said that the days spent together were dear to her. In addition, she promised to come to him as soon as Lifeng stabilized. Hong Ye was glad that he had even more fans. San Qian was offended that his goddess was grateful not to him, but to Lin Kuei. When Hong Ye appeared in front of Lin, he asked to understand him correctly and said that he was forced. In parting, Lin said that they would be waiting for her in Kanglin, as there would be many more missions to save cities. San Qian was angry with Lin Kuei for hugging Kanya. Afterwards, they had a long road ahead to the city of Kanglin. While studying, Ling Shi could not think about anything except her brother. Yellow was wondering what happened to her, as she noticed that Ling Shi wasn't herself lately. She told the Yellow One that she missed Lin very much, since he had been away from home for almost a month, and she didn't even know if he was okay. One of her classmates noticed that she was sad, and he decided to please her with a piece of cake. But the girl did not appreciate such care. Her classmates were afraid of her and considered her a hooligan. Students burst into the classroom, wanting to talk to Ling Si and teach her some manners. Her classmates heard that some bully had a fight with the punks from the graduating class, and they came to deal with him. Monster could do to them. She didn't like the way he called her, and she taught him a lesson for it. The high school students apologized for starting the conversation in the wrong way and promised not to do it again. As soon as a boy came into the class and announced that Lin Kei had arrived at school, Seer was immediately happy that she would see her brother. A crowd of fans were waiting for him near the school and were happy to see him. Lin didn't understand why there were so many of them there. Ling Si was glad to have such a meeting with her brother. She told him that she studied hard every day and became friends with her classmates. Lin wondered who the children were talking about when they whispered about bullies. He was worried that she might have been hurt while he was away. Ling Si said that she was fine because she is an ordinary student who likes to study hard. Yellow confirmed her words and said that everything was fine with them. Ling Si noticed that he had a little animal, and she was wondering where he got this little fox from. Lin decided to introduce them closer, but the little fox sensed her strong demonic aura and was afraid of her. Ling Si gave the new family member the name Snowball. Yellow also really liked the new family member. Arriving home, Lin decided to cook a delicious dinner for everyone, and they were surprised that this was the first time he had prepared something for them. Lin allowed Oniji to have dinner with them since she did a great job and was able to take care of his sister while he was away. In fact, Oniji herself didn't understand how she managed to withstand these two monsters. They were delighted with his masterpiece in cooking, as it was very tasty. Lin wanted so badly to feed Hong Ye, but unfortunately he couldn't do it because she was still a ghost. Ling Shi couldn't look at them because she was still jealous of her brother for Hong Ye. She asked that it be better to give that piece of meat to her, rather than to some ghost. When Lin fed her, the girl was happy. Yellow also wanted such care and asked to feed her. Lin fed her too, but he didn't understand why he had to feed them. Yellow was delighted. She couldn't understand why the food tasted so much better in his hands. Oniji and the little ladder could not be ignored, so he fed them too. They were glad that he showed such concern towards them. Unexpectedly, Teacher Tang called him to her office. Lin assumed that this was another task with ghosts. Arriving at her office, he wondered why he was called. Tang Lin said that even though he only attended college for one semester, the management highly appreciated his achievements. Therefore, she invited him, Tai Feng, Mo Qingcheng, and Yang Dao to act as instructors for the participation of freshman military training. Lin knew that Tai Feng was a role model. Mo Qingcheng had organizational skills, but he wondered why Yang Dao was with them. Tang Lin said that this young man was an elder of the academy and belonged to the highly respected He family. Therefore, he also had the right to do so. Lin promised that everything would be done at the highest level and that he would act as an instructor. The day came when the freshmen came for military training. All the instructors were happy to welcome the new recruits. The guy introduced himself to his students and said that he would be their instructor. The students did not understand why someone who was recently a freshman was teaching them. One of the students volunteered to ask how someone who was about the same age had the right to command them, since they did not believe all the rumors about his achievements. Lin faces a choice. Finish training them and receive +8 to agility. Show his strength to them and receive +8 to strength. Or explain everything in detail and receive for it +10 fragments of abilities. Lin told them that with such arrogance and ignorance they would not become excellent fighters, because a truly capable person must clearly assess his capabilities and constantly train. The students realized that the instructor was right in their overconfidence. They realized that having moved to a new level, they cannot stop and need to move on. Lin did a good job as an instructor. He motivated them and built up team spirit. Lin received the reward +10 ability fragments, and the next step immediately began training his students. They started with 10 kilometers around the stadium. Teacher Tang told the deputy director that she had appointed Lin Kuei as an instructor, and she was confident that the guy would do a good job of this task. The deputy director wanted to make sure that the guy was up to his task. He saw Lin leading the freshmen who were running without shirts, burning off their fat folds. The deputy director did not understand what this strange teaching method was, and how she allowed him to become an instructor. Qingcheng asked her students if they wanted to take a break after practice, but the students were insistent on continuing. Qin Feng trained his students as true warriors, teaching them courage and greatness. Yang Xiao told his students that it was important to pay attention to speed and accuracy, and also emphasized that in order to win, it does not matter how you achieve it. The two students made sure that teacher Ling Kuei was comfortable teaching them. His students were very resistant to such strength training, and they really liked such a teacher. Yang Xiao didn't like the fact that Lin Kuei's team was so motivated, and he didn't want to lag behind him in this regard. They trained for hours on the sports field, running hundreds of laps. They also had more serious tasks, such as walking along a tightrope to test their balance. Other instructors were impressed with these teaching methods. The instructors led their students to the next stage of testing on Mount Kanglin, where teacher Tanglin told them about the rules of the test. According to the rules, the instructor will send the team into the forest, where the participants must catch ghosts, each of which has a collar. The team that collects the most will win. Qin Feng told his disciples that each of them had the blood of a king in them, and they should not bow their heads. He asked them to try to win. Qing Cheng told her students that they should pay attention to safety first and be united. This way, there will be a greater chance of victory. Yang Xiao told his students that only winners are noticed, so if they don't win, they can forget about fame. Lin, in turn, fed the students and said that this way they would gain strength. Teacher Tang was not happy with the way Lin Kuei taught his students, because compared to other instructors, his methods were like those of a small child. When Qing Cheng led her students to Mount Hu, she asked them not to disperse and said that ghosts would soon appear and they would need to attack them as a team. The students felt a ghostly aura coming straight towards them. Grouping themselves together, they waited for the ghost to come straight to them. Suddenly, they saw ghosts running away from Lin Kuei's disciples who were trying to catch them. The ghosts did not understand why they were chasing them, because they had already given up their collars, but Lin said that they needed their soul jades. He ordered the disciples to grab ghosts, since kindness to ghosts is cruelty to humanity. Qua's methods, and her students were surprised by how his team dealt with the ghosts. Lin came over to suggest to Qing Cheng that they unite teams to capture all the ghost jades together. Qing Cheng did not understand why he wanted to capture the jades, because the purpose of the task was to collect collars. There they met Qin Feng, who was delighted at this unexpected meeting. Lin proposed the idea that the three of them work together so that their teams can easily cope with all the challenges. Qin Feng suspected that something was fishy, but he still accepted the offer so that his team would get more benefits. Since they approved of his idea, Lin distributed nutritious eggs and life drinks to all the students so that they could raise their strength levels. The students were happy that they were given food and were motivated to track down all the ghosts as quickly as possible. The three teams surrounded Yang Xiao's team to take all the collars they had collected from them. But Yang Xiao didn't like it, and he drove away the intruders from other teams. After the water of life and the eggs, the students who united were no longer so afraid of ghosts and calmly caught them. This day reminded the ghosts of the fear that once possessed people. After the test was over, Teacher Tang declared Lin Kuei's team the winners. And Qin Feng's team took second place, but he was not upset because he knew from the very beginning that Lin Kuei would be the winner. Yang Xiao blamed Lin Kuei for his failure to take first place. Lin had a choice: respond kindly and receive, plus 10 points to strength; teach him a lesson, receiving, plus 8 points to strength; or act wisely and ignore him, receiving, plus 4 fragments to ability. Lin did not understand why the rewards for the first option were so large, but he still asked Yang Xiao not to be angry and admitted his guilt and allowed him to take revenge for this. Yang Xiao was not against it, especially since Lin Kuei himself allowed him to do this. Lin was surprised that it worked, as he thought it was a bug in the system. And since the task was completed, Lin decided to teach him a lesson. He told him that by doing such things he had harmed his students and he would be punished for this. Lin suggested that everyone have a celebration in honor of the end of military training. In the evening, Lin returned home, and Onaji was happy about his victory with his students. Lin smelled the scent. He assumed that it was Ling Shi who tried and prepared something tasty. The girl prepared chicken broth according to her secret recipe. Ling Shi knew that he was tired from military training, so she prepared soup for him to recuperate. He was glad about this, since he had lost a lot of weight in recent days, but Hong Ye did not understand where he lost weight if he was eating like he was not himself. Lin was amazed by his younger sister's culinary skills, but the taste of the soup seemed somehow strange to him. Ling Si thought she had gone overboard with something, but she said she followed the recipe. He thanked her for the delicious dinner, but he had a strange feeling about the soup. Before going to bed, his temperature rose, and he realized that there was really something wrong with the soup. Hong Ye was worried about Lin, and she didn't know how to help him. She found a way to alleviate his condition. Although they both understood that people and ghosts have different paths, They still loved each other. Lin spent the last 2 days in bed. He was glad that everyone thought he was practicing and training and didn't bother him. Hong Ye wondered how he felt. Lin said he was feeling much better and the last night seemed like a fantastic dream. Teacher Tang called him and said that he had forgotten his assignment because the others were already on their way. He understood that he needed to run to everyone else as quickly as possible. Because he went to bed too late, he completely forgot about school. Tang Ling told him that an elder would lead them on a joint mission, which he was surprised by because the man was from the swordsman's arena. Their meeting place was in the Sea of Kanglin on one of the yachts. Su Tang told him that he came too late and was almost late. She also didn't like his appearance and assumed he had had a rough night. They were all greeted by the elder of the Libu Academy, and he was their opponent in this task. They were pleased to meet him, and they told him about their abilities, that Su Tang was able to summon weapons, and Qing Cheng owned the ice technique. Yue Bukun told them that this time they had a serious mission, and the place they needed was on the Island of Shadows, where ghosts had invaded and subjugated the people. Lin understood that all that was required of them was to defeat the demons and save the people on the island. Yet, Bukun said that first you need to explore the area of the island and collect the necessary information. Suddenly their yacht began to sway violently from side to side, and sea ghost creatures crawled out of the water. These were the ghostly pirates of these depths who needed spiritual stones, treasures, and other precious things. The elder hid behind Lin Kuei and told the three of them to deal with the enemies. They understood that a group of level B ghosts was a piece of cake for them. But more and more ghostly creatures began to appear. Lin understood that it was time to use the technique of summoning ghosts and defeat them with the help of their kind. He had a choice in ghosts, but since he didn't figure out how to choose correctly, he called these skeletons. The ghostly sea captain told his army not to fall for human tricks and attack the ghostly skeletons. But the skeletons turned out to be stronger than they seemed, and they coped well with the naval army. Hong Ye was surprised that Lin was able to summon ghosts. His team didn't understand how he did it, and they were surprised that he had so many abilities. Yuebukun, watching from around the corner, realized that he had greatly underestimated this guy and wanted to reconsider his plans for him. Lin was glad that he could send someone to fight in his place and win, gaining a lot of ghost jades. Yuebukun ordered them to remove the ghostly bodies, and so that they do not forget that their main goal is the Island of Shadows. Lin wondered why, when the battle began, the elder tucked his tail between his legs and ran away. To which Yue Buken replied that this was a test for them. Lin did not believe his words, and believed that Yue Buken was trying to set them up. Ahead of them was a very beautiful island, which was 90% vegetation. Hong Ye warned him to be careful as there was a very strong demonic aura coming from there. The elder said that they had little information about this island, and they could not risk it. He wanted Lin Kuei to explore it alone. Su Tang and Qing Cheng did not like this idea, as it was very dangerous. But Yue Buqiang said that this was why he was sending Lin Kuei, and as the head of this mission, he wanted them to follow his orders. Lin asked them not to worry and said that he would definitely return. The elder appreciated his courage and said that this was a very worthy act. Having set foot on the island, Lin used the demonic aura of Hong Yi so that the ghosts would not see in him the difference between their comrades. There he saw how the sea ghosts subjugated people and used their power to build their palace. Lin thought it was terrible that people were deformed and became ghosts. He wondered why the monster that turned into an octopus was the commander. The ghost octopus noticed them and thought they were new, ordering them to go to the others to do the work. He told them that all their work was aimed at building a new island of shadows, and that for every effort God would personally reward them, and in the future they would not need anything. Lin was faced with a choice. Join the creation of the island and receive SSS rank card, fight against the monsters after receiving 4 fragments of energy, or escape from there after receiving grade C soul jade. He told the ghost that he completely agreed with him, but the ghost wanted the guy to prove it. Lin said that he was ready to go through fire and water for the sake of the Island of Shadows. SSS rank card. The guy was glad that once again he was able to deceive the award system. Lin decided to treat the ghost to food from his hometown, to which they responded with joy. However, they warned him that if he poisoned them, they would eat him. After the ghosts had eaten, they began to have fun, running around in the sunset. The monsters felt a sudden flow of power throughout their body. They felt as if the body was trying to tear apart from the inside. They were scared and asked the guy what he put in their food. Lin told them that he added a few secret ingredients. He understood that all the ghosts were at B level, and given that they were weakened, he still had to fight them with care. People could not believe their eyes that a real person had come to them who could save them. When the ghosts found out that he was a man, they all prepared to fight him. Lin thought that now was the best time to use the new SSS rank sword. The enhancement was successful and his magic sword reached the SSS level. As soon as he took the sword in his hands, he spoke to him. Lin didn't understand what was happening and why the sword could talk to him. While he was confused by what was happening, the sword asked him to react to the enemy that was approaching and use its power against them. Lin listened to him and attacked the ghosts. With one swing, he cut their steel tridents in half. The sword told him to deal with all the ghosts with one blow, without giving them the slightest chance to counterattack. Lin saved the people, and the tyranny of demons and ghosts was destroyed. The world belonged to humanity again. He suggested that they create an island of shadows together. The elder and the girls decided to go up to the island and wait for Lin K there. They were worried about the guy since he had been gone for a long time. Yuebukun said that since he had been gone for so long, he would never return. The girls suspected something was wrong when the school elder began to respond like that. Since one of them had the blood of the Mo family, and the other was a descendant of the moon god, Yuebukun wanted to take them with him and study their abilities. They understood that he was a real traitor who had deceived Lin Kuei in order to take advantage of his absence and catch them. Since there was no longer a need to hide the whole secret, he admitted to them that he was an agent. Yuebukun told them that the two of them would never be able to defeat him and asked them to surrender immediately. But the girls understood that their abilities were also at level B, and there was no way they were going to lose to him. And in the far part of the Island of Shadows, people fought with the remaining ghostly creatures. While exploring the area, Lin found a passage into an underground cave. Hong Ye warned him in advance that it might be unsafe there because there was a strong demonic aura coming from there, and a ghostly god could be there. Lin warned his wife in advance to prepare for the worst. In the cave, Lin became convinced that there really was another universe there. Hong Ye showed him that there was an octopus sitting on a hill of skulls. Lin could not believe that it was a fish god, because to him it seemed like an ordinary sleeping octopus. And Hong Ye noticed that he smelled of fragments of the sage's stone. Since Lin needed them, he decided to kill this ghost in order to take the fragments of the sage's stone. But the octopus woke up and struck first. He did not understand how the guy dared to prevent him from resting and recovering. Lin didn't understand how someone could call a level B fish a god. But Hong Ye was not in the mood for jokes, so she said that she would help him deal with it. The phantom god was angry with him that he dared to be so ignorant, and he attacked them with his tentacles. He was stronger than they thought, and they didn't understand why it was so difficult to resist his tentacles. The system had detected ghost jade that could be used in the current battle. Lin understood that by listening to the system, he would have a greater chance of winning. By releasing his blood, the system will reward him with the Blood Eater sword skill. Lin used his new skill against the ghost god, and it stripped him of his limbs. This angered the sea god, and since he had the ability to quickly recover, he returned all the tentacles to their place. Lin understood that the fragments of the sage's stone played an important role in his body. The magic sword told him that his weak point was in the forehead area in the place where the fragments were hidden. Lin didn't understand why he didn't tell him about this earlier. Lin was confident in what he was doing, so he grabbed the sea god by its tentacles. The octopus did not understand what this man was going to do. Lin said that he had heard that the octopus's tentacles contained enormous life energy, and he wanted to test it. The sea god told him not to believe any rumors and asked him to let him go. Lin had a choice, not to kill the monster and let him go. Having received +10 to agility, for this, deal with him in cold blood, having received +7 to strength, or taste him, receiving +6 to agility. Lin didn't understand whether the system worked properly because all the options were terribly strange, but he still chose the first option. By tearing off his tentacle, he received a reward of +10 to his agility. This angered the sea god, and he had no intention of toying with this man. Since the ghost was leaning too far towards him, Lin knew that this was the perfect opportunity to attack his forehead. Since he was wounded, a demonic soul began to emerge from him, which led to a decrease in his size. Lin obtained the second sage stone fragment, because the ghost god no longer had any abilities. Lin easily killed him with one blow. He gave another shard to his wife so that she could absorb its power. After this, her soul stabilized a little and the first signs of blood awakening appeared. Yuebukun believed that girls were not worthy of being his opponents. Sutan managed to send a distress signal to her mentor, as she understood that they could not stand it any longer, since he was much stronger than them. But at that moment, Lin managed to come to their aid. Yuebukun did not understand how the guy managed to return, because he was sure that he was destroyed by a ghost. He was angry that Lin ruined his plans, so he summoned his octopus. But Lin showed him the very weapon that he was trying to summon. Uebukun was angry that his ghostly octopus was killed, so he decided to deal with them alone by transforming into a demon. He attacked him using many demonic swords, but Lin repelled his attack with his magic sword. Uebukun was wondering where the guy learned such a technique, since this was not publicly available. Hongye told Lin that she would help him get rid of the demonic creature. Uebukun fused two swords together for a stronger attack. Lin appreciated his technique and said that he would do everything possible to defeat him. Su Tang and Qing Cheng saw that it was difficult for Lin to deal with him alone, so they helped him. Yue Bukan knew that he could not resist three at the same time, so he used the demonic technique of octopus tentacles that immobilized the victim. Uebukun did not understand why his technique had no effect on Lin Kuei. Lin had a choice. Beg for mercy and receive. 2 rank C Soul Jades 1. Defeat the enemy, receiving, plus 15 to strength, or escape from there, receiving, plus 15 to agility. He liked the third option because he could get a dexterity reward, so he told Qing Cheng and Su Tang that he had urgent matters to attend to. The girls couldn't believe their eyes that Lin Kuei was just leaving them and leaving. But since Lin turned away and ran away, he received a reward of plus 15 to agility. At this moment, teacher Tang Lin came to their aid. The girls were glad that the teacher responded to their distress signal so quickly. Having attacked him, Tan Lin said that from that moment on he was on the list of prisoners of the academy. While the teacher dealt with Yue Bukan, Lin helped the girls free themselves from the tentacles. At the Yue Bukun Academy, he was the weakest of the elders who was forced to do ordinary things. However, after he joined the Ming clan, he changed a lot. Teacher Tang apprehended this intruder, and he had nowhere to go. But Yue Bukun decided to sacrifice his limb for the sake of his own salvation, after which he activated the portal and told them that in the future, he would rule the world and achieve unprecedented power. Teacher Tang tried to catch up with him, but it was too late. She was upset by this, because she knew that if he returned to the Ming clan, he would definitely come up with a new plot. Lin wondered why the elder attacked them. The girls told because one of them had the blood of the Mo family, and the second was a descendant of the moon's heritage. Lin thought that he alone could cheat, but this turned out to be far from the case. Hong Ye tried to calm him down, saying that he was her best and she would always be there. Returning to the academy, Teacher Tang told them that they had done a great job, after which she dismissed them and asked them to be careful in the Ming clan area. Lin was happy that he was able to receive so many rewards while fighting the ghostly creatures. Returning home, Lin put out all the jewelry he had gotten on the island on the table, and he told the family that they could take anything. Ling Shi, Yellow, and the little fox were delighted with such a catch. Oniji was also delighted with what she saw, but most of all she liked the silk fabric. Ling Shi suggested to her brother that the excess jewelry could be put up for auction. Lin couldn't even think of it. He was glad that she gave him such an idea. Hong Ye praised his sister, which made the girl very pleased. Lin, coming to the auction, decided to disguise himself so that no one would recognize him. But he was told that in order to participate, he needed to register in advance and provide the appropriate document. Lin said he just came to eat and look at the items on display. But he was told that with such requests, he simply could not enter the hall, and he was asked to leave this place. The director of this auction was interested in why the guy was kicked out. The employee responded to Mr. Wu that the guy had not registered before and was therefore prohibited from entering. Even if he had goods, the rules prohibited him from passing further. Mr. Wu noticed that the guy didn't look like he wanted to cause problems for him. And since he had an item that he wanted to show at the auction, he decided to make an exception this time. Since the director seemed like a sincere person to Lin, he wanted to show him something interesting. He showed him a bag of low-level soul jades and allowed him to do whatever he wanted with them. Director Wu was shocked, as it was the first time he had seen so many C-rank soul jades. He offered the guy 6 million won and said it was priced above market value. Lin was surprised when he heard such a large sum for these jades, and he knew that this was a very good deal. Directov noticed that the guy had become somewhat gloomy and thought that the price tag needed to be increased. He asked him to give him the jades for 8 million. Lin was shocked by such an offer, because he had never seen such a lot of money in his life. The guy still seemed not happy to the director, so he offered the last price of 10 million. Lin was glad that his thoughtfulness brought him 10 million. He agreed to sell them, so he said payment first, then delivery. The director was happy about this, and he said that he would write it down and bill him immediately. To brighten up the wait, I invited him to a personal auction. At the auction, they announced that they had a special guest and asked to welcome Lin K. Lin showed everyone the drink of a happy life as a lot. The auction participants did not like the fact that the stranger was presenting ordinary water as something valuable. The auctioneer representative thought that it was a big failure that the guy was offering ordinary water as valuable. But Lin thought otherwise. And not to be unfounded, he provided 1 can of the drink for testing. The participants shouted at him to try this drink. He didn't understand what was special about her, but he still decided to try the water of life. When he drank it, he was taken back to his bright youth, to a place where he enjoyed a happy moment with his lover. These memories came flooding back with sadness, and he wanted his girlfriend back. All the people there wanted to try the water of life to experience it for themselves. They felt a powerful force and a burning aura within them that erupted like a volcano. People were glad that they met an unusual guy at the auction, and everyone wanted to buy the water of life from him. It was a real sensation, and journalists wanted to show it on TV. Lin said that his drink was enough for everyone, since he had 200,000 bottles. Returning home, Lin was glad to have such a productive day, and if the opportunity arises, he would like to attend similar events in the future. Lin unexpectedly gave a gift to his wife. He said that when she was distracted, he bought a bracelet for her. Afterwards, he helped her put it on her hand, and she was very glad that he showed attention. Yuebukun came to the headquarters of the Ming clan to inform the head that he was unable to obtain the blood of the Mo family and the descendant of the moon, which he regretted. The head was angry with him because he wasted a lot of time and did nothing as directed. Yuebukun blamed Lin Kuei for everything and asked him to be spared this time. And since he had been working undercover for him for a long time, the head gave him one last chance, and he was wondering what he was going to do this time. Yuebukun said that he wanted to use the person from Kanglin to prepare for the next espionage. The head approved of this and looked forward to his success. Yang Xiao trained hard under the night sky to achieve the result of a beautiful body shape. He knew that he was still too weak and that he needed to train more to surpass Lin Kuei. But he did not like such thoughts, and he knew that all the power was in his hands. The guy believed that Lin Kuei was simply lucky to achieve such results. While he was training, his old acquaintance Yuebukun appeared behind him. The guy was not happy with his appearance, since he knew that the entire academy was looking for this man. Yuebukun said that the head of his Ming clan appreciated his abilities and wanted to reward him with the power of darkness. Yang Xiao didn't believe it and wanted him to prove that they had good intentions. Yuebukun showed him the jade of the soul of the night devil of one of the 8 great ghost kings. With his help, Yang Xiao can become as strong as he wants. The guy was ready to do anything for this thing and join their circles. But first he had one task. He had to deal with the old man. He was ready to do anything just to become stronger than Lin Kuei. It was the deputy director of Kanglin, and Yang Xiao completed this task. Yuebukun was convinced that the guy was a man of his word, and he handed him the jade of the soul of the night devil. The guy felt like he was filled with incredible power. It was very difficult to endure, and many did not succeed the first time. Yuebukun wondered how the guy would bear it. Yang Xiao managed to combine his abilities with the power of jade. What Yuebukun was surprised by, and he realized that he had greatly underestimated the guy. Yang Xiao managed to accept this, and his body was filled with power that had reached its limit. Yuebukun understood that the guy who received such power immediately wanted to go fight. However, he warned that his condition was unstable, and instead offered to go with him to the boss. But Yang Xiao disobeyed him and ran away to prove to everyone his superiority. Upon arriving home, Lin decided to buy gifts and make all the sisters happy. Since Lin earned a lot of money, he finally handed over the salary to Onaji, which made her very happy. I also didn't forget about the little fox, and treated him to tasty and juicy meat. Hongye suddenly sensed a strong demonic aura behind the door and warned Lin about it. Then the door suddenly opened, and streams of dark smoke began to fill the room. And Yang Xiao flew into them, eager to take revenge on Lin Kuei. But Lin was not at a loss and attacked him first. His sisters appreciated this strong blow, and they could not understand where it flew. Lin was surprised that Yang Xiao turned himself into a monster for this. Yang Xiao was annoyed that Lin Kuei was talking about him like that, so he attacked him using his Hellhound Beast abilities. Hongye warned Lin not to underestimate his opponent, as she noticed from his performance that he had Night Devil Jade. Yang Xiao summoned the Wolf King to attack Lin Qi with his powerful claws. Although he grabbed with his claws, Lin repelled his attack. Lin was faced with a choice. Defeat Yang Xiao, receiving plus 15 ability points. Arrange an exciting quest, receiving plus 20 to strength. Or forgive him and receive plus 10 ability fragments. Lin chose the option with an exciting quest and turned Yang Xiao into a mummy. Ling Shi also wanted to play this game, so she launched her teddy bear. The bear cub crushed Yang Xiao, which Lin did not expect because he did not complete the task, but he did not mind joining forces. Yang Xiao asked to be released because he believed that this was not a fair battle. Lin replied that it was all because he came suddenly and attacked, although Lin wanted to fight one-on-one. Oniji decided to do a good deed and take out the trash. Yellow believed that if you play, then play together, and she asked to call her first next time. She used a secret aroma mist technique. Lin didn't expect that she was capable of such a thing. Yellow said that this was her new development. Lin did not understand why the mummy began to run away, and since he had not completed the task, he wanted to catch up with him. Yang Xiao regretted being part of the demon group. If he could turn back time, he would not act so rashly. Yue! Bukun heard the sounds of victory behind the fence. He knew that Yang Xiao had been victorious over Lin Ke. At that time, the sounds were from the screams of Yang Xiao, who did not like having his heels tickled. Lin was glad that after so much time the system considered his task completed, and he received plus 20 fragments of the ability. Yuebukon couldn't bear to watch this, so he saved the guy. Lin told these two traitor wolves that it was useless for them to stick together, since they would not win anyway. This angered Yang Xiao, and his body increased significantly. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Ke for everything. Yuebukun understood that although he had become stronger, his physical abilities were still weak, and if he continued like this, he could die. Hong Ye wanted to help Lin deal with him together, but Yuebukun had other plans for him and decided to save him. Lin was determined to catch up with him and end this once and for all, but he didn't have time as they slipped away too quickly. Since the situation is quite serious, he wanted to inform teacher Tang Ling about it. The next morning, Lin was reading the Academy's public page, where it was said that Elder Yang Guang had been killed, and it was done by Yang Xiao, a student who had joined the Ming clan, on whose head a reward was offered. He understood that Yang Xiao was willing to do anything to increase his power, and every day he would become stronger and stronger, so Lin had to be careful. His talking sword had absorbed enough soul jade power. Lin saw that a very bright light was emanating from his sword. His magic sword evolved and took on a human spirit form. Lin was surprised by this, and Ling Si was happy that she had a little sister. Oniji and Yellow were surprised that she was so small. All she wanted was to become the best martial artist. Hong Ye found it funny that Lin had many sisters, but Lin was not happy about it. As the head of the family, he felt a lot of pressure. Lin received a call from teacher Tang, who said that due to the emergency situation in the city, a drill was being held to boost the morale of the students, and she wanted him to be part of it. And his task was to create his own team of 3 people. All students were welcomed to the ceremonial competition. They were informed that they were soon planning to send student teams to help in other cities. But first they needed to improve their physical performance. 2 groups were presented in the first round of the competition. One of them were representatives of the Guhan Ho Academy. The second were representatives of the Kanglin Academy. But the Lin Ke team did not share something among themselves and began to fight right in the middle of the broadcast. The first group decided to take this chance and launch a surprise attack. But the second team was waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a triple combo on their opponents. Lin Kuei came up with this trick for them from the very beginning, which worked perfectly, which made them happy. The presenter announced a clear victory for the Kanglin Academy team. Next were representatives from Chenin College, who were confident that they would not fall for such cheap tricks. Lin decided to summon a magic sword for this competition and give complete control into her hands. Representatives of Chenin were surprised that he invited someone to fight in his place. But Lin said that the spirit was not a replacement for a person, so the rules did not prohibit it. The spirit understood that with such light opponents there would be no need for weapons, so she decided to win with her bare hands. The students did not want to give in, and decided to be ruthless, showing all their power. The spirit didn't care how many there were, because she was good at martial arts. Lin was shocked. He didn't expect her to be so strong. The next participants were strong and independent representatives of the academy. Lin understood that he would have to work hard against such serious opponents. But since the opponents did not take the fight seriously, they easily defeated them. His sisters were watching the live broadcast and they were in awe of his martial arts. With their victories, Kanglin Academy motivated other students who wanted to test their strength. Su Tang was amazed at how, in just a couple of fights, Lin Ke had ignited their fighting spirit. And Qing Cheng believed that it was all because of his charm. Kanya promised him that she would visit him soon, and she came to his training so that she could finally see him. The presenter declared Kanglin Academy the absolute champion. Lin was unimpressed by the 500 Yuan prize and the Academy's banner of honor, but San Qian said that the main thing was participation since it was just a friendly match. Lin was delighted when crowds of fans began to approach him. His teammates weren't left out either. All the girls wanted to know if Lin K had a soulmate, but the guy said that he never even touched the girl. The fans thought that they had every chance of meeting him, when suddenly some girl pushed them away. It was Kanya, who said that she was very close to him. All the girls were surprised by this because they did not know who this young lady was to him. Hong Ye was very jealous of him and was against it, just like San Qian, who liked this girl. Lin did not expect such a meeting and was wondering how she was doing. Kanya said that her city of Linfeng was completely safe, and since she had nothing to do there, she arrived early. She was still glad to see her other old acquaintances. Xiangqiu missed her very much and wanted to kiss her on the cheek, but she didn't even know who he was, and this upset him, and he believed that there would be no more love in his life. Mo Qingcheng was furious. She couldn't believe that some girl was hugging Lin K. A crowd of his fans were wondering why he had such a close relationship with this girl. Kanya beat him to it, calling him her brother, which frightened Lin K. After all, he really didn't want to lose his popularity among the female audience. The next morning, Kanya came to Lin K. The girl heard that he had other sisters, so she bought food for everyone and tried to get to know them over a delicious breakfast. Although the dishes were prepared for everyone, no one wanted to eat, and Lin understood that this meal would be his last. Yellow said that by feeding them a regular breakfast, she would not be able to bribe everyone. But Kanya decided to go to the end and win Yellow's trust by making her happy with a gift. Ling Si asked Kanya not to try to please them, since her brother already had a girlfriend. Hong Ye came down from the second floor and greeted her friend Lin K. Kanya complimented her on her beautiful figure. Lin was shocked that Hong Ye was able to restore her body, and he knew that she was very angry with him. Hong Ye extended her hand as a sign of respect for Lin K's new friend, and she introduced herself as his fiancée. Kanya didn't understand why Lin said at the competition that he didn't have a girlfriend. She realized that she could not compare with this beauty. Hong Ye kindly asked her to warn her about her arrival next time. Kanya hoped that there was no misunderstanding between them, because Lin Kuei is like a brother to her. Ling Shi didn't like this and didn't want anyone to take her place. The sisters tried to console her so that she would not be so hot-tempered, but she didn't want anyone to stop her from standing up for her rights, and she wanted to teach these two a lesson so that in the future they wouldn't mind their own business. Previously, Lin was angry about this and tried to keep everything under control, but now he was completely devoted to the family and did not try to stop them. Kanya was surprised by his family, and she understood that it was difficult for Lin Kuei to live in such an environment. Unexpectedly, Lin was written by his elder sister, who had business with him and wanted to meet him. When they met, she remembered how they had a good time as a child as a family, and she missed those days when her parents were alive. Then she and Lin Kuei were ordinary carefree kids. She remembered the moment where Lin and Ling Si were trying to keep up with the butterfly, but since they were in a hurry, they stumbled due to their carelessness, and she ran to their aid. She supported them, saying that by eating the candy, the pain would go away. Their parents were happy that their children grew up caring for each other. They fought bravely against monsters to protect the city and their family. Their father took on most of the monsters, and it wasn't easy for him. But there were an unimaginable number of them, and he could not cope with them all at the same time. Unfortunately, their parents did not survive that battle, and they lost them at a young age. It was then that Ling Hua, as an older sister, promised to protect them. Lin didn't expect that past memories would move her to tears so much, but his sister said that everything was fine. She just remembered the old days, and she wanted to walk hand in hand with him, like when she was a child. She wondered why he was so embarrassed because, as a child, it was normal. To which Lin replied that they had grown up that way, and it was unusual for him. She called him to tell him who he was, since she understood that it was time for him to know about it. She said that he was an orphan whom his father brought from the land of ghosts, and since his parents could not abandon Lin, they decided to adopt him. Ling Hua saw that this upset him, and she said that she and Ling Si would never leave him. Lin said that she would always be his favorite sister, and he promised to become just like his father. Ling Hua was always ready to support him, and she was glad that she had such a good brother. Lin and his team flew to the city of Qingyun on a mission. The pilot noticed that there were many ghosts on the ground, which were divided into groups. He asked them to put on parachutes and jump to a safer place. They were surprised that the place was completely destroyed and that only ruins remained of the buildings. Lin told them that it was time to jump, as he had found a place where there were the least ghosts. Xiangqiang decided to jump out first and show everyone how to do it correctly. He hoped to perform well in this mission so that Kanya would notice him. But since Kanya did not know how to jump with a parachute, she asked Ching Cheng to take her with her. Ching Cheng said that she didn't know how either, so she asked Lin to take the two of them. Since they trusted a man's shoulder, Lin helped them with honor and dignity. He overtook his comrades, which surprised them, because Sanqian liked Kanya, and he was upset that she did not choose him. On the ground, Lin discovered ghost slime that was everywhere, and at that moment they noticed many ghosts flying straight towards them. These were ghostly insects, and they understood that if one of them bit, they could not avoid dangerous swelling. They defended themselves with all their might from this swarm of insects. The ghosts attacked Mo Qingcheng with their sticky mucus. As they fought side by side with the ghosts, Lin wondered why there were so many insects there. Xiang Chang told him that initially this city was captured by many different ghosts. Shangqiang was glad that they didn't have to fight someone really big. But after these words, a huge spider came to them. Lin was angry with San Qian for bringing them trouble. They tried to dodge the attacks of this giant spider. Kanya told the team to go first and that she would take on the spider. As soon as they managed to escape from his clutches, they began to attack him from all sides. With teamwork, they defeated this spider, and it wasn't as difficult as they thought. But Hongye noticed that something was wrong with the spider, and she asked Lin Qian to leave from there as soon as possible. The spider was torn into pieces, and some strange insect crawled out of its belly. They realized that a fly-like creature could parasitize living organisms and control them by controlling them from the inside. They noticed that the fly began to call upon its own kind, and they wanted to destroy it as soon as possible. But it was already too late, and there were already hundreds of them. Lin understood that if they really could parasitize, then they would be finished. Hong Ye told him that their boss was one of the 8 ghost kings called the Demon Fly Ghost. His team did not understand what to do, but Lin said that all they had to do was exterminate all the ghost insects. But suddenly a stranger came to them and was shooting these creatures. Lin did not understand where the person came from there, because they were told that there was no one there. Since it was too late and there were more and more insects, they had no other option but to go with him. In the evening, they came to his temporary shelter, which was lined with weapons all over. The stranger was glad to see them, since he had not met people for a long time. They were grateful to him for his help, and as it turned out, he was completely alone there. The stranger told them that 6 months ago, Qingyun was attacked by insects. Many people died, and the rest were mutated by the clutches of these monsters. He lost his family and was depressed for a long time, but then he discovered that he had an unusual ability. He could bless bullets with spiritual power. All he wanted was to exterminate all insects and restore his city. Lin asked him not to worry about it and said that he and his team would help him with this. The girls found large cockroaches there, crawling right on them. The stranger asked them not to worry and to just deal with these cockroaches. He said that these were armored cicadas that were pawns of the ghost cockroach. They couldn't believe that cockroaches could be ghosts. Hongye revealed that the ghost cockroach was one of the 8 ghost kings, and there were 2 ghost kings in this city. Mo Qingcheng really did not like insects, and she asked her team for help. Lin was faced with a choice. Ignore Qingcheng, having received washing liquid, help and go to the king of insects, having received +8 fragments of abilities, or eat a cockroach, having received S-level skill. Lin knew that this was too much, but for the sake of the reward, he wanted to do it. His team was shocked by what they saw. They would never have thought that he was capable of such a thing. The stranger did not know that the guy was hungry, and he asked to tell him about it next time, since he had food supplies. Since the task was completed, Lin received an S-rank skill. He was surprised when the system told him that his skill was communicating with cockroaches. In the nightstand, the cockroaches were discussing their older brother, who was eaten by this guy. And since there was a fat man with the people, they decided to run away from there. Lin was surprised that his skill actually worked and he heard cockroaches. The cockroaches were scared when they saw the man, and they asked to be released. Hong Ye said that the king of the cockroaches was on bad terms with the leader of the flies, and this could be taken advantage of. Lin offered the cockroaches 2 options: repeat the fate of his older brother, or take him to their boss. The cockroaches wanted to cooperate with him, and they chose the latter. When his team noticed that Lin was communicating with cockroaches, they were surprised. After taking the cockroaches, Lin told his team that he needed to move away. Sungkyung understood that he may not have eaten the cockroach, but he also became a monster. The cockroaches brought Lin to the territory of their kingdom. But the cockroach relatives did not understand how they could betray them and bring a person to them. They asked him not to touch him and said that he needed to be taken to the boss. But the cockroaches rebelled, and they wanted to get rid of them along with the man. Lin understood that he had chosen completely unvaluable relatives for cooperation. Suddenly, in the mountain of garbage, he heard the voice of a girl asking him not to make noise. The girl was the leader of all the cockroaches, and because she slept too high, she fell. Lin asked if she was the king of the underworld, but the girl was not in the mood, and she asked not to look at her like that. Lin said that he was afraid of accidentally asking such a small king. The girl didn't understand how this man dared to talk to her like that, and she decided to show him her full form. But Lin thought she was still small, but the girl didn't like it, and she got a little angry. Hong Ye forgot to warn him that the cockroach queen was very strong. Lin wanted to make friends with her, and as an apology, he provided the water of life. Since the queen was very thirsty, she did not refuse such a drink. The queen was delighted with this taste. She felt a strong breath inside her body. The queen asked for more of this drink, since one bottle was not enough for her. Lin said that he could provide unlimited life energy if they helped him defeat the fly ghost. Since the queen had a long-time rival with the ghost fly and had been fighting for territory for a long time, she had long wanted to fight him, so she agreed. Lin was glad that she agreed, and he looked forward to a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, the stranger's base was attacked by bedbugs, and they were in trouble. Lin Kei's team also helped control pests. Meanwhile, Lin was already running up to his team with the help of cockroaches. He told them that he had made an alliance with the cockroach ghost, and from that moment on they became their allies. The team appreciated his idea, because defeating the enemy with the help of the enemy was a brilliant solution. They all fought together against the bugs that attacked them. After they defeated all the enemy troops, Lin wanted to go to the leader of the flies to settle scores. The fly came to tell his queen that people had teamed up with cockroaches, and having learned this, she wanted to create the most powerful insect to cope with them. She ordered her flying rat to go and kill all the survivors. The rat flew out to hunt and immediately discovered the intruders. It was difficult for Sanqian to clear the streets of fallen flies. While the cockroaches were glad they had food for the week, the rat activated many portals above their heads and launched his army. They were not happy that the ghost released his rats from the sky on them, since they had just finished cleaning the street. Lin repelled the rain of rats and sent him flying in the other direction. Mo Qingcheng didn't understand why she came across this happiness again. The flying rat did not like that this was done to her comrades, and she personally wanted to fight them. Lin was faced with a choice. Let her go after receiving, plus 9 points to agility. Fight the enemy alone, plus 10 fragments of the ability. Or attack with a team, plus 10 to strength. The second option seemed tempting to Lin, but since he could not fly, he had a magic blade for this. She sent Lin flying into the air, but Lin asked to fly with him and not just kick him. He single-handedly attacked the flying rat, but it parried his blow. The mission was completed and Lin received plus 10 ability fragments, but there was one problem. He could not fly. The flying angel of the magic sword arrived in time to save him. But for greater safety, Hong Ye secured Lin. Hong Ye told him that she sensed the aura of the sage stone in the flying rat. She helped him fly to the rat, and Lin attacked it with his magic sword. But she sent a powerful rat wave attack straight from the sage stone. Since Lin had the teleportation skill, he escaped the attack in time. He suddenly attacked the flying rat using a teleport and sent it down. Lin thought he had defeated her, but Hong Ye felt that the aura was very strange. The demon rat was very angry and she used full transformation. She attacked his comrades with her powerful jump. Kanya decided to help Lin Kuei and set a time pause. But for the rat, it was a cheap trick, and she easily broke through her time barrier. Qingcheng caught Kanya and suggested they fight together later. Kanya was very pleased that she showed attention to her. Sanqian did not like that the rat offended his wife, but Qin Feng asked him not to get into the thick of it. The flying rat spread a poisonous mist from its paws throughout the area. The angel of the magic sword dispelled its poisonous fog with her invincible wind. Xiangqian was not happy that Lin directed all the fog in their direction, but Qin Feng saw this as a test from Lin, who wanted to see how they dealt with unforeseen situations. Xiangqiang asked his dragon to absorb the news of the fog into himself. For his help, Xiangqiang promised to reward him with fried chicken in the evening. The angel wanted to defeat the enemy, so she reunited her power with the power of the sword. Lin felt the sword's power increase and the sword told him to go and destroy the rat. But the rat also had something for him. Sharp and long claws came out of his paws. Having attacked him, the rat could not believe that a guy at that age had a divine weapon. Xiangqiang helped Lin Qiu with his dragon flame. Having flown into the wall, the rat did not like that they attacked on the sly. Lin was already happy about this. He didn't understand if this was really the end because he and the team had just begun. Hongye said that the rat had a sage stone, which constantly generated new abilities for him. The rat split into many clones just like him. Lin ordered his team to stop attacking them, as this was only causing them to become more numerous. The magic sword felt that the enemy had become stronger, and he told the guy that he urgently needed to come up with something. But Lin was fine and repelled all enemy attacks. The girls understood that this was an excellent chance to attack, and while Kanya paused them, Mo Qingcheng attacked them with crystal shards. The stranger arrived just in time. He brought them a lot of rat traps. Lin understood that good things should be used wisely, so they sent traps to them. He then used a multiple suppression attack, a sensation that squeezed the enemy's entire body. The rats began to run away from the battlefield as they felt superior to themselves. But Lin didn't want to let the rat ghosts go so easily, so he sent his magic sword at them. The spirit caught up with the ghost and dealt the final crushing blow, which struck the rat enemy in half with light. Lin obtained the third fragment of the Sage Stone. He knew that the new fragment would help Hongye recover faster. Hongye felt unbridled energy flowing throughout her body. She absorbed it into herself and was grateful to Lin Kuei for what he did for her. Lin's team saw his girlfriend and they were wondering where he came from. The stranger was surprised by the amount of energy from which new people began to appear. Hongye told Lin that she was unable to control her body, and his team saw her. His team was terribly interested, and they pressed him from all sides so that he would finally tell who this girl was. Lin understood that there was no other way out, and he told them that she was his guardian called by the spirit. Hongye added that she was his fiancée. Although there was no official ceremony, they were almost married. Sanqian was offended that all the good things always went to Lin. Mo Qingcheng could not accept this. She felt that her heart was broken because she thought that he could have a girlfriend, but not a fiancée. Kanya supported Qingcheng, and she understood Qingcheng's feelings very well, since she had recently gone through this herself. Lin wondered why they saw her. Hongye said that the energy of the Sage Stone was so strong that it was closer to the human body, so it could not remain invisible. Lin was happy to hear this, as soon her body would be completely restored and she would be like an ordinary person. The fly flew to his queen and reported that her rat had died in battle along with the rest of her comrades. She was upset because she did not understand who would be her guide that night. She decided that she would enjoy the last moments, because she had created the most powerful beetle, which would soon be born and defeat everyone in this city. The next day, Lin and his team went in search of the demonic fly. The army of cockroaches and the grandfather were also with them, for the sake of their city of Qin Yuan. They moved along the map, and according to it, they were approaching the location of the Queen of Flies. But during the operation, they found a moment for privacy. Sanqian did not like this because he was jealous of Lin Kuei. Sanqian wondered where the stranger and the army of cockroaches were, because they were supposed to go with them to find food. Qin Feng didn't like the fact that he was always hungry and didn't try to lose weight. Meanwhile, they were being watched by a high-level third-grade mantis ghost. He jumped out in front of them and blocked their way. It seemed harmless enough to the team, but Lin warned them that it was no ordinary mantis. Mantis endured for a long time and watched as his comrades, one after another, left this world at the hands of people, and he did not intend to remain on the sidelines. Lin told the team to leave, but it was too late, and the mantis charmed them with its magic. Hongye didn't understand where everyone was, because they simply disappeared after the attack of the mantis. The magic of the mantis reduced them significantly, and they became very small. Lin tried to call his wife for help, but since he was too small, his voice could not reach her. Hongye was scared and didn't understand where they had gone. The mantis switched places with them, making them look tiny in comparison. Lin knew that if it got bigger, it would only take one movement to return to its original shape. But nothing worked out for him, and he was unable to attack him. Xiangqing realized that things were bad, and he asked Lin to summon his magic blade as soon as possible. But the spirit of the sword also became several times smaller, and they understood that this was the end. All they could do was run, as their spiritual strength was too low to fight. While they were running away, they did not even notice how they crashed into cockroaches. And the cockroaches did not understand why their boss became so small. Lin was glad that the mantis did not harm the army of cockroaches, and they joined forces to fight back. His team also saddled the cockroaches and moved to confront the enemy. Kanya was very worried, and to calm down she hugged Qingcheng. Mantis attacked them with his 10 powerful strikes. Lin responded with 10,000 blows with his magic sword. Suddenly he heard someone from behind asking him to move away, as they had thrown a sharp twig at the mantis. But this was not a hindrance for the mantis because its paws were sharp as blades. While the team was fighting the mantis, Ching Cheng and Kanya managed to release their spiritual power. Concentrating on the enemy, they launched a long-range attack. Lin understood that the mantis was still intact, and it was necessary to continue the battle. But the mantis did not intend to lose, and he threw it away with a strong magical impulse. Mantis took on his fugitive form, unleashing his maximum firepower. But suddenly a dog came running and stepped right on him. The stranger didn't realize that his dog was eating again, after which Lin and his team returned to their original form and were glad of heavenly justice. Lin told Hong Ye that they had fallen into a trap and that everything ended well. Mo Qingcheng still couldn't accept that Lin Kuei had a fiancé, but Kanye supported her as best she could. They were grateful to the dog for its timely help. Lin was still determined to deal with the head of the cockroaches and defeat the demon queen. The demonic fly queen's lair was completely covered in slime. The egg containing the queen's child began to emit strong demonic energy. From there, a giant insect similar to a level A scorpion hatched. The devil fly was happy to welcome his child. The insect was very hungry, so it ate her faithful fly. The creature told his queen that this was not enough. The demoness promised that as soon as they captured the city, he would have a real feast. The queen of cockroaches and her army came to the devil fly. She was glad that she visited her, as she was looking for someone to help her warm up before the fight. The demoness took out her magic sword, which was capable of disintegrating into hundreds of parts, turning into some kind of whip. But the queen of the cockroaches was sure that she would not have time to attack, since she had already transformed into her full form. The devil fly sent his army of black flies at her. But the queen cockroach did not pay attention to the black flies, and instead attacked their queen. Their battle was very bright and colorful. There were many magical flashes in the air. Their armies, watching the confrontation of their bosses, were impressed. Devilfly believed that after so many years, the queen cockroach was still as weak as before. After that, they began to quarrel, and the queen of the cockroaches thought she was too rude. She reminded the queen of flies of the past, where she lost to her in a ghostly beauty contest. The devil fly said she just wanted love, but the male ghost despised her because she was too sloppy. Their armies began to quarrel among themselves, and the cockroaches did not like the fact that the flies spoke ill of their queen, and they decided to teach the black flies a lesson for their ignorance of their boss. The devil fly attacked her with his magic sword, but the cockroach queen easily avoided her attacks. Then she attacked her, and she gained superiority over the devil fly. The queen fly knew that the queen cockroach was strong, so she called her giant insect for help. The insect attacked the queen cockroach, but she managed to avoid the attack. She knew that the ghost created by the magic fly actually had the strength of an A-level rookie. The insect attacked her with its sticky mucus, which began to eat away at her armor with incredible speed. Devilfly didn't like that the cockroach queen was #1 in beauty, and wanted to defeat her to become the #1 ghost queen in the underworld. But at that moment she heard a car driving behind her. But it was too late, and she did not have time to escape. It was Lin Kuei's team that came to the Queen of Cockroaches to help. But since the little queen froze in front of the car, Lin had to save her. Lin was disappointed that Hong Ye was jealous of him again since he just wanted to help. The devil fly liked this blue-haired guy and wanted to catch him to eat him. The Queen of the Cockroaches did not like this and came to Lin Kuei's defense. The demonic fly attacked them with its magic sword. They all stayed together and resisted her attacks. She summoned her giant worm, which was Tier A, against them. This time the attack was too strong, and they were unable to withstand its attack. Lin knew that something had to be done, so he transformed into his demonic form and unleashed a powerful lightning strike. The ghosts filled the space with their breath, which could not be breathed because it was poisonous. And since Lin could not navigate in space, the insect grabbed him with its claw, and the demonic fly attacked him. The spirit of the sword was worried about Lin, as he had a hard time withstanding this blow. But with the protection of his S-level physical body, it was safe to live. At this critical moment, his body strengthened its capabilities, and the supernatural fragments accumulated in the body made themselves felt. The body of his demonic image began to transmit strong bolts of lightning, and he realized that he could awaken a new ability. A very powerful aura emanated from him, and they understood that he had awakened. Lin received new SSS-level abilities. Fight against Sun Wukong. They were delighted by his awakening, as his strength reached A-level. The demon fly was not happy that the guy's abilities had awakened, and she attacked him, but Lin easily blocked her attack. Since she couldn't cope, she asked her insect to deal with the guy once and for all. But the new ability gave Lin a lot of strength, so he easily won her insect. Since her monster had fallen, she wanted to fight Lin one-on-one. But the cockroach queen's boomerang stopped her attack. Hong Ye and the Cockroach Queen told her that they were her main opponents. Since the black flies began to attack, Qing Qing asked the team to help. They were bloodthirsty and very hungry, and Xiangqiang could not resist them. But the spirit of the sword came to his aid and saved him from these insects. But she accidentally touched Sang Qian's clothes, and he was not very happy about it, as he thought it was on purpose. The spirit was confident that she could kill all the monsters and become the best of the best. But she could not withstand the attack of a huge ghostly insect. Lin did not like that his spirit was attacked, and he took revenge on the insect. The monster fought him mercilessly, attacking him with its scorpion sting. But Lin decided to end him once and for all, after which he dealt a crushing blow. The demon fly did not expect that her child would lose this battle. She sacrificed his powers and took them for herself. Having acquired his powers, she became much stronger and was at the average A level. They were surprised that the demoness had the ability to unite. But the magic sword spirit also knew how to do this, and she combined with Hong Yi's weapon. Hong Ye's weapon became much stronger, as it combined a magic sword and the spirit of a magic blade. Hong Ye, the Cockroach Queen, and Lin confronted the Demon Queen. But since she had a powerful shield, Lin understood that his strength was not enough to break through. Hong Yi managed to wound the demoness with her Demon Eater scissors. She helped him a lot, and now it was Lin's turn to use his new abilities. The demoness defended herself with a magic sword, but it could not withstand such a load and broke in half. Since she was without her main weapon, Lin was able to land a strong blow. The stranger watched this battle from above, and he did not want to lag behind them. His plan was to destroy the demon fly's base along with all the insects inside. He decided to give the audience a show and broadcast live from the scene. He destroyed the enemy base of the Demon Queen and captured this moment as he saved his city. With this show, he attracted huge attention of his viewers. The demon fly believed that this was impossible because it could not lose. But Lin thought differently, and he wanted her to be punished for attacking people. She didn't understand how an ordinary person had such a strong aura. The Queen of the Cockroaches told her that times had changed and the only way out would be a peaceful existence. But the demonic fly told them that she had more than one child, and she summoned an entire army of her beetles. But no one came to her, and she did not understand why. The team showed Lin that the stranger had destroyed the enemy base and showed it live. Since all the pests were destroyed, Lin decided to end this once and for all. But before this, the system offered him a choice. Kill the ghost and receive plus 25 points to strength. Put her in prison and receive plus 30 to strength. Or forgive her and receive plus 18 to dexterity. Lin understood that the reward for imprisoning the she-devil was great, and there must be reasons for this, so he detained her. Hong Yi was. I wonder what will happen to her. Lin said to take her to the night watchman for questioning, as she was an important person in the underworld and had valuable information. But since she didn't want to say anything, Lin didn't like it, and he relieved the demoness of her ghostly aura. Xiangtiang was glad that now he could take her to the night watchman without fear, and for their excellent efforts, Lin invited them to dinner in the evening. They sat around the fire and celebrated their victory over the ghosts. During this period, they became friends with the stranger, and he was wondering what they would do next. Lin said that some cities were still under the influence of ghosts, and they needed to continue clearing them of them. And since his wife's body was not completely restored, he wanted to find the remaining stones. But first he wanted to get rid of the ghost cockroach. Why was the queen surprised because they had been through so much together? But Lin said that she misunderstood him. He wanted to introduce her to his sisters and accept her help. He wanted to accept her into his home, just like other ghosts who once defended their rights to this. The Queen of the Cockroaches liked this idea because she would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Lin promised that if she joined them, he would often bring her food and clothes, which she was happy about. However, he had been away from home for so long that he didn't know how Lingxi was doing. He managed to miss his home. Meanwhile, CR studied hard every day and made good progress in elementary school. Oniji and Yellow didn't understand why CR smiled while looking at her phone all day long. She was just watching the news about her brother, which talked about his mission to save the city from the Ghost Queen, and that he would return to Kanglin very soon. So she was happy for him. Lingxi believed that he should have been with her most of his time, rather than with Hong Ye. While Oniji and Yellow joked about it behind her back, but Lingxi heard these conversations, and she decided to teach these two a lesson. Suddenly, she heard students from parallel classes talking about her. They said that she was a little schoolgirl who was always hiding behind her brother. Lingxi decided not to be provoked and not to interfere with them. They didn't like that she didn't respond to them. They called her a weakling with no abilities and suggested that the rumors about her brother were not true and that he was just as weak. This hurt her because she didn't like it when someone dared to touch her brother. She ordered her bear to teach these two a lesson. She told them not to dare touch her brother again. But her teacher noticed this, and she was very interested in what happened. The students realized that this was a good chance for them to take revenge on the girl by telling the teacher. But Ling Si got ahead of them and told how they made fun of her and hurt the honor of her brother. She calmed the girl down and promised to deal with the offenders. But the disciples said that they were innocent of anything and tried to prove it. The teacher was outraged that they were in a parallel class and allowed themselves to treat others like that. Ling Si also admitted her guilt, saying that her companions had released their anger on her. But since she was in charge there, she didn't want to set a bad example for them. Therefore, she asked that the offenders be punished. The teacher asked not to worry about this and said that she would definitely punish the culprits. Ling Si was glad that the offenders got what they deserved. Her classmate came up to her and reminded her of the corporate party that was on the playground. The corporate event took place among the elementary classes at Elliston College. The teacher gave a speech in which he expressed hope that the junior high students of the two schools would become stronger and stronger together. Ling Shi, Yellow, and Onaji came there to eat because they were hungry. Their classmates were surprised, because this was not a cafeteria to behave like that. Ling Si was recognized by students from a nearby college and decided to approach her. They heard that the girl was a hooligan. One of them asked to call him Master Tiger. He came to fight her and become the main bully among the two schools. But Ling Shi was all right with him, and she asked not to distract her from such an exquisite dinner. He didn't like that she was ignoring him, and he decided to knock the sandwich out of her hands. Her classmates were shocked that he dared to do this. They warned this Tiger Master that it was time for him to leave with his girlfriends as soon as possible. Ling Si was very angry with him, and she sent her bear to teach the offender a lesson. The girl taught the bear to do a spiral attack, and she was glad that he was finally doing it correctly. Master Tiger regretted that he approached the girl with such a request. Because of this, a massive misunderstanding began between the two colleges, who argued which of them was cooler. Ling Shi kept her personal diary, in which she wrote that she had a good time at Elliston College, but she found such a life boring. She wanted to grow up so she could go on a mission with her brother. Lin returned from his mission and was with his team at the Kanglin airport. They were very glad that after so much time they finally returned to their city. There they were met by fans who were looking forward to this meeting. Lin was happy about this. He didn't think the day would come when they would become stars. Xiangqiang was upset that even the bald man had fans, but he did not. Qingcheng had important things to do, and she didn't understand how she could get through this crowd of fans. But Kanya had a solution to this problem. Kanya gathered a team to tell them her plan to get through this crowd of people. Their plan was to throw the main fan favorite to them in order to bypass them. They succeeded, and while the fans switched to Lin K, they ran past. After 3 hours, Lin managed to escape, but hungry fans stole all of his clothes, causing him dissatisfaction. He knew that he couldn't go home with that appearance, so he wanted to ask his little sister to bring him some clothes. But his attention was interrupted by news from Kanglin, where his personal belongings were put up for auction for a high price. While he was upset about what happened to his things, Hong Ye noticed another problem. Local street vendors sold limited edition photographs of him with celebrities. He became so popular in his city that even in the bushes people followed him. Lin stopped liking it and had to run away from his fans who wouldn't give him peace. After some time, he managed to escape from them all the way home, and after that he no longer wanted to be popular. At home, he saw Ling Shi and Onaji packing things, and he thought that she was getting ready to move. Ling Shi felt awkward as she did not expect her brother to return so early. After looking at what she was carrying, Lin realized that these were his old things that he had seen at the auction sale. Ling Shi admitted that she just wanted to help him make money. Yellow said that Ling Shi was too obsessed with money, but Ling Shi was unhappy that they were shifting all the blame onto her. Although Ling Shi had good intentions, Lin did not agree with her. The girl was scared by this and said that she would return everything. But Lin meant that after everything he had done, the price of things should be higher, and he wanted her to sell everything for a more decent amount. Suddenly, a girl started knocking on the door and wanted to tell Lin something urgent. It was Mo Qingcheng who wanted him to help her. She wanted Lin to be her temporary boyfriend. Ling Si was against this. She said that her brother already had a girlfriend. Qingcheng said that it was her grandfather's birthday, and when she returned home, she heard that they were planning to marry her off to a guy from the Luo family, and she didn't want to become part of their family and get married so early, and therefore believed that only Lin could help her. Ching Cheng hoped that they would allow them to enter into a fake marriage contract so that her family would dissolve the previous one. Hong Ye took pity on her and allowed Lin to go along with it. Lin asked her to stay in his body, but Hong Ye said that she would not be jealous, so he was glad that he would not give her any trouble. Lin picked out a beautiful wedding suit and came to the Mo family's house. Ching Cheng also put on her wedding dress, and she was delighted with how well Lin Kie had prepared. Kanya was grateful to Ching Cheng for the invitation and for the dress she gave. Lin liked how the girls dressed up beautifully. He thought that they became even more beautiful in these dresses. But Hong Ye did not appreciate this, since he promised to pretend. Ching Cheng asked Lin to go to the meeting place and get into character so that her family would believe it. They came to the banquet hall, where all the invited guests had gathered. There were many girls there who were fans of Lin Kuei, and he was not happy to meet them again. At this moment, grandfather Mo Ching Cheng arrived, and he was happy to welcome everyone into his home. The girls were happy that grandfather came on time. Otherwise, Lin would have been torn to pieces. Lin didn't expect that Mr. Mo was Ching Cheng's grandfather. He assumed that he was a great warrior in his youth. Since it was Mr. Mo's birthday, the guests gave him gifts and wished him the best. Lin didn't know that it was Mr. Mo's birthday, and he thought it strange that they combined two holidays into one day. This was Luo Tenyi, the eldest son of the Luo family, and he was from one of the 3 richest families in Kanglan. He congratulated Grandpa Mo and gave him the A-grade Binglian Ice Lotus Elixir. When Grandpa Mo opened the box, he saw the glow of the ice lotus, which meant that it was real. Mr. Mo was pleasantly surprised by such a valuable gift. Luo Tingyi asked not to worry about this, since he became part of their family and Ching Cheng was his wife, so he respected her relatives. But at that moment, brother Ching Cheng spoke out and was against this wedding. Luo Tingyi believed that he and Ching Cheng were suitable for each other, and he did not understand why Mo Shu opposed him. Since Mo Shu supported her, Ching Cheng was not afraid to admit that she did not want this marriage. She told her grandfather that she already had a boyfriend whom she loved. Mr. Mo and Luo Tingyi were surprised that she had a boyfriend, but the guests recognized him. They heard that his father was from the hunting sword team, and they were not surprised that Lin Kuei managed to become famous and win the hand of a girl like Ching Cheng. Luo Tingyi considered Lin Kuei an ordinary poor man who could not be with Ching Cheng. Lin understood that Luo Tingyi was simply jealous of him, and that he could not do anything without his rich family. The girls stood up for Lin Kuei. They believed that money does not solve anything in a relationship, and something completely different was important. The system gave Lin a choice. Leave Mo's house and get +10 to strength, congratulate grandfather Mo and get +10 to agility, or teach the villain a lesson after receiving +15 to strength and +10 to charm. Since the system itself pushed him to do this, he told Luo Tianyin that his gifts meant nothing and did not show his strength. But Luo Tianyin was wondering what he could give as a gift. Lin provided the drink of life as he considered it the best gift. But Luo Tianyin found it funny that the guy considered this a worthy gift. Grandpa Mo heard that once at one of the auctions a person sold lucky water, which increases spiritual power, and he was wondering where he got it from. Lin admitted that this water was his own, which surprised Grandpa Mo. Although Grandfather Mo considered it impossible, he decided to take the opportunity and, in honor of the banquet, fulfill his request and try the drink. He felt a surge of masculine strength and felt that he was 20 years younger from this drink. Therefore, I was happy that I agreed to this. His bodyguards were afraid that their master would become completely invincible. Grandpa Mo liked the drink so much that he decided to change his mind about his previous marriage and allowed his granddaughter to be with this guy. Lin was pleased that the people in the large family were so friendly, and he received a reward of +15 to strength and +10 to charm for completing the task. But Luo Tianyin did not believe that the guy could create such water, and he accused him of simply buying it. Lin agreed that one bottle was not enough to prove it. Therefore, he distributed this water to all the people and was able to win the hearts of many at this holiday. Brother Ching Cheng did not like Lin Kuei, so he was angry that he managed to get his sister's heart. Grandfather Mo told Luo Tianyin that his granddaughter's husband would be Lin Kuei, and he wanted to settle on this decision. Luo Tianyin was angry that Lin Kuei ruined his wedding, and he told him that he would not stop and would pursue Ching Cheng. Lin asked him not to be so arrogant and said that he would not succeed. Ching Cheng was worried that she could cause trouble for Lin Kuei, but the guy said that since they were friends, it was not difficult for him to help. In fact, Lin did not like such families because they oppressed the people by simply wasting their money, and he wanted to change that. The next morning, Lin received a call from teacher Tang, who told him that ghosts were rampant in the Kanglan Mountains area, and she wanted Lin to lead a team to fight them. After hearing that it was for a reward, Lin was happy to help with it. Therefore, Lin informed Hong Ye that he had been called to an urgent mission to fight ghosts, and that he needed to move out urgently. The guy was upset that the mercenaries did not have days off, and he did not understand why they were deprived of this. Lin, Qingcheng, and Konye arrived in the area of the city of Kanglan, where there was a large crowd of people. Lin didn't understand why it was so busy there. He thought that everyone there was also on a mission. Qingcheng knew that the Night Watch department sent its specialists who usually carried out tasks in another area, and that they were only there for the money. But the Night Watch people were unhappy that these teenagers also took part in this task. They said they were doing their job not to make money, but to protect people. But Kanya didn't like it that they objected to their presence, and she wanted to speak out about it. But Lin stopped her. The people from the Night Watch sensed the terrible aura of a level B ghost on the mountain. But this did not stop them, and they decided to deal with the ghosts first of Lin K. The ghosts fooled people, and there was not a living place left of them after the battle with the monsters. Lin was not surprised because this was a real battlefield, and since the people of the Night Watch were stubborn and did not listen to the advice of others, he did not want to interfere in it. The Night's Watch believed that the first wave was always the most ineffective and risky, so they decided to team up to defeat the monsters. On the mountain, they saw beautiful girls who were happy to greet them. They did not understand where the ghosts were, but since the girls fooled their heads, they completely forgot about them. Looking at this from the outside, Lin understood that they had been misled. Beautiful girls began to turn into ghosts, which was definitely not what the organization of the Night Watch expected. They were ruthless and bloodthirsty towards them. Lin decided to fight the ghosts by summoning his personal army of ghosts. He told Kanya and Qingcheng that this was the best time to attack them with all his might. In the same area in the Kanglan Mountains, his team was fighting monsters. They understood that if this continued, they would completely exhaust their spiritual power, and they hoped that Lin Kuei would come to their aid. Xiangqiang realized that Lin had previously helped them in every battle and led the team. But he didn't like that they were always secondary participants in the battle, and he wanted to become stronger. He supported the team even though their captain was not with them and asked everyone to join forces to defeat the enemy. The team knew he was right, and they were determined to show off their powers to the monsters. A Tier B ghost dragon was coming towards them, which was too aggressive. Xiangqiang and his dragon did not have time to dodge and fell under his attack. The team was concerned about his condition, and since Morong was the team's medic, she healed Sang Qian. Having risen, Songqiang understood that it was just a level B ghost and that he could not defeat them. He attacked the dragon alone because he believed that he could defeat it, and everything depended only on him. Yang Xiao was on the same mountain, and he was feeding on spiritual energy from magical sources. With such strength, he became one of the 8 A-tier ghost kings, and the guy was determined to fight Lin Kuei. Yuebukun watched as Yang Xiao absorbed the spirits, and he saw that by doing so, he unlocked the seals of many ghosts, causing a huge flow of energy. And ever since Yang Xiao absorbed the Soul Jade and turned into the Ghost King, he turned his back on them. And if Yue Bukun had known this, he would not have dared to give him the Soul Jade. But suddenly he saw Lin Kuei, and wanted to take revenge on him for preventing him from realizing his plans. But as soon as Yue Bukun saw that the guy had personal bodyguards, his ardor subsided and he did not dare to approach him. Lin didn't want to take the bodyguards with him, but since they were afraid to stay in the forest with strong monsters, they gave him a gift so that he would take them. Lin could not refuse such a strong urge to go with him, and he said that he would show them something interesting. The guy decided to cook delicious A-grade beef, and since Lin loved his teammates, he treated them to kebab. It had a deliciously browned texture on the outside and a tender inside that gave a great boost to the whole body, and the girls couldn't help but express how amazing it was. Lin's bodyguards couldn't bear to watch them eat, so they offered to exchange spirit stones for A-grade beef. This was a lucrative offer for Lin, so he said to put all the treasures in his box. Since there was a lot of shish kebab left, he decided to sell it, with an 8% discount on the entire assortment. The aroma of the kebab spread throughout the forest, and even Yue Bukun wanted to try it. But since they were enemies, he did not dare to approach. Yue Bukun did not understand why people were still following Lin Kuei, and since the guy was not alone, he could not attack him. He noticed some guys watching Lin Kuei. It was Luo Tianyan, who was angry with Lin Kuei for stealing his bride, and he came to take revenge on him. Yue Bukun recognized this guy, and he was glad that they had a common enemy. He decided to take advantage of this moment, and with the help of his threads, he strengthened his hostile intentions. Yue Bukun hoped that this would help him achieve the desired result. Luo Tianyan was very angry, and he wanted to deal with Lin Kuei even more. Qing Cheng was surprised when she saw that he was following her, and she did not understand what he was doing there. Luo Tianyin ordered his bodyguards to attack Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei's people wanted to protect him, but something got ahead of them. It was the spirit of the magic sword Lin Kuei, who wanted to defeat all enemies. Luo Tianyin was left without his guards, and he was confident that he could do without them and cope with Lin Kuei alone. But monsters appeared behind him, which were caused by the earthquake. But Lin Kuei came to the rescue in time, and he saved him by using his teleportation skill. And then Lin used it to protect himself from monsters, hiding behind it as a human shield. Qing Cheng and Kanya helped him fight the ghosts. They used time acceleration and an ice shield against them. The ghost of the magic sword dealt with monsters using the technique of flight. Lin told Luo Tianyin that his pride had been trampled by monsters, but the guy still asked him to return Qing Cheng. Lin saw his efforts to find a girl, so he gave him water with special properties that could increase the level of his pheromones, which attracted girls. After this, Luo Tianyin was noticed by a ghostly gorilla who liked him, and since she really liked him, she decided to take him with her. Yuebukun couldn't understand why that guy couldn't handle Lin Kuei, and he thought the best solution would be to ask Yang Xiao for help. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao could no longer absorb the mountain tree's aura. The tree began to emit rays of light very brightly in all directions, and a little girl appeared from there, and Yang Xiao felt that the aura of the Kanglin Mountains had become very pure. He introduced himself to the ghostly girl as his brother and offered to go with him. This girl called herself Lulu, and she said that she would not go with him as she felt that he was a villain. She felt some kind of energy nearby and decided to fly to check. But Yang Xiao was not finished with her, so he wanted to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei's team was fighting the dragon, and they realized that its energy was inexhaustible and that they had to come up with something. Shang Qiang decided to use his technique, and a fiery whirlwind formed around him. He teamed up with his dragon to defeat the ghost. His team was surprised since he had never shown them this technique. Since the ghost could not reach him, Shang Qiang could easily attack with fire from the sky. The flames were so strong that they incinerated the phantom dragon. The team assessed his abilities and they believed that he was ranked second only to Lin Kuei. Murong thought that Shang Qiang followed the example of Lin Kuei, as he motivated many to become stronger, and she also wanted to follow his path. With his new ability, Lin defeated the ghosts with ease. His goal was to quickly defeat them in order to take possession of their soul jades. Kanya and Qing Cheng could not believe their eyes that he could handle all the monsters alone. Suddenly, Hong Ye warned Lin that a very strong flow of energy was approaching them. Then something flew into Lin Qi at high speed, leaving behind a large crater. This was the same Lulu. Lin was scared that a little girl fell from the sky onto him. He asked her why she decided to attack him at such a young age. But instead, Lulu called him her dad and said she had a hard time finding him. Hong Ye was furious because she didn't know that he was a dad and that he had an illegitimate daughter. But Lin said that he really didn't know who the girl was. Then the girl Lulu pounced on Hong Ye and recognized her as her mother. Qing Cheng and Kanya were shocked that they had a child at such a young age. Lin explained to them that it was just a small misunderstanding, which they themselves wanted to understand. When everything became clear and they realized that the child was not theirs, they asked Lulu where she was from. The girl said that the only thing she knew was that her name was Lulu, and that she had been sleeping in the mountains all this time. Hong Ye sensed the spiritual energy of Mount Kanglin in the girl, and she assumed that Lulu was an incarnation of a deity. Lin realized that she only knew them because he had the power of the gods. Lulu felt that danger was approaching and she warned her dad that he needed to run away quickly. Yang Xiao and his comrade Yue Bukun appeared to them from the sky through a portal. Lin suggested that he not hide behind others and talk one-on-one. Lulu told her dad that Yang Xiao tried to absorb her power. Lin was surprised that Yang Xiao was so vile that he did not even spare the spirits of children. Yang Xiao used his charms against him, blocking his ability to fly. Lulu asked her parents not to worry and said that she would help them. Because she cared about the environment, she was able to harness the power of the living plant world. The girl was so strong that she could catch two opponents with her vines at the same time. But Yang Xiao and Yue Bukun were able to get out by cutting the vines. Lin knew that the girl had helped him enough and that it was time for him to attack. Thanks to his new ability, he was able to defeat the enemy with one blow, and they fell to the ground, and Lulu made sure they landed among the thorny vines. Yang Xiao believed that he only lost this battle because he was careless, and since they fell into the thorny vine, Yue Bukun could not move normally, and he blamed Yang Xiao for this. Realizing that Lin Kuei was still stronger than him, they decided to hide in the portal and promised to return. Hongye wondered what they would do with the mountain spirit. Kanya suggested transferring him to the patrol department. Lulu was very scared, and she didn't want to go to the department. The girl wanted to stay with them. Ching Ching was wondering, why did the girl want to stay with them? Lulu replied that she liked them in appearance and had a good aura about them. Hongyi was pleased to hear this and did not mind accepting this baby. Lin also accepted this girl, but since he had too many children on his shoulders, he again felt pressure from all sides. Exclusive news came out in the city of Kanglin, which said that the young hero Lin Kei had achieved another success and won the battle in the mountains of Kanglin. And the fact that the head of the Luo Tianyin family fled the scene and was frightened by ghosts, after which he became mentally unstable and was sent to the hospital. Since the mission with the monsters was over, Lin and the team took the day off and went to the beach to relax. Qin Fing suggested that Lin go surfing, but Lin had plans to spend time with his family. Qiang wanted, just like Lin, to have a beautiful wife and relax with the girls, but he understood that first he needed to lose weight. Afterwards, Sutan approached them and suggested they go surfing together. Qiang didn't even know that he suddenly liked surfing so much, and he was glad that his teammates invited him. Meanwhile, Lin and Hong Ye accustomed Lulu to water and taught her to swim. Hong Ye wanted to spend as much time with Lin Kei as possible, but due to the fact that her body was not fully restored, she could not stay in the sun for too long. Ling Si was jealous that her brother spent most of his time with the new child and did not spend any time with them. But then Lulu approached Ling Si and she brought the most beautiful shell that she found on the seashore and wanted to give it to her. Ling Si was surprised that she became an older sister so quickly, and she was happy. Afterwards, Lin suggested we have fun and take cool live family photos. Ling Si quickly hit it off with her new little sister, and they had a good time together. After so much time, Ling Si managed to get used to Hong Yi and showed care for her by sharing kebab with her. They all spent the evening together on the beach near the fire, cooking a wild boar carcass there. Before starting to eat, Lin suggested that everyone make a wish and write it on paper, and then fly it into the wind in the form of an airplane. Thus, the wish will come true. Ling Si did not believe in these fairy tales, and she wanted to try it first to be convinced of this by her own experience. But since the children did not decide among themselves who would be the first to write their wish on a piece of paper, they began to quarrel, and Lin understood that they were far from complete idle. When everyone wrote down their wishes, Lin was interested to look at them and was delighted that everyone had such wonderful wishes. But what interested him most was the desire of the fox cub Xiaobai. He was wondering why he wanted to become a mount. The little fox said that all this time he was learning to grow and become stronger. Lin did not expect to hear this from Xiaobai, because he thought that all this time he was just playing and having fun. But suddenly he began to take shape and glow very brightly. The fox showed them his enlarged form, which is what he had been training for a long time. They were surprised because they did not expect this from Xiaobai, that he would learn to speak and progress in development. Xiaobai said that he decided to follow his master, and after that his strength increased. And if he continues to train, he can become an adult fox. Lin understood that such a large fox was very useful when traveling on horseback, but a small one was much easier to carry with him. And he wondered if he could return to his original size. Xiaobai said that he could easily change into his original form, and Lin was happy about this. The children saw Lin cuddling the little fox cutely, and they also wanted it, but Xiaobai didn't want to play with them. Observing the family idyll, Lin realized that they were more and more like a real happy family. Lin's wish was to help Hong Ye change her body as soon as possible, and he hoped that his wish would come true. Then he folded the airplane and flew it far out to sea in the wind. A ghost shark swam on the high seas and dreamed of becoming the king of the sea ghosts. His goal was to conquer many islands and set foot on the great land of Daxia. Off the coast of the city of Haifeng, a ship raised the alarm about a ghost invasion, but since the people there were armed, they did not worry about their safety. People began to fire at them, but the ghostly shark repelled all their attacks. Every time she went into battle, no one could defeat her. The cruiser suffered a strong magical discharge from the shark ghost, and all the people were forced to leave it. At that moment, the same airplane of wishes that Lin Kei launched was flying towards the ghost ship. The ghosts were scared when they saw this unidentified object. Because of this, there was a huge explosion on their ship, and this was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying force. The ghostly crew fell into the open sea, and since they could not swim, they asked their boss to save them. Ghost Shark thought that the plane was Daxia's secret weapon. The ghosts were planning to sail to the coast to take over all of Daxia. Meanwhile, on the shore, Lin, together with Ling Si, sang a song that he dedicated to Hong Yi. But Yellow and Onaji didn't like his singing because it was creepy. During this time, sea ghosts reached the shore, and they wanted to become the rulers of this island. Seeing Lin on the shore, he said that if they defeated him, they could follow him. Yellow just wanted to test her new weapon called the Evil King's Tooth. She said that it was her child, which she gave birth to thanks to Carrie's. The ability of this sword was a fiery flame that hit the victim in a chaotic manner. But the ghost shark did not appreciate her strength, and she wanted to show true greatness. Lin came to the rescue and defeated the majestic ruler of the seas with one blow. The ghost shark couldn't believe that it lost to a common man. The next attack was made by Ling Shi, who summoned her bear, which sent this ghost far away. Yellow then struck with her fiery sword flames. Lin delivered the final finishing blow with his fiery fist and defeated the Lord of the Seas. After defeating the shark ghost, Lin obtained his spiritual jasper. He could not help but do this, but these seafood themselves came ashore to him. Due to the attack of ghosts, there was alarm, and the organization of the Night Watch, together with sister Lin Kei, arrived on the beach to defeat all the enemies. But when she saw Lin, Lin Hua realized that he was ahead of her. She appreciated his work and realized that he was no longer the little boy she had seen him before. She also mentioned that Ling Xi's strength had increased noticeably, although her height remained the same. Ling Xi didn't like her older sister talking about her height, but Ling Hua said that in a few years, she would definitely become a beautiful woman. She also couldn't help but notice Hong Ye, because Ling Xi had told her about the spiritual body that was eternally with Lin. Ling Hua was surprised at how quickly they made a child with Lin. Lin knew he couldn't keep it a secret any longer, so he explained to his sister that this was their adopted child. Ling Hua understood that although they were trained, she wanted to improve their abilities, so she had a task for them to investigate the Sand Shadow Ghost. Lin was surprised because the Sand Shadow Ghost was one of the 8 Ghost Kings. Ling Hua said that the ghost expanded its territory, consuming 4 cities and turning the entire land into a desert. And even her A-level unit was having a hard time controlling the situation. Lin knew that the task was difficult, and that he should not underestimate a ghost that could be temporarily suppressed with the help of a few A-level people. Most of all, he was interested in whether the aura would be increased from this task. Ling Hua revealed that she had been promoted to Advanced Level A. This surprised Lin, and he thought his sister was very cool because she had surpassed many. She believed in her brother and said that he would achieve the same sooner or later, but it would take a lot of work. As she said goodbye, she hoped that when they next met, Hong Ye would have fully recovered his body. Lin saw how lonely his older sister was because she had no support and always managed alone. He wanted to become as strong so that she could rely on him. In recent days, everyone had awakened their fighting spirit and worked hard to continue living their lives. Qin Feng continued to train to reach such heights as Lin Kei. Shang Qiang awakened new abilities and attended dangerous training. His whereabouts were unknown as there were rumors that he had returned to his family and was trying to lose weight. And Lin was assigned to work as another member of the Coco Division, and together they went to investigate the ghost of the Sand Shadow on the western edge of the desert. KK didn't expect to be appointed as his partner, but Lin knew that it was all because she was a water mage. This opportunity to meet Ling Kuei and go on a mission with him was a blessing for KK. Since they had not seen each other for a long time, she did not expect Lin Kei to adopt someone. KK had once formed a team to exterminate evil spirits. Hong Ye wanted to maintain her invisibility and secretly observe them to make sure of Lin Kei's loyalty. Meanwhile, Lin did not understand why Hong Ye had not appeared for so long. He thought it was all because she was jealous. KK was surprised by what she saw, since this place used to be a city, but it turned into a desert. She said that the Sand Shadow Ghost was seriously injured, and he was hiding somewhere to recover. But Lin asked her not to think about it too much and continue to move gradually. He then asked Lulu to prepare to green the desert, as he wanted to make it more lively. Together they began to sow plant seeds throughout the desert. KK could not understand why they sowed grass seeds. After all, the task was completely different. Since Lulu controlled the power of the living world of plants, with her help the sprouts quickly began to sprout. But this was not enough, so KK made it rain to fertilize the earth. Due to favorable conditions, the desert was transformed and looked more lively. Lin praised everyone for their work, and he was glad that everything turned out the way he wanted. Cars appeared on the horizon, saw the oasis appearing, and drove straight towards them. KK warned Lin that they were thieves from the desert. These were muscular guys with weapons who immediately demanded that we give them valuables and surrender without a fight. They were also very clumsy. As soon as they got out of the car, they immediately slipped. They then showed off their good physical condition, hoping that Lin and KK would be afraid of them. Lin had a choice: punish the thieves and receive +15 to strength, Re-educate them by allowing them to give away their property after receiving, plus 20 to strength, or submit to them and receive, plus 10 to dexterity. Lin understood that as a teacher he had to convince them not to engage in looting, and since they were very rich, he demanded that they give up their jewelry. Since the thieves understood everything perfectly, they ordered their men to carry the treasure. But it was a deceptive trick, and they simply brought weapons, and they again demanded that valuables be given to them. Since Xiaobai became bigger and stronger, he wanted to deal with them instead of Lin, crushing them with his weight. Since they captured the thieves, they got their valuables, and Lin was happy to make money for nothing. The thieves were upset because they were not used to being robbed. Lin showed them by example that, having robbed them, he did the same thing they did, and explained that this was not good. And since he completed the task, he received plus 20 points in strength, and was glad that his efforts had paid off. Lin said that he would let them go if they told them about the ghost of the sand shadow. But they did not understand what he was talking about, since they did not know any ghosts. Since they didn't want to talk, Lin asked Lulu to show them something interesting. They said that the ghost of the sand shadow was being restored in the capital of sins. However, the road to the city was very dangerous because there were quicksand and ghosts. But this did not stop Lin, because they were entrusted with a responsible task, and be that as it may, it will remain on their conscience, so they wanted to complete it efficiently. Keke asked if it seemed to Lin that it was all an illusion. Lin understood that she was hinting that she liked him, and he said that he was used to girls declaring their love for him. Keke appreciated his humor and she didn't understand whether he could like her. Lin told her that he had a fiancé, and he asked Hong Ye to appear and introduce himself to his old friend. Hong Ye removed her invisibility and greeted the girl, telling her that she was Lin's guardian spirit. Keke did not expect the girl to be so beautiful, and she was delighted with her beauty. Lulu was very happy to see her mother, and Hong Ye told the girl that she had been observing her behavior and was glad that she was obedient even despite her absence. Looking at this happy family, Keke understood that only Hong Yi was worthy of being Lin Kei's bride. Hong Ye said that she watched her work all the way on this trip and called her a good girl. Afterwards, I wished her good luck to continue in the same spirit. Keke was embarrassed, and she was pleased that Hong Yi turned out to be so caring. Lin didn't understand what it was and why Keke blushed. He felt superfluous at that moment. Suddenly, the weather changed and a sandstorm began to cover them. These turned out to be ghost soldiers who created the effect of a sandstorm. Due to the strong wind created by the ghostly soldiers, they began to spin in different directions, and then were completely pulled underground. The danger passed, and they found themselves deep underground in the treasury of former soldiers. The first thing Lin wanted to do was open the treasure chests, but Hong Ye sensed trouble and told him not to touch them. But it was too late, and eyes began to appear inside the chests, and hands appeared outside. The same ghost soldiers who had chased them at the top fell on them from above. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin decided to throw chests at the ghosts, and since he noticed another path ahead, Lin decided to escape from the ghostly creatures. Since KK was running slowly, the fox decided to help her with this and save her from danger. The monsters in the chests absorbed the soldiers and became one. Hong Ye said that she had been there before and knew the way out. She asked him to pull the string as there was a mechanism there. Afterwards, the floor began to collapse under the soldiers' feet, and they could not go any further. But this was not the end, and Hong Ye warned that there were other traps there. By clicking on the wall, rockets appeared from underground, which were aimed directly at the ghostly army. This helped, and most of the ghosts were defeated. Since Lin accidentally stepped on the trap, a wall of thorny objects was activated, which hit the ghost soldiers straight and struck them down. Afterwards, the doors began to close automatically and oppressed the ghosts who tried to squeeze through them. After a while, they dealt with all the remaining ghosts and were glad that it was over. Hong Ye said that too many traps were working at the same time, and the place was preparing to self-destruct. Since there was no way out, Lin could not believe that their story would end there. Lulo didn't want Dad to be disappointed, so she summoned a beanstalk that took them to the top of the desert. When they went upstairs, it was already deep night, and they decided to wait it out and celebrate their victory over the ghosts. KK did not expect that Lin had the ability of the spatial dimension and that he could defeat the ghosts alone. Lin was pleased to hear this, and he said that she could learn such a trick when she became stronger. They were also glad that Lu Luo appeared in their lives because the girl was very talented, and she helped them get out of the trap. The little fox was upset that everyone around him was praising him, but they forgot about him. But they could not leave Xiaobai without affection, and were grateful to him for his skills in high-speed movement. Lin noticed that Hong Ye was sitting on the sidelines, and he invited her to join them for barbecue. Hong Ye said that she had not seen the desert for a long time, and that she missed this night atmosphere there. Lin wondered how she knew about the traps in the underground palace. Hongye said that once this underground treasury was part of her empire, and more traps were created by her. And 3,000 years ago in the western desert, there was an empire of sand that existed in the world, and gradually grew, increasing its lands. However, ghosts invaded the human world and attacked them. And like a princess, she fought with everyone, but was still defeated. Their empire was brutally destroyed, and her father, brother, and she sacrificed themselves. And her soul reincarnated for thousands of years, gradually losing itself. But this time, she woke up as a ghost in the modern world. Therefore, Hongye was very grateful to him for everything he did. Hongye considered him a gift from heaven, since thanks to this acquaintance, she was gradually able to restore her human appearance and remember everything that happened. They were glad that they met each other, and it was the best thing that happened in their lives. The next morning, KK was the first to wake up and notice that their food and other things were missing. Lin found this strange since they had not met anyone in this desert. The little fox realized that this couldn't just happen, and that the thieves had to be nearby. He sensed that there was someone underground, so he decided to find them. There he found a sand dog. It was a creature that was hiding under the sand. After examining it, Lin noticed that the dog looked like it had sunstroke, and he wanted to put it on the sand. Lin decided that he might know something, so he intimidated him and told him to tell him everything he knew about the desert. The dog was scared and said that he would tell everything. He offered to help them and told them about the local city of sand sculptures, which he could take them to. The dog then led them to this place, where some buildings were half buried in sand. Lin was surprised that the entire city was built of sand, and even the inhabitants were made of sand. Walking around the city, sand walls suddenly rose up under their feet, trapping them. Lin realized that the dog had deceived him, and the enemy who had set this trap seemed to him a complete... This was the Sand Master of Vingaso, the city of sand sculptures. His ability was to control sand. He told them that for trespassing on his desert territory, he would turn them into sand sculptures. KK was scared and she didn't understand what to do in this situation. Lin had a choice. Fight with Vingaso and receive plus 17 to strength, sit quietly and receive for this plus 10 to agility, or win him in the sand sculpture competition and receive plus a coin of good and evil. Lin liked the idea of getting a coin of good and evil, so he suggested to Vingaso that they organize a competition for the best sculptures. KK said that if they were going to compete, they should have neutral judges. Vingaso said that the competition will have 3 stages consisting of different themes, and if he wins, his condition will be to turn them into sand sculptures. And Lin's condition was to tell everything he knew about the desert. The judges were creatures caught on the side of the road. The first stage was the theme of the embodiment of plants, and Lin asked Lu Luo to help him with this. Vingaso devalued their work and believed that they were not capable of anything in the field of sand sculptures. Once the time was up, Vingaso asked the judges to also evaluate the speed of the work. In his work, he decided to combine plants and love, and called this sculpture Cupid of Plants. Afterwards, Lin submitted a joint work created by him and Lu Luo, called Child of Nature. The judges gave Lin's performance 95 points and Vingaso's 90 points. Vingaso could not believe that his masterpiece was not appreciated. Lin realized that the aesthetics of their masterpieces were closer to animals, and he was proud of it. The second stage was the theme of the image of a large bear, and Vingaso created a large, furious beast, and was confident that this time the victory would definitely be his. But Lin was sure that the animals would like his sculpture of a bear more. The judges scored Vingaso's work with 70 points and Lin's work with 99 points. This angered Vingaso, because he was sure that he had created a miracle. But Lin told him that it was necessary to understand the true desires of the animals, since this was extremely important. The third and final stage was the theme of human love, and since Vingaso was a narcissist, his current love was himself. Lin made the sculpture of Hun Yi because it was his only true love. The judges gave Lin's work 100 points and Vingaso's work 95 points. Lin wondered why Vingaso created a sculpture of himself. The guy assumed that he didn't love anyone if he did that. But Vingaso was heartbroken over the loss, so he didn't want to answer. Although Lin received the coin of good and evil for completing the task, he was concerned about the old man's condition. Vingaso said that once this city was prosperous and everyone lived in harmony. But one day, they were attacked by an army of ghosts who destroyed all the inhabitants of the city. In desperation, Vingaso awakened the ability to control the sand, and he was the only one who managed to survive. He was horrified by the fact that all the ghosts were attracted to strangers, and his girlfriend also died in that battle with the monsters. That is why he disliked strangers so much, and he promised himself to protect this city from ghosts, no matter what the cost. And since Vengaso was lonely, he changed the city and the townspeople. Lin understood the old man very well, since his relatives also died at the hands of ghosts, and so he came there to fight the Ghost King Minuel. Lin wanted to cheer up Vengaso, so he recognized him as a true master of sand, which the old man was pleased with. KK was wondering, when he had a girlfriend, did he create a statue in her honor? Vengaso was not going to show it to anyone, but since he recognized them as good, the old man decided to show them his old love. He showed his beauty, but they almost fainted from her beauty, so they asked to return her back to preserve her integrity. They supported him, saying that the breakup was not the end of the world, and it helped him recover. Vengaso did not know where the sand ghost was, but after the entire surrounding area became desert, a city of sins appeared. Therefore, he advised them to go there. As a farewell, he created them a boat made of sand, on which they could get to the right place. But this boat could only last them one day. When they arrived in Sin City, Lin said that both people and ghosts lived there, and that people there were famous for their simplicity, but he was not entirely sure of this. Walking through the streets of the city, they saw a blind man asking for money. But suddenly a ghost stole his bowl of money, and the blind man immediately ran after him. Lin considered this the best traditional medicine, as the ghost helped a man cure his blindness. Suddenly they met an old man who offered to help them. KK really liked the area, so she wanted to take a photo as a souvenir and asked the old man to take a photo of them. But the old man didn't even think about helping them. He just wanted to steal their phone. But Lin caught up with the thief and taught him a lesson so that in the future he would love young people and not do such things. As the eldest in the city, he might know a lot. So Lin asked to tell him about the sand ghost. The old man said that the ghost came and went without a trace, and he knew nothing about it. But there was a man named Bard from a nearby tavern who was in touch with the sand ghost and could help. Lin decided not to bother his wife and give her the opportunity to rest, so he asked to find a hotel and rest there. He found the Moonlight Tavern in this city and visited there. There the guy found that same Bard. Since he did not know how things were in the city, he decided to be restrained and not use force to find out information. Lin approached him and said that he knew about his communication skills, so he had a question that he did not know the answer to. But the Bard claimed that there was nothing to which he did not know the answer. Lin inquired about the sand ghost, to which he received the answer that the ghost was a terrible person. From his reaction, the guy realized that Bard had met him live, and that he had hopes of finding out everything in more detail. The Bard invited the guy to play a game, and if he won it, he would get the answer to his question. Lin knew that if he decided to confront the god of gambling, he would be doomed to defeat. Therefore, he invited him to bet on a coin, which he received from the system as a reward. It was a special coin with angel wings on the front side, and by knocking out this side one could get enough power. But on the back of the coin was a demon's head, and knocking out that side would result in a lightning bolt. Lin offered to bet on who would get the angel first, but since Bard was a gambler who always won, he could not help but agree to this proposal. Many of the town's parishioners gathered to watch Bard win the newcomer. The Bard was the first to toss the coin. He knew that tossing a coin so that the angel came up was not that difficult. This time, something went wrong and luck was not on his side, and he was struck by lightning. Next, it was Lin's turn. After tossing a coin, he also got a demon's head on the coin and was struck by lightning. The guy was upset that the system deceived him. The second round was announced and the Bard tossed the coin again. Since God had blessed him with luck and he always won, he was sure that this time he would succeed. But it came up heads again, and he didn't understand what was wrong with this coin. They competed for a long time by tossing a coin. Everyone made over 100 attempts, but nothing worked. And finally, Lin lost his wings, and the coin completely cured him from lightning strikes. The Bard did not want to count this victory to the guy and wanted to play something else. People invited them to write a poem, and whoever came up with it better would win. The Bard started first, and he described how the coin was round and big, and that throwing the coins turned out to be dangerous, since the enemy was quite difficult. When he finished, he began to praise his poem and said that the guy was far from such talent. Lin started next. He talked about a young guy who had the strength of a god, who never missed a target and could easily deal with any ghost. The Bard certainly liked this heroic poem. He had never heard anything like this in his life and was amazed at how creative the guy was. He called him his idol and admitted defeat, but Lin did not appreciate this behavior and asked him to tell him about the sand ghost. Bard said that the sand ghost took over his house and ordered him to go outside and gather information, so he was forced to do so. Lin understood that the sand ghost was regaining its strength in the Bard's house, and the moment was right to deal with it once and for all. He was approaching the main entrance of the house where the sand ghost lived. It was not the first time for him to dress up in women's clothing, since he had no other way to get into the house. Therefore, he decided to repeat the old proven method. Lin told the guards that he was the maid summoned by the sand ghost, and that he needed to meet with him urgently, since he could not be late. The ghosts were impressed that such beautiful girls visited their boss. Lin knew that this was a great chance for him to strike at them. As soon as he dealt with the two ghosts, the passage to the house was cleared. But since he attracted too much attention, another group of ghosts ran up to him. Lin tried to get out of the situation and continue to play the role of a girl who did not appreciate their strange greeting to the guests, and was scared by such an attitude. But this sounded unconvincing, and the ghosts were determined to kill the enemy. Lin saw no point in hiding his identity, and they left him no choice but to show who was really in charge. He summoned the elf's magic blade, but the girl was offended that he only remembered her during the battle. Lin understood that he urgently needed to come up with something for her to help him, and he said that he didn't call her only because he didn't want to disturb her over trifles and wanted her to rest. She believed him this time, and went to fight the ghosts with her flamestorm skill, which split the ghosts in half. Lin appreciated the spirit's fighting skills in battle and wanted to show her something too. He activated his second Monkey King ability, summoning golden armor. Afterwards, he helped the sword spirit defeat the remaining ghosts. But that was not all. The captain of the ghost soldiers' snake spirit, who was at the highest B level, came out to him. She asked the guy to surrender voluntarily, and in return she would leave him alive. But Lin did not intend to do this voluntarily, and he wanted to do it his own way. The captain of soldiers considered this to be ignorance on his part, since she did not like it when someone dictated their terms. And with every second she wanted to eat him more and more. But while she was talking with the guy, the sword spirit attacked her from behind. The snake spirit did not expect such an attack because it had completely forgotten about the elf, but it appreciated such a desire for victory. Her ability was the ability to charm people with her love illusions. She enchanted Lin and his magical sword spirit. Lin had a vision that he was with his wife Hongye, who was constantly moving away from him and calling him to her. And the magical spirit of the sword imagined that she was in paradise, where there were many weapons. At that moment, Hongye came and saved them from the spell of this ghostly snake. She told Lin that she was uneasy and felt that he was in danger, so she immediately came to help. Lin was glad of this because he could not control the ghost spell. Hongye asked him to find the sand ghost and said that she and Luluo would take on the snake ghost. Afterwards, Hongye awakened her demonic blood and wanted to take revenge on the ghostly snake for charming his man. The snake ghost had the ability of a snake tail, with which it tightly wrapped itself around Hongye, squeezing her body more and more. But Hongye freed herself from the snake's strangling grip by cutting its tail with her spiritual weapon. Afterwards, she was taken by surprise. But the snake ghost did not want to fight at full strength anymore, and was ready to give up, as she was surprised that the girl was able to defeat her in battle. Hongye sealed the ghost into her original snake form and demanded that she give her information, and then she would spare her. In fact, the ghost snake liked it and was willing to tell her everything, and wanted to spend more time with her and travel the world in the future. Meanwhile, Lin dealt with all the ghosts in the house, and they seemed quite simple to him. The guy felt a strong aura behind the door, and he suspected that there was a sand ghost there. A sand ghost was waiting for him, who told the guy that he had deliberately spread rumors that he was wounded so that he would come to him. Afterwards, he imprisoned the guy in a sand trap, and Lin was surprised that this ghost had a very strong ghostly aura. The sand ghost told the guy that as soon as he stepped into the desert, he immediately attracted his attention. And since he felt the powerful energy of the soul in the guy's body, he was looking forward to it. Lin didn't quite understand what kind of soul energy he was talking about, but he assumed that the sand ghost was talking about Hongye. Having summoned the shadow sword, the ghost wanted the soul that was in the guy to leave his body, because he did not intend to spare him. The sand ghost then freed him from the sand circle to fight him one-on-one. And when Lin attacked him, absolutely nothing happened to him. Since the sand ghost was resistant to such attacks, they did not harm him. Lin didn't understand why all the ghost kings pretended to be weak and only then showed their strength. The sand ghost was determined to show the guy his absolute strength, and he stopped his attack with a sand hand. It was difficult for Lin to fight such a strong ghost king, since he blocked all his attacks and gained complete dominance. The Phantom King still wanted to know what kind of spirit was in his body, but the guy didn't want to tell him even if he killed him. But then Hongye comes to his aid. but the sand ghost blocked her attack with his sand shield. He felt the same breath from the girl as the guy and realized that her soul was in his body. She told the ghost not to dare touch her husband, otherwise he would be in trouble. Afterwards, Hong Ye warned Lin to be careful, since in front of them was one of the strongest ghost kings with the highest A level. She activated her sword's spiritual flame power to attack the sand ghost. The ghost king did not expect the girl to attack him, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Hong Ye was surprised that the sand king knew her, and she felt as if she had known him for a long time. But the ghost king did not stop attacking while she was talking, and grabbed her with his sandy hand. Lin couldn't bear to watch his wife lose, so he blocked the Phantom King's attack. Lin told Hong Yi that he would take the ghost on himself, but Hong Yi did not want to let him go alone, since the ghost was too strong. She wondered who this ghost was and why they knew each other. The Phantom King was surprised that she had forgotten him after 3,000 years. Taking off his helmet, he told his sister that he had not seen her for a long time, and did not expect that she would not recognize him. Lin remembered that Hong Ye once told him about her brother Hong Shan. Hong Ye thought that her brother was not alive, and she was outraged that he had not looked for her all this time and joined Ming Yuan. After all, in the past, a demon destroyed their clan. The Demon King told her that when he died, his soul disappeared and he had nowhere to go, so he was forced to join them. And for many years he restrained himself in his desire to take revenge on Ming Yuan. Hong Ye was glad that her brother had not changed since then, and she asked him to join them and go fight the ghosts together. Hung Shang said that since he was half human and half ghost, he could not return to the human world. He wanted to stay in his place and absorb the human cities of Minyuan, conquer the entire world, and restore the former Sand Empire. And since he created many ghost warriors who obeyed his orders, he wanted his sister to join him to control the warriors together and conquer the whole world. Hong Ye was disappointed that her plans with her brother were radically different, and she did not want the earth to be mired in chaos, since it was not the same time as 3,000 years ago. Lin invited Hong Shang to cooperate with Daxia and take revenge on Minyuan together in the future. But Hung Shan did not want to cooperate with them, because he considered them hopeless people with other ideas about the world that did not fit with his plans. Since he did not want to harm his sister, he decided to hide from them. They wanted to stop him by force, but since he was much stronger than them, they were unable to do this. While flying away, Hun Shan said that he would allow them to see with their own eyes how he would create a new world. Since this was very serious, Lin wanted to talk to Hong Ye about her brother, who had changed a lot. Hong Ye promised him that she would stop her brother so that it would not cost her. The next day, they set out into the depths of the western desert. Using a board, they moved across the sand with ease. Hong Ye believed that it would be difficult for them to find anything to find her brother, since he could be hiding in the deep desert. But Lin promised to find him under any circumstances. Little Lulu noticed a large shark and warned her mother that it was dangerous there. But Hong Ye told her that there could not be sharks in the desert. KK explained to the girl that sharks were creatures that lived only at the bottom of the sea, and that she just imagined seeing her there. Lin told them that if this were true, he would certainly save them. But while he was talking at this moment, the little fox noticed the danger and tried to warn him about it. At that moment, a shark jumped out of the sand and opened its mouth to swallow them. Since the little fox was the only one who noticed her, he managed to save his master. But Hong, Ye, KK, and Lu Luo were swallowed up by the shark. Lin was angry that the shark dared to swallow his loved ones, so he summoned the magic sword spirit and ordered the shark to be killed. Lin also attacked her fins, but it was useless, since they grew back very quickly. Lin also didn't expect that the shark could accelerate, and this was a problem for him. Hong, Yi, KK, and Lulu fell into the shark's stomach, and so as not to be digested in its juice, they stayed on the surface of the bones. Hong Ye didn't want to give up, and she knew that there was still a chance to find a way out. Since the spiritual power was sealed in the stomach of this beast, she said that it was necessary to find something sharp and cut its stomach, after which the three of them split apart to look for sharp objects. Meanwhile, outside, Lin used the fox's speed to catch up with the shark. The spirit of the sword climbed onto the shark and plunged its magic sword into it. But this only angered the shark, and it began to chase them to take revenge. The magical spirit invited Lin to join their efforts together. They fused the two weapons at the same time, resulting in a first-class sword with the aura of a god and a demon at the same time, which amazed Lin since it was his first blade with such power. Since the shark was injured, its agility decreased. Now the advantage was on Lin Kuei's side. Seeing that the guy was wielding a weapon with the aura of a god, the shark began to run away from him. Meanwhile, in the shark's stomach, the girls found a fragment of the sage's stone. Hong Ye was happy because she knew that if the stone was removed, the shark would lose its life force and they would be saved. On the surface, Lin saw that there was something wrong with the shark, and the guy assumed that it was Hong Ye who was helping him from the inside. And he realized that this was a great chance to defeat the creature. Lin dealt with the phantom shark by splitting it in half with his top-notch sword. His wife and the others were rescued and remained safe and sound. Hong Ye showed Lin that they had found the sage's stone in the shark's stomach, after which Lin asked to absorb the power of the stone as soon as possible. After she absorbed the stone's power, she felt that she only had one stone left to absorb to completely restore her body. Lin was glad to hear this, and he promised that after her final recovery, he would make her his wife. But first they had to defeat the sand ghost in order to find happiness. The next day they wandered into a small village. At the beginning of the village they saw a magic rod that was stuck into a stone slab. This was the rod that Hong Ye lost when she was a princess. She could not even think that he could be in this village. She remembered the past when this rod had great power and shone, but at the moment it was just an ordinary piece of wood, and this upset Hong Ye. Seeing that strangers had come to their village, dissatisfied residents came out to them, who did not like it when someone was hanging around on their territory. But after looking carefully at the girl, they recognized her as their princess of the sandy desert, and were surprised that she managed to resurrect. Hong Ye did not even think that anyone could remain from her empire, since more than 3,000 years had passed. The residents were happy to welcome their princess, and as a sign of respect they began to bow to her, which Hong Ye did not really like, because she did not want this, and asked them to stop. The first thing she wondered was why only the old people remained. A resident told her that all the young people were grabbed by the ghost of a sand shadow and sent them to build a pyramid. Upon learning this, Hong Ye realized that his plan was to summon even more ghosts, and he urgently needed to be stopped. The old man said that in the nearby areas where the pyramids were built, night ghosts ruled there, who captured people into slavery and controlled the source of water. And the villagers were unhappy that the ghosts used clean water, but they were given dirty water. Lin asked not to worry about it and promised to help the villagers. The guy suggested splitting up. He and Hong Ye would storm the enemy camp, and KK, Luo, and Fox would capture the water source. Since KK's element was water, it guaranteed the completion of the task. Meanwhile, Lin and Hong Ye watched from the hill over the enemy camp where the pyramids were located. There, ghosts controlled people to build the pyramids and hurried them to complete their work as quickly as possible. They noticed that the pyramids were almost ready, and the ghosts could summon the ghosts, so they had to hurry to stop it quickly. The largest pyramid was the lair of the night ghost, and they were contemplating a plan on how best to get there. Lin summoned his great army of ghosts and ordered them to attack his enemies. The commander of the ghostly army was dissatisfied with the preparation of his troops, but the leader guaranteed that everything was safe and no one could get to them. After these words, they were attacked by an enemy, which they could not foresee. The ghosts did not like that their camp was attacked, so they gathered their enemy army and began to confront the army of angry skeletons. The people controlled by the ghosts understood that this was an excellent opportunity for them to attack the army and free themselves from hard work. At the top of the pyramid, a level A night ghost was floating in the pool. His subordinates informed him that an attack had been made on their camp below, but the night ghost was not worried, since he was confident that if they reached him, he could handle them alone. Hong Ye and Lin decided to get to the top using the ability of flight, and the guy was surprised that the night ghost was a chicken. But the golden chick thought that being called night ghost was a great name for them. Suddenly, the ghost of a snake appeared in front of Hong Ye, who wanted to help her deal with the chicken in her place. She allowed her to do this, and the spirit of the ghost snake took its full form. Thanks to Hong Ye's power, her strength also increased greatly. Lin was surprised that Hong Ye had her own spirit assistant, but since there was no time to explain, Hong Ye said that she had temporarily subdued her. The night haunter was not happy that the snake ghost was a traitor and opposed him. Lin told the night ghost that if he didn't give up, he would become dinner and go for some delicious wings. But the night ghost did not intend to obey them and attacked them with its sharp flying feathers. But his attack was sheer fun for them, and they dodged all his feathers. The night ghost was very tired of confronting them, and he was not used to this attitude towards himself because he was the most talented and everyone in the area knew him. Lin didn't like the fact that the ghost was throwing feathers, so he used his teacher's technique. The ghost chicken was upset that he was cut without his permission. Afterwards, Lin was given a choice. Kill the night ghost, receiving plus 12 to strength, release him, receiving plus 18 to agility, or subdue the ghost, receiving plus 12 to agility. Since the reward for freeing the ghost was the highest, Lin let him go, but the chicken was not going to leave, as he suspected that the guy was up to something. Lin understood that the ghost could ruin everything for him, and he would not receive the reward. So he threatened him with a blade and insisted that he leave. The night ghost listened to the guy and began to fly away. And after that, the task was credited to Lin, and he received plus 18 to his agility. Afterwards, Lin told him to come back, because when he released him, he did not say exactly when he could go, so he asked him not to rush. At this time, KK, Lisa, and Lulu dealt with the enemy army and opened a source of drinking water for the villagers. When the old people saw the river flowing, they were happy and praised their queen for it. After Lin returned to the village and as a guy, and promised, he returned the source of water to them and saved them from the night ghost. The villagers were saved, and they thanked their queen and her companion for this. When the old people saw the night ghost, they decided to teach him a lesson for everything he had done to them. Since Lin was hungry, he asked KK to light a fire and suggested eating chicken for dinner. Chicken Little didn't like it and told the guy that his lawyer wouldn't just let it go. Lin decided to compromise with him and said that if he cooperates with them and shows them where the sand ghost is, he will remain safe. Chicken Little said that the sand ghost was in a village 100 miles away and was stationing his troops there to attack Daxia, and he could find them transport to get there. But Lin had other plans for him and wanted the chicken to be their means of transportation. The chicken was categorically against it, as he considered it a disgrace, and he refused the guy this. After learning from Lin K, he was happy to help him and enjoyed being a vehicle. After a short flight, they arrived in the Iron City, the habitat of the Sand Ghost. They decided not to go straight to the city, but to sit in an ambush to reconnoiter the situation, and Lin could not find anything unusual. KK realized that the city might be well guarded, so she insisted on finding a way to get in and check. Hong Ye wanted to use her invisibility and go on reconnaissance, but Lin told them not to worry about it and entrusted this matter to the chicken. Night Haunter agreed, as he understood that he could take the chance and switch sides to his boss. Before the task, Lin warned him that he had secretly placed a contact curse on him, which, if betrayed, could detonate his body. Chicken Little knew that his plan to cross to the other side would not work, so he promised to wait for good news. Hongye was surprised that there was such a method in magic, but Lini said that he lied to the ghost so that he would not fool him. From the sky, the chicken saw that the army was large, but the ghosts also noticed it, and they did not understand how the night ghost that guarded the pyramids could end up on their territory. Chicken Little watched as they greeted him friendly, and since he was popular in these parts, he thought they wanted his autograph. But the army had no time for this at all, and they wanted to defeat him in order to have a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Lin and his friends decided to set up camp and have a good time playing board games. When the chicken returned, he didn't like that they were playing games while he was on a dangerous mission. Because the chicken proved that the city had a strong army, Lin rewarded him with the drink of life. The little fox gave birth to a brilliant idea, to dig a tunnel under the city and get out without being noticed, which Lin liked. Thanks to their supernatural powers, they quickly broke through the tunnel. The chicken felt the strong humidity and showed in which direction to go. Coming out of the tunnel, they found an underground reservoir of water, which was guarded by ghostly soldiers. The army wanted to attack them and defend their territory, but the chicken defeated them with one flap of its wing. KK had to control the water source to prevent a flood, so she called upon the water spirit. The body of water began to surround her and interact with her magical staff. When she began to summon underground water, Lin was worried that the Iron City would be flooded. On the surface of the Iron City, the army did not expect that the desert would be flooded, and they planned to evacuate from there. But since the ghosts did not know how to swim, they called their captain for help. Having reached the surface, Lin saw no one except land ghosts. After KK controlled the water source, she spent too much energy and felt tired. Lin didn't like her condition, so he gave her living water to replenish her strength. The girl felt very weak, but she still wanted to continue helping Lin Kuei. Hong Ye told little Lulu that she had to return home rather than risk her life. Lin asked the chicken to take KK and Lulu back to safety and rewarded him with 3 jars of living water for this. After drinking this water, the night ghost regained his strength, and he was very happy with such a reward, so he promised to complete his task perfectly. Lin then decided to deal with the remaining army that was floating on the surface of the water. Next came the second captain, the lizard ghost, who was not happy that the guy was trying to take over his Iron City, and he said that he would protect it instead of the snake spirit. Lin did not fully understand why the lizard ghost mentioned the snake spirit because he served them. The snake spirit, although she was the first captain of the ghosts, did not want to help Iron City since she liked serving her new owner more. But since Lin wanted to deal with all the ghosts so that they would not bother people, this one was no exception. So he fused his purple and gold sword with the magic blade to deal with the lizard ghost. Although the first captain surrendered to them as a servant, the lizard ghost did not intend to follow in his footsteps, so he was determined to win. As a sign of respect for his enemy, Lin gave him a chance and threw coins of good and evil at him. And since the skull fell out on the coin, the ghost lizard was struck by lightning. Lin didn't expect to see such a punishment effect from the coins, so he wanted to use it as a secondary weapon in battle in the future. Because the ghost's defense was destroyed by lightning, this was an excellent opportunity for Lin to deal with it, so he separated it with his golden sword. Hong Ye was surprised that Lin could easily kill a Tier B ghost. Lin received the Ghost Soul Jade, which could increase his strength by 20 points. The guy was happy about this, since it was comparable to the rewards for the tasks, and he decided not to delay the moment and immediately absorb the power of Jade. And when the guy absorbed it, he felt how this power flowed throughout his entire body. Hong Ye told him that it was time to check out Santo's mansion and fight the rest of the ghosts in this city. But the spirit of the snake and the fox decided to help them and took on the remaining ghosts so that their owners could fight a more serious ghost. Having said goodbye to their pets, they went in search of the sand ghost. Waiting for them at the top of the mansion was the Ghost King, who was impressed by the flood trick. Hong Ye told her brother that his plot would not lead him to the victory he desired. The sand ghost wanted to hear from his sister that she agreed to cooperate with him and conquer lands together. But Hong Ye did not want to unite and asked him to abandon all these plans, since it was not too late to change everything. But that didn't suit him, so he summoned his sword to fight them. Lin and Hong Ye attacked him with lightning and spiritual energy, but the sand ghost dodged the attacks. He flew high into the sky and called all the sand in the area to his sword. In the strong winds of the sandstorm, Lin and Hong Ye were increasingly covered in sand, making it difficult for them to breathe. After which the ghostly king brought down on them all the sand that he had collected in the sky. They could not hold such strong magic, and the pressure pressed them more and more into the ground. It was useless to resist, as the ghostly king poured more and more of his power into it. Lin could not let go of Hong Ye, but the demonic power was beyond his capabilities. And although they tried to stay together, they were thrown in different directions. Afterwards, there was a strong explosion, and the Sand King was glad that it all ended with his victory. Watching this from the side, their pets did not know what to think, since they were not sure that their owners were safe. Lin found himself in his subconscious, where he could reflect on his life. And the guy wasn't sure that he was still alive. He was afraid that this time he wouldn't be able to bring gifts to his little sister and didn't want her to blame him since he knew he wasn't the best brother. He was sad that he had failed his elder sister Hua because he had promised to walk hand in hand with her. He also felt ashamed for letting down the academy and his team, who needed his leadership skills. But what worried him the most was Hong Ye, as he was unable to protect her properly. And all this motivated him to continue further. He was able to wake up because of the promise he made to Hong Ye to help restore her body, and he understood that he couldn't give up so easily. The ghostly king felt the breath of the gods, and a powerful stream of magical power burst from the ground. This made Lin much stronger, and he transformed his body into his original martial form. Lin told the Ghost King that this was not the end, and he wanted to finish what he started. But Hong Ye warned Lin that the sand ghost was full of energy and that he should not be underestimated. Afterwards, Lin attacked the sandstorm ghost, and he was glad that he could feel all his power in a real battle. Lin protected Hong Ye from all the attacks of the ghostly king, but she told him that she still had the strength to fight. And after that, she combined her powers with his sword spirit, and her sword became a demon eater. Their pets came to their aid and wanted to fight together against the sand ghost. The snake spirit asked the Ghost King to accept that only when they start getting along with people will they have a future. But this only angered the Ghost King, and he activated his sand shadow field technique. This was the Ghost King's unique technique, which sucked all living things into a completely different dimension through a fiery vortex. Lin and his team found themselves in a field of another dimension where there was not a soul. It was a remote world, isolated from all living things, where there was only a desert of limited space. In his world, the Ghost King was much stronger than he was on Earth. He called his subjects, the Sand Soldiers, and sent them to fight them. But the fox asked to leave these sand ghosts on them so that Lin could fight the Ghost King without interference. As the ghost soldiers were dealt with by his assistants, Lin used his new flight ability to attack the Ghost King. But the sand ghost very quickly dodged his attack using its movement ability. Then he attacked the guy, but could not break through his absolute defense. Since the Ghost King loved to cheat, Lin decided to surprise him too and send a fiery ball at him. While the ghostly king was fascinated by Lin's attention, Hong Ye sneaked up on him, and together they were able to split his helmet from his head. But unfortunately, this was not enough to defeat him, and the Ghost King attacked them with his sandstorm. When the Ghost Snake and the Fox dealt with all the ghost soldiers, they came to the rescue and surrounded the Ghost King from all sides. Lin and Hong Ye had a great opportunity to strike hard. Crossing their swords, they combined their powers and aimed them at the ghostly king. But even this did not stop the sand ghost, because he was much stronger than they could imagine. This angered the Ghost King, and he summoned the forces of a sandstorm, which began to destroy his portal to another world. They were unable to escape from its sand shadow field dimension, and it self-destructed along with them. Appearing in the ordinary world, the ghostly king was glad of his victory over his sister. But while he was rejoicing in his victory, Lin plunged his sword into his body. Since Lin had an S-level body, this explosion could not harm him, thanks to which he remained unharmed. But the Ghost King was resistant to such severe wounds, and he retaliated by thrusting his sword into Lin Kuei and said that his sword had the power to pierce any defense. But Lin was in no mood to lose. He attacked the Ghost King with demonic power. He then pulled out his sword, and since his body was S-tier, it was capable of healing wounds quickly. The Ghost King did not understand how this was possible, because during the transformation the guy was no higher than A-level, but his performance in battle was very different. But Lin said that he had overcome level A a long time ago and was simply pretending to be weak. The Phantom King did not like that the guy underestimated him, and he did not intend to give up until real peace came. But Lin did not appreciate that the Ghost King considered the destruction of the earth to be peace. The Phantom King believed that humanity had many flaws, and he did not want them to stop protecting the world they lived in. And he could no longer endure this pain, since ghosts used to be people. But they became disillusioned with the human world, and that is why there were more and more of them. But Hong Ye intervened, and she thought that his opinion was that way because he only saw darkness. The Phantom King wondered what kind of light she saw with people. She told him that he had never felt warmth because he had never had a loved one, so he would not understand what light was. The Phantom King didn't like that his sister lectured him because he was the older brother. Hong Ye believed that he was not worthy to be her big brother because strong people protected the weak by sacrificing themselves on the battlefield. And because of the ghosts, many lands were destroyed. And since he was to blame for this, she asked to look around and see that under his rule people were in terrible conditions. His sister's words touched him, because he had not noticed this before, and only did as he wanted, without taking into account the wishes of people. And Hong Ye believed that there was no difference between the result her brother achieved and the demon who once destroyed their empire. Since he did not understand human happiness, he wondered whether his sister was really happy living with people. She said that when she woke up as a ghost in this world, she lived in darkness, but with the appearance of Lin Kuei in her life, light opened before her. And since he didn't care what happened to her before, and he sincerely helped her, she felt his love, and with the appearance of Lin in her life, darkness no longer consumed her. That's why she liked Lin Kuei, and he was the one with whom she wanted to live her life forever. Hong Shang wandered alone for too long, and he never had the life that Hong Ye told him about. But deep down, based on his past life, he understood this feeling. Hong Shan decided to give her 2 sage stones that he had once picked up. At first he wanted to absorb them and turn into a human, but he believed that his sister would need them more. But Hong Ye did not want to accept this gift. She asked him to absorb the stones to return to human form, and together serve Daxia, defeating all the ghosts in their path. Hunshan could not return, so he himself gave her the power of the stones, as he wanted her to restore her former human form. After Hong Ye absorbed the power of the stones, she felt unwell and fainted. Hong Shang understood that they wanted to live in a world without ghosts, so he decided to give it to them. The artifact in his hand was used to control the ghosts, and he destroyed. Lin didn't expect the Demon King to destroy his ghost army for his sister. Afterwards, Hung Shan said goodbye to them and said that he was going on a journey around the world, as he wanted to explore it completely. But if the future turned out to be a disappointment, he promised to take over the world again. Lin was very worried about Hong Ye's condition. She told him that the Sage's Stone helped her restore her human form, but since its energy was too strong for her body, she found it difficult to cope with it. Since she was very weak, Lin supported her and helped her walk home. 4 days later, Lin bought an apartment in Sin City. The guy spent all these days near his beloved's bed, keeping an eye on her condition. Hong Ye did not expect that all these 4 days he was near her, and she was very pleased. But Lin was not bothered by sleepless nights, because he was glad that she woke up. The others were also very happy to see her healthy and joyful. When Lin held her gentle hand for the first time, it was a feeling incomparable to what he had felt before when she was a spirit. Hong Ye was surprised that he became so shy after her transformation, and the guy couldn't understand why he was embarrassed by her, because they had known each other for a long time. Suddenly, Lulu shouted out that she wanted to see their first kiss, but Lin didn't like it, since he was already embarrassed by Hong Ye. KK also insisted on this because it was very romantic of her. But since Lin did not dare to take the first step, Hong Ye kissed him first, since she herself really wanted it. In the evening, they decided to have a party and eat delicious kebabs. Since it was already late, Lulu fell asleep in KK's arms, and the girl notified Lin that she would take the baby upstairs. Afterwards, Hong Ye called Lin to look at the moon, and at these moments the guy was very embarrassed because she was his first love. The girl had long wanted to show him this, so that he could feel the sky up close with her. It was a surprise to him that after the transformation she could fly freely. Hong Ye told him that since her powers reached level A, flying became one of the features of her abilities. This impressed Lin, and since his elder sister was also at this level, he knew that he should work hard to catch up with them in the future. Hong Ye brought him to the top of the stone to look at the stars from there. This was Mizuki Hill, the highest point in the desert. She wanted the moon and stars to witness their love. It was their first time, and she asked him not to be shy and to believe in himself. After 4 days of practice, Hong Ye said that they needed to go back to everyone else. Returning back to the city, KK told Lin that they had guests. It was his older sister, who during this time managed to find a common language with Lulu. Lulu was glad that her parents were home again, and she showed them the rabbit that Lin Hua had given her. Ling Hua told her brother that she did not expect that they would be able to collect all the ghosts together, since she sent them out for regular research. She revealed that the sand ghost had become a member of Daxia, and that the inspector had agreed to accept Lin into the Night Patrol division. But Lin was not entirely sure of his desire to join the ranks of the Night Watch, since he wanted to be a free man and spend more time with Hong Yi. Ling Hua reassured him by saying that Night Patrol was just a rank in which the only difference from his everyday life was performing other tasks. Hong Ye knew that this was his long-time dream, and she insisted that he agree to this proposal. Lin decided that he would go on night patrols since the objectives had to be met, and since Lin chose this path, the sister believed that he was worthy of knowing several secrets of the world. She said that the news showed only a small part of what was really happening, since the world was more dangerous than before. The island of In was engulfed by troops and natural disasters, and the area was completely overrun by ghosts. Troubles also affected the Western Kingdom, in which ghosts disguised themselves as civilians and merged with the crowd, and thus they managed to get rid of many enemies. There was also a desperate battle in the Snow Kingdom, where everyone, despite the lack of people, sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even the sea areas were unsettled because there were giant ghosts that came out of the water and destroyed the islands. But since they had many strong people on their borders, they could resist the invasion of ghosts. However, enemy forces did not give the Mingyuan a break from constant attacks. Therefore, they needed talents like Lin, but she warned her brother in advance that the path was not easy and that he had to be mentally prepared. Lin wanted Hong Ye to return with him to Kanglin and join the ranks of the Night Watch. But Hong Ye told him that she wanted to stay in the desert because she believed that they could not live like that. And since she respected his goals, the girl decided to stay there and give him the opportunity to succeed. Lin understood that they were happy to be together, but each had their own priorities in life. Ling Hua encouraged a person to have their own goals, and she told Hong Ye that she could join the Night Watch as a special agent and remain living in the desert. But first, it was necessary to rename the City of Sins to the City of Sand, so that people would feel safe, and so that this would serve as an example for Hong Yi for her future mission. Lin didn't expect Hong Ye to take their separation so seriously. On the one hand, he was happy for her, but at the same time he was sad to think about the upcoming separation. Hong Ye wondered how Lin would feel about this decision. But since this was what she wanted, he fully supported her in this. The elder sister was glad that her brother had found a worthy wife, and she saw them as a real family. The next morning, a helicopter arrived to pick them up and take them back to Kanglin. As he left, Lin handed the phone to Hong Ye so that she could call him at any time. But she asked him not to worry about it, since they were spiritually connected and could exchange souls. KK also wanted to stay in the desert, since her abilities associated with the water element could be useful there. Also, little Lulu stayed to help her mother with work, and she asked her father not to be bored. And as a farewell, the inhabitants of the desert wanted to give him gifts from the bottom of their hearts. The guy did not expect that so many people would see him off, and he happily accepted their gifts. Hong Yi told him to take care of himself and asked him not to worry about her. But Lin was no longer the little boy he used to be, so the guy promised that everything would be okay. In parting, she said that he was the only one she loved so much and that she would wait for him with all her heart. They then went back to Kanglin to defeat all the remaining creatures. Hong Ye was sure that their feelings were eternal and that nothing could separate them. And she thought that Lin would be a completely different person the next time they met. In Minyuan, the head of Daxia headquarters was angry at the sand ghost for pretending to be missing. But Yang Xiao served him obediently, and he asked the head not to worry, since he had a plan. The guy said that his people were hiding in all cities, and they began a large-scale undercover operation. The Nightmare King was happy to hear this, and Yang Xiao showed great promise. Yang Xiao wanted to become stronger and thought that he would soon surpass the King of Nightmares and take his throne. The King of Nightmares said that his clones were abroad, and their task was to capture all territories, and the ultimate goal was world domination. Yang Xiao didn't expect that the Nightmare King had clones, and it was hard for him to imagine how powerful he was. While wandering, Hong Ye's brother accidentally ended up in the city where his sister lived, and, to his surprise, the infrastructure and technology there were much better developed than in the desert. Since there were many people there, he could easily hide his ghostly aura and disguise himself as an ordinary person. Walking around the city, he heard all the people passing by discussing him because his image attracted too much attention. And since he didn't like their ignorance, he decided to fly away from them. Hongshang was surprised that there were many moving iron boxes, because in the desert he had rarely seen them. He was also shocked by the height of the buildings, but still in the desert they sympathized with him most of all. The local police didn't like the guy standing at the traffic lights and asked him to get down immediately. When Hong Shan began to fly away, people were surprised and began to film this moment on their phones, because they did not often see people with superpowers. A girl was running between the alleys pursued by ghostly creatures, and she was calling for help in every possible way. Hung Shan passing by and asked him for help. The ghosts told the guy to mind his own business if he didn't want to be eaten. He did not like this attitude towards himself, and he finished them off with a sand blow. The girl was surprised that the guy dealt with these monsters with one blow, and she was grateful for such help.